Yeah. His head bounced off the canvas and hit mine.
He's not going to stay conscious from that kind of slam. That's what the craziest slam ever.
Now, he didn't fight much after that either, did he?
No.
Do you think he was embarrassed or what?
I think he was never the same. I think when a guy gets knocked out like that, it's probably different than any head kick, any knee to the head, anything. It's a car accident.
Bro, I felt bad because he was a great fighter.
He was. He really was. He was tough. Very good jiu-jitsu, strong as hell.
I was losing that fight up until then because he was kicking the shit out of my leg. And I didn't want to check that. I didn't want to check that his kicks was coming so hard. I fought K1 and I fought a lot of kickboxers, but his kicks is the hardest by far.
Wow, really?
Yo, yeah. I was acting every time he would kick me, I was acting like it didn't hurt. And after the third kick, I remember thinking in my head, like, I don't know if I can keep acting like this shit don't hurt. Because I didn't want to show him in my face.
Right.
But got the hardest leg kicks I ever felt.
Have you seen that new stupid thing that they're doing, like slap fight, where they leg kick each other?
No, I haven't. No. I haven't seen that shit.
This is a new one. Have you seen it, Jamie? I could send it to you if you want me to. I sent it to Dana. It's they're having slap fight competitions, but leg kicks. These dudes just stand in front of each other, just teeing off leg kicks.
That's dangerous.
Oh, it's horrible.
Man, yeah,
Did you find it, Jamie? I'll send it to you. Here you go.
That can fuck you up real bad.
Oh, it's rough. It's rough to watch. And some guys are kicking like right. You're supposed to kick the thigh, but some guys are kicking really kind of like right above the knee and buckling, and you just stand there. You can't even move. You have to just eat it.
I wouldn't. No, that's not my shit. How you feel about that slap fighting stuff?
I'm fully in support of anybody doing whatever the fuck they want to do. I'm like, if you could bull ride, if you could BMX jump and skateboard and all that crazy shit where people breaking their necks, here it is. They're standing in front of each other. I feel like you should be able to do anything, but I wouldn't do it.
Oh.
Because getting hit it should be rare and you should avoid it.
Look, dude kicked him in the leg, then grabbed the top of his head.
Yeah.
I would have smacked him just for that.
I think they're friends.
Oh.
It's like, sorry, bro. You know? That dude tapped out.
Oh,
the last one he tapped out.
Yeah,
they got a bunch of them in there.
Oh, no, I didn't even hear that.
They just stand in front of each other and slam each other in the knee. Or slam each other in the thigh. Yeah.
It's a good time for MMA and all this shit. I saw that karate comeback with Boss Ruben.
Yeah.
That's entertaining. Did you see the guy get that scissor kick?
Yes. Raphael the Turn. That guy's badass, man. And he fought James Vick. Who James Vick's been KO'd a bunch of times now. It's like he might not want to do this anymore because that was a bad one. That switch kick.
Yeah, he was out for a while, it looked like.
It was horrible. Perfect kick, though. Did you see that, Jamie? I'll send you that. That shit was incredible. I mean, I'd always wondered when someone was going to pull that one off in a fight. Like kick to the leg and then up kick right afterwards.
Man, he did that shit perfect.
Oh, it's flawless. The KO is so nasty. The karate combat, that guy Raphael the Turn, there it is right before that. Watch this switch. It's so crazy the way he does it, the way he sets it up. He right kicks. Boom. Oh, I mean, perfect.
Yeah, that was crazy knockout. Crazy.
That guy's super athletic.
I never heard of either of those guys.
He used to fight in the UFC.
Oh.
I don't know what happened. I don't know why he's not in the UFC anymore, but man.
He should go back now.
They're going to test him. He goes back. They're going to test him. I don't know why he left the UFC. I don't know if he had an issue. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Good fighter, though.
Yeah.
But man, that's crazy. It's interesting when you watch in organizations that test versus don't test, too, right?
Yeah.
You know,
how do you feel about that?
I have two thoughts. One, I like to see older athletes compete. And if you get a guy who's like 35, 36 years old, if you let him juice, if you let him use testosterone, if you just do it sensibly, not crazy, but if you can go to a doctor, make sure it's only administered by a doctor so they're not self-administering, and make sure they test them to make sure they're not above a certain level, I don't have any problem with it. But when you get guys like what Vitor did, Vitor just fill him up, doc.
He blew the fuck up.
He's just like, take it to my eyeballs. Just fucking, and man, when he was TRT Vitor to fans, when they talk about it, like that was an error. When he was on a tear, when he knocked out Luke Rockhold and knocked out Bisping, and he was fucking everybody up, dude. He was fearless. But he was also like heavily enhanced. Was not a normal human being.
I remember the time when it was legal.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they fucked it up because I tried that shit after I got beat by John Jones. I was like, fuck, I must be getting old. And I tried it, and it helped me out a little bit. Then they outlawed it. I said, fuck, I guess I'm back to the old me.
Yeah, they outlawed it. There was a lot of guys on it. And a lot of guys were abusing it. Some guys got pulled from fights because they tested them the day of. And like, there's no fucking way. You are so high. This is crazy. Nate Marquardt. They actually stopped the fight. They stopped it from happening. Yeah, they canceled the fight.
Yeah, in Pride, they never tested.
Ensign Inoue told me that they had in capital letters, "We do not test for steroids."
Yeah.
In the contract.
Yeah, but they'll test you for like weed and cocaine and all that shit.
That's hilarious.
But they wouldn't test you for steroids.
So they tested you. They just didn't test you for anything that would actually help you fight.
It seems like they kind of encouraged it.
Oh yeah, they definitely encouraged it.
Yeah.
They did with a guy I know. He went over there and he was, about. He wanted to fight at 170. He was like, "No, you fight at 185." And they're like, "We give you steroids."
Everybody thought I was on steroids when I was fighting over there.
Well, you just had great genetics.
Yeah.
Some people have great genetics, and some people need steroids.
Yeah. I always tell people, like, look at me and look at some of the other fights. You can look at my body and tell I wasn't on this shit.
Well, the difference is when they get tested. Like when the pre-USADA and post-USADA days are so interesting. Even though they outlawed testosterone, there's still guys like Overeem. There's not a chance in hell that guy was natural. He was not natural at all. There's no way. Especially when he fought Brock Lesnar. But somehow or another he passed the test. But the test the day of the weigh-ins test, that's nonsense. That is nonsense. Like all the benefits are still there and all the stuff is out of your system.
Bro, it's crazy. I used to fight over there with Alistair, right? And he was like the bony 205er.
Yeah, he was thin.
Yeah, he was thin. Then one day I saw him like, God damn, what the fuck are you doing? He said, horse meat. I'm like, okay, buddy.
Yeah, he was powerlifting. Remember when he got up to like 265? When he won the K1 Grand Prix?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, you couldn't hit him. He was a mountain. It was just covered behind muscle. Mm-hmm. And K1 style, when they fight with like the earmuffs on, when they're standing there, like he was just, there was no chin. You couldn't see it in there.
He was a bad motherfucker. He won it too, didn't he?
Yeah, he won the Grand Prix, which is crazy.
He was I was always worried I was going to have to fight him in Pride, but I don't know why they never put me against him.
Bro, when he fought Brock Lesnar, if they kept the testing that way, he might have been the heavyweight champion. He might have stayed the heavyweight champion too. I mean, he was hard to handle at that weight. He was so big, and he had those elite kickboxing skills. Yeah. I remember when he fought, I guess it was Strikeforce, when he fought Brett Rogers. You can see the moment he hits Brett Rogers with one low kick, and you can see it in Brett Rogers' face, like, "Oh shit! Like this is different. This is so different." He was so scary, man.
Yeah, fuck, big tall motherfucker. I would like to see him go against John Jones.
I would have loved to have seen that back in the day, but if again you let him fight enhanced, because the difference between him enhanced and unenhanced, he became an average fighter.
Yeah, but John was enhanced too, though. If they would have went against each other, both enhanced
at the time. So you think John was enhanced?
Yeah, I think it's proven.
Really, because of the whole thing with the picograms, whatever the fuck that shit is.
Well, see, I don't pay a whole lot of attention to it, but I just thought he got popped, so I assumed that he was enhanced.
He did, but the problem that he got popped with, there were so minuscule levels that it didn't make sense.
Yeah, he don't look like somebody.
He does steroids.
Yeah,
no, he doesn't.
Oh.
But neither did Lance Armstrong.
He probably did. He probably doing something different though. Lance.
No, he was doing testosterone. I mean, he was definitely doing that too. Those guys were doing. He was doing a lot of shit. They do everything they can when they do that Tour de France. Doctors say that it's actually healthier to do that thing on steroids than it is to not be on steroids, because your body just can't recover.
Yeah.
Because you're biking for hours and hours and hours, day after day. It's a fucking crazy event.
I think if you biking and doing shit like that, let them do steroids.
Right.
But fighting, I'm against that shit.
Right. It's
fighting,
different.
Yeah. Football, boxing, MMA, shit like that.
But football, they're doing something.
Yeah, they're doing it. But
those guys are gigantic.
Yeah, but I think if you got full contact against another human, I think it should be outlawed. But baseball, I wouldn't give a fuck.
It would only make it interesting.
And basketball, I wouldn't care.
Right. Who cares?
Yeah, who cares?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Especially the professional athletes. They had a small window of opportunity.
Yeah.
They have like 10, 15 years at most where they can compete at their very best.
Yeah, let those guys juice.
Juice them up.
Yeah, let them help them how to do it safely. But fighting,
right?
Because you can hurt somebody. Because some people are totally against it.
Well, the only way it makes sense in fighting is if everybody agrees. You know, like if you agree, but if you're cheating, you know, if you're just jobbing the tests and, you know, you got a good scientist that works with you and you're figuring out a way to rig everything. No, that's not good. Yeah.
You know, I'm against it because I fought a few guys that was on steroids when I was fighting in Pride.
Who'd you fight that was like the most obvious on steroids?
For me, I felt like it was the most obvious was Kevin Random and RIP. I don't ever want to talk ill of Big Bro, but Mark Holman, he's honest about it. You know,
yeah.
They were doing something. Vanderlei for sure was on this shit.
For sure.
And
bro, he fought like he was on it.
Oh my God.
He fought like he had rabies.
Bro, that guy was so vicious. He just walked around mad the whole time. You know, all the fighters in Japan was scared of him. That's why he didn't like me, because I was never afraid of him. And the first time I had a run in with Vanderlei, we were all staying at the same hotel, and I'm walking back from press, and I get in on the elevator with my corner man, and the elevator opens up, and there's Vanderlei in there with two of his corner men, and I don't notice, and I just walk on the elevator, and I turn around, and my two corner men took off. No. So I'm in the elevator by myself with Vanderlei, and he looked at me like I was crazy because I didn't take off with them. Like he seemed like he was mad that I was breathing his same air in the fucking elevator. He's like, "What are you doing?" And they was talking shit in Portuguese and stuff like that. I was like, I ain't afraid of no motherfucking body. I was a kid then too, but I just never been afraid of anybody. Then after I meet my two corners, I'm like, what the fuck happened to you? Where the fuck y'all go? Like, shit, that was the axe murderer. I'm not getting in there with him. Just leave. I said, so you just gonna leave?
They didn't even pull you out.
They didn't even touch me.
Oh, that's so ridiculous. Yeah. I would have never trusted those dudes again.
Yeah, fuck them. Just left me. But I was cool, but he never liked me.
Were you there when he had that fight with Charles Crazy Horse Bennett in the back room?
No, I wasn't there.
Apparently, the story is Crazy Horse knocked him out cold.
Yeah, I heard that.
That's the story is. The story is they ganged up on Crazy Horse. Crazy Horse was a wild dude. That dude was crazy. He was fun. I remember I got drunk with Crazy Horse one night. Me and I think it was Eddie Bravo went to see Brock Lesnar's first professional fight in LA at the Coliseum.
Was it with the UFC?
No. No. I think it was with K1. I think it was a K1 fight in Los Angeles.
I might have been there.
Hoist Gracie fought that night. I think Hoist Gracie fought Sakuraba, if I remember correctly.
Was that a rematch? Because I thought he
yes.
fought. Oh, okay.
Yes.
I wasn't there. I don't think I was there.
And he beat him. And Hoist is a little saucy. He got caught.
Hoist beat Sakuraba in the rematch?
Yeah, but Hoist was saucy. They caught him in the piss test, if I remember correctly. Check to see if that's true. But I sat right next to Crazy Horse. Just me and him got fucked up the entire show.
That guy's crazy.
We had fun. He's funny, man.
Yeah.
We had a lot of laughs. But he was a wild dude.
You know what he's doing now?
What's he doing now?
He's in Thailand fighting for Fight Circus. You heard about them?
No.
Man, he's fighting like two motherfuckers at the same time. Two Thai dudes at the same time. I said, man, that shit look fun. I want to do that shit.
How big are the Thai dudes?
They about his side. They're his side.
He's fighting 2-on-1.
2-on-1 in Thailand.
Does it just pay a lot of money or something?
I don't know how much they pay. I did a two-headed boxing match with Bob Sapp out there. That I didn't get paid much money, but you know, I was doing it for fun.
So you and him versus somebody else?
Yeah, me and Bob Sapp in a two-man T-shirt. I can only use my right hand. He can only use his left hand. And we fought two dudes. That shit was so fun.
Oh, that's crazy.
Man, that was the most fun I ever had in the ring, bro.
Just ridiculous.
Yeah, it was fun. Fight Circus is crazy.
What does this say, Jim? He tested positive for fighter Tim Percy tested positive for methamphetamine.
That's my friend.
And Hoist Gracie tested positive for nandrolone.
Shut the fuck up, Tim Percy is my high school. my college wrestling. He's my roommate in college.
No shit.
Tim
Who
Percy?
Did he fight? Who did he fight? Who else was in the card? Let me see. There was some.
What the fuck?
Who else fought?
The original. Let's see. Pre-fight problems.
Scroll back up to the card again, please. Let me see who was on that card. Because there was one crazy KO where there was like a football player, Johnny Morton, right? He fought a guy who was a comedian. That guy, Bernard Akak, a Japanese. How do you say his name? Aka. a Japanese-born Taekwondo practitioner, kickboxer, mixed martial arts, and comedian. Yeah, that guy fucked Johnny Morton up. It was horrible.
The comedian fucked somebody
Oh,
up?
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't know how good his comedy is, but he can fuck people up. I'll tell you that. Jake Shields was on that card. He won by rear naked choke.
Sounds like a good card.
Yeah.
Yeah, Sakuraba was on there.
Yep. So Hoist beat Sakuraba, but then tested
This
positive.
was supposed to be on the card.
Ray Sefo and Marvin Eastman dropped from the card with no
That was
explanation.
supposed to be on the card. Gina Carano.
Oh, Gina Carano. So that was a K1, right? Yeah. That was like up until Brock Lesnar won real quick. That was his first fight ever. Yeah. But so Crazy Horse was backstage, and I guess all the shoot the box guys got into it with Crazy Horse. And didn't Christian Marcelo, I think he choked Crazy Horse out,
With a
right?
triangle.
Put him in a triangle
Yeah.
afterwards too.
Yeah, I heard this story.
So Crazy Horse apparently knocked out Vanderlei and then got choked out, and then he went and fought, had he already fought?
I don't remember, but I heard Vanderlei fought after he got knocked out.
He did. After he got
And won.
out cold, fought and won. The one by decision.
Who did he fight that time? You remember?
Let's find out. Let me see Vanderlei's record. I'll tell you when I see it. Because you could tell he was like fighting a little cautious. You know, like maybe didn't want to get hit.
Bro, that's crazy. What if they had cameras back there in the locker rooms?
I think there is video footage of it. I'm pretty sure there's footage. There's definitely footage of Marcelo choking out Crazy Horse because he gets him in a triangle with his jeans on. I remember watching it.
Like 07, right? Is that what you're looking?
Yeah. It wasn't Mirko Cro Cop. I think it might have been Fujita. Nope, that's not it because he won that one by soccer kicks. Does he have any that he won by decision?
Right here.
Maybe it was. No, he lost to Arona. Is that possible? That it was that?
Maybe you should look for the same card with Crazy Horse.
He beat him.
He lost to Arona and then he beat him. Decision split. I wonder if it was that one.
2005.
Defending the belt. So.
I wonder if it's that one. Click on Pride Shockwave 2005. Let's see. Who else is on that card? Is Crazy Horse on that card? Charles Bennett?
Yeah. Yep.
Yep. That's
the
it.
one.
That's the one. That's the one he fought Arona and he won a decision.
Yeah, I was looking for video.
And I remember why Crazy Horse was so nuts. Look at that video of Crazy Horse staring at the camera. That's click on that. See if is that a highlight of Crazy Horse? Yeah. Bro, Crazy Horse had power.
Yeah.
I mean, he just put people to sleep. He put a lot of people to sleep. Compact power too.
Yeah. He never went to the UFC though. Huh?
Nope.
He couldn't get his shit together.
Wow, he's a wild fella.
What the fuck is wrong with him?
I mean, he fought with gold teeth in. He fought with a gold grill in, and then he had a mouthpiece on top that was gold too. But I don't even know where he trained.
I forgot where he was from, Texas or somewhere. Wasn't
I don't remember, but I mean, it did not have like the ultimate skill set. He just had crazy power, and he was just wild, very wild.
he was strong. Yeah.
Very strong.
He didn't have that much jiu-jitsu though, huh?
No, it wasn't that good on the ground, but on the feet, I mean, I don't think he ever submitted anybody that I can remember. But he fucked a lot of people up, man. Anybody that stood in front of that dude went night-night. And you could see it once he hit him like one time, the difference in the power. They'd be like, oh, God. It's crazy. Power like that is really crazy. When some people just have this, like, did you watch the light heavyweight title fight this weekend?
Oh, my God. Yeah.
Oh, my God. Boleton, man. Alex Pereira. That fucking power's nuts.
You know what? I was thinking, like, how would I would have done if I was in my prime fighting somebody like that? You can be honest.
You have very good wrestling skills. That's the difference. Is you're very strong. You are always a very strong light heavyweight, and you have very good wrestling skills. You know, he hasn't really fought anybody that's an elite wrestler yet. You know, I mean, think about who has he fought that could really wrestle. Prohaska is like he's got crazy KO power. He's got good karate skills, and he did win by choking out Glover. He did win with a choke. So it's not like he doesn't have skills, but he's not some Daniel Cormier type dude who's just an elite wrestler.
I'm thinking,
Is this the video footage of the fight?
It cuts off in the fight, so it's got to exist somewhere else. But this is a documentary about Crazy Horse.
but is it?
Yeah,
Is that the behind the scenes?
It shows like a picture of them.
It says can't show the footage as YouTuber restrict the footage. What? YouTube restricts fights?
It could age restrict the video, and they're probably trying not to have that happen.
Oh, so they're just showing it. So he catches him in a triangle with jeans on, chokes him to sleep, out cold, with his phone in his hand. Wait, what is that?
That's the pass.
Pass.
Yeah.
So he wakes him up. He's like, oh, shit.
They shouldn't have had him in that locker room with them anyway.
No chance. Yeah, that's a terrible idea. And there's Vandalay.
He's talking about it?
Yeah, this is an interview with him talking about it.
He said, Vandalay says he just turned and hit me.
He's trying to say he got sucker punched.
Probably did. But also, they're probably talking a lot of shit. And they probably thought they could keep talking shit before getting hit. And Crazy Horse was...
But where was his corner man? Who was with them?
I think they just thought they'd get away with it. You know, they probably didn't think he was going to swing on him, especially since Charles was light. What did he fight at?
Probably 55s?
Probably something like that.
Something like that.
Yeah, and Vandalay was
like,
big 200.
Yeah, 205. He was a big 205. Yeah. But I was talking about maybe like the Rampage when I fought Chuck Liddell. I probably wouldn't have tried to take Alex down. I probably would have
stood with him?
I probably would have tried until he started fucking me up. Then I'm like, oh shit, then it's time to take him down.
Did you ever fight anybody who calf kicked you?
Yeah, Forrest
Griffin did? Yeah?
Yeah.
Interesting.
The first 2 rounds. The first round or something, he fucked my calf up. I'd never seen that kick before.
Really? Interesting.
Yeah, never even trained against it.
Because that was 2008. Interesting.
My worst year ever. Yeah. He calf kicked the shit out of me. I was like, what the fuck? What the fuck is this? This shit was hurting.
Yeah, no one does it like Alex Pereira does. He does it so sneaky. It's also, he's got that crazy long frame, you know, but he stands almost like square and then just throws the leg out. Like you don't even see anything coming. There's no tell at all. There's no like dip. There's no step. It just throws it out there and all of a sudden, you see guys' legs get fucked up. Yeah. 1 or 2 of them and you can't move good.
Man, and that guy, he just came out of nowhere just fucking people up.
Well, I knew about him before because I watched kickboxing. And I'd seen him in kickboxing, and I was like, if this guy comes into MMA, everybody's fucked. Because he was fucking everybody up with big gloves on. He would hit dudes, and you could see that it was just like they had never been hit like that before. He would, like, I remember the first time I saw him fight, he KO'd Dustin Jacoby, and he hit him with a left hook that just spun his head around. And I was like, oh my God.
Yeah, I heard he had a crazy left hook.
That's his main weapon. Like, if you thought about one weapon that he knocks everybody out with, I mean, that's the one he knocked Jamal Hill out with. The first fight or the first knockdown with Yuri. The first fight with Yuri, he knocked him out with the left hook.
Did he get Izzy?
Adesanya, he got him with a left hook.
Yeah.
He gets everybody with that left hook. Yeah, but it's not like that's the only weapon. Anything he hits you with, you're fucked.
But if you know he got a big left hook, how come you don't train to just keep your hand up so you just look out for it? Like, that's what boxers do. I don't understand.
He throws a nasty jab to the body, too. And that's one of the things he did with Yuri. He throws his jab to the body, and it sounded like a right hand. So, blah, blah. And it was like this fight he fought different than he fought the first fight. I think the first fight, he let Yuri get a little wild, and then he's like trying to find his openings. In this fight, he was like, I'm going to shut all that wild shit down.
And it's a short notice fight for them, too, man.
Yeah, a couple weeks. Just a couple of weeks. I think Yuri got 3 weeks. And Alex, when he found out about the fight, I believe he was in Australia doing seminars. And they said, hey, you want to defend your light heavyweight title, International Fight Week, in 3 weeks? And he's like, let me think about this for a little bit. So there's the left hook.
Yes, he did.
Boom! Fadeaway left hook.
Yeah, fuck. He just got a lot of power in that hook.
It's crazy power.
And he's tall. He's a big guy, too, huh?
He's huge. And there's the head kick. They should have stopped that fight the moment he went down. They should have let him eat all those extra shots.
Yeah.
I mean, he was done. I think Herb wanted to give him a chance because the first fight got stopped a little premature.
Yeah.
The thing about that guy is you can't let that guy hurt you because he'll hit you one more time. And if he hits you one more time, you're gone.
Yeah, but, you know, sometimes you just be caught in the moment. Like, people give me shit for hitting Vandalay like 3 more times when I knocked him out in the UFC. But sometimes you just get caught in the moment.
Yeah, you don't even know what's happening,
No,
right?
yeah, you don't know. You don't know.
Also, that guy, you had history with that guy.
Yeah.
You know, and you wanted to get that back.
He deserved it, but I know I shouldn't have did it. If I would have been in my right mind, I wouldn't have gave him, because it's much cooler to have a walk-off knockout, you know?
Right.
But I wouldn't have gave him those extras. But the day before, he pushed me at the weigh-ins.
Yeah.
And he talked shit to me, and you know how they have that rules meeting or whatever?
Mm-hmm.
And he was talking shit to me like I was scared of him. I was like, bro, come on. I was like, I was in the zone.
I guess he felt like because he had beaten you twice, that
Yeah.
it was going to be, you know, you were in his head.
Not only did he beat me, he gave me 2 of the worst ass whoopings I ever had in my career. And so he probably thought that was in the back of my head.
Mm.
But I think most time people get like that, you know, they get where, oh, this guy got my number, blah, blah, blah. I didn't have any of those feelings. I always knew I could beat him. But the first 2 times I fought him, I think the first time I fought him, I had fought Chuck Liddell 45 minutes before.
Mm-hmm.
And then the second time, I went through this crazy religious thing where I got born again. First day of training camp.
Whoa.
Yeah.
What happened there?
Craziest thing in my life. Craziest. I still. It's the craziest thing that ever happened to me. You know, back then I was a single parent. I had got custody of my son. He was 3 years old, and just overnight I was dead. And I'm trying to fight in Japan and everything. And I don't. And after that Arona fight, like I was saying, I had got real famous in Japan, and then I was going out partying a lot and drinking, and I never became an alcoholic because, you know, I don't like alcoholics and stuff like that because my dad used to be one. I always drink socially, but then I started craving alcohol. So long story short, I think one thing led to another, and one day I just had this crazy dream, and I was at home, and it seemed like it was a devil in my chest with his hands like this. I'll never forget having his hands in my chest, and it had some female spirits around, and he was saying, it's okay, it's okay, it's okay. And I was like, just laying there in my dream, and I heard a voice say, do you know this man? I'm like, no. And he said, well, you're not okay. Well, it's not okay. I said, oh, and I jumped up, and I went to go. I was scared as fuck. You know, I'm a big bad motherfucker, fucking people up, and I was scared. And I went to go wake my son up, and he said he was dreaming. He wouldn't tell me his dream because he didn't like me that much, because, you know, I just got custody of him. I'm being the father figure, making him eat healthy and telling him no and stuff a lot. So he wouldn't tell me a whole lot. But he said he was dreaming. So my friend finally got out of him. He said when my dad woke me up, God and the devil was fighting, and God hit the devil with the sword. And when I woke him up, he just did like this, just purged a lot of white pus out of his mouth.
What?
Yeah, crazy. True story. So I take him. That's not even the scary part. That wasn't what scared me. What scared me was I took him to preschool, and I got back in my car, and I must have left the radio on. As soon as I turned the radio on, it was something. It was a commercial on. I didn't know at the time what commercial it was, but it said, "The curse of such and such. Your soul is mine." That scared the shit out of me.
Whoa.
I turned the radio off for 6 weeks. Like 6 weeks. I found out later it was a fucking commercial for Revenge of the Mummy ride and fucking Six Flags. That shit scared me
He
straight.
thought it was the devil
Hell
talking.
yeah.
Oh my God.
Scared me straight, bro.
Wow.
And then that night I couldn't sleep. Me and my son, we went to go sleep over one of my friend's house. And this what brought me to being born again, what Christians say. I had to piss. And I was over my friend's house. It was really dark. I told you I was scared. I couldn't sleep in my room. Me and my son sleep on the floor in my friend's room, and I had to take a piss. And my son was wetting the bed, and he was lying a lot. I'm trying to teach him not to lie and teach him not to wet the bed. And I was finna wet the bed and blame it on him because I was too scared to go to the bathroom.
You were too scared to go to the bathroom. That's
Bro.
so nuts.
Yeah, and I just, what I did, I prayed to God because my dad had just got saved like 2 years before. He said he was praying for me. And I remember when my dad said, he said, oh, when you pray to God, just say in Jesus' name. So I was like, God, I'm a coward right now. Just take this fear from my heart. In Jesus' name, I love you. Amen. And within 2 minutes, I was laughing and crying at the same time. And I received the Holy Ghost Spirit. And I wasn't afraid. I went to go use the restroom. My eyes were different. Everything was different, right?
Wow.
That's the first day of training camp for Vanderlei, the second fight. And then, so I'm training for Vanderlei. My coach thought I was crazy. He brought a preacher in. He thought I lost my mind, thought I was crazy. Because, you know, I'm totally, you know how I was back then. I was saying a whole bunch of crazy shit, doing a whole bunch of crazy shit. And And beginning, I didn't cuss anymore. It just changed me right away. And then my coach found out I wasn't crazy, but it was the start of, our relationship going south. And I started training for better, and then got closer to the fight. And I was like, I'm gonna kill this motherfucker. I'm gonna kill him. Then I'm thinking in my mind, like, I'm Christian now. I can't be thinking like that. This is the most confusing part of my life. And I fasted like an idiot. I fasted for like 3 or 4 days because I read in the Bible that you fast, you get closer to God and all that stuff. And it's true, I got closer to God, but it wasn't a good idea to fast before a fucking championship fight. And I'm not there.
How many days out from the fight were you fasting?
Well, so I got to Japan I think that Tuesday, and the fight was that Sunday. So I think I broke my fast. It was like 4 days before the fight when I ended my fast. But I think I fasted for 3 or 4 days.
Whoa.
Yeah. I never did that.
And you were training while you were fasting?
Yeah.
How bad was that?
Bro, I was in another place. It was the weirdest thing. I didn't have to cut weight. That's my first time I didn't have to cut weight for my fight.
Wow.
I thought that was a good thing. But I thought I was doing good. I was winning the fight, then I got knocked the fuck out. And I try to cop it up to me fasting. That's my excuse, I think.
Well, it certainly would have drained your body to not eat for 3 days. I mean, if you're going for a performance, they say it's healthy for your body every now and then to take a few days off and not consume any food, but not before a fight.
Not before a fight, yeah.
No, I mean, I wouldn't even say before camp. I would say make it like you're out, like you got time.
Yeah, I'd be trying to fast now for health reasons, and I can't even get past 2 days now.
Yeah,
can't do it.
Do you eat a lot of carbohydrates?
No, I cut that shit out.
Yeah.
Remember, I got super fat. Especially my last fight with Fedor. God.
Yeah.
I got super fat. I got mixed diagnosed with hypothyroid.
Mm-hmm.
They had me on this fucking medicine and shit, and that shit fucked me up. And I started training with this crazy social media guy named Sean Reyes. He's been my friend for years. I met him from one of my other friends, and I used to always see him. We used to kick it and party and stuff like that. Go out drinking, and we end up at his house with girls and stuff and hang out. And he was always ripped, like a Persian guy, but he looked like a fucking Viking, right? So one day I asked the guy, like, man, how in the fuck you stay ripped like that all year round? He told me, he said, man, this is what I do. I said, you on that shit, ain't you? He said, no, I ain't on shit. And he said, I do 2 hours of cardio. He works out like 2 or 3 times a day, and he don't eat carbs.
How often? Jesus Christ.
That's my trainer. That's my coach, man. He changed my fucking life, bro.
Damn.
That
dude looks good.
I lost 30 pounds training with him.
And so he does 2 hours of cardio. How often a week?
This motherfucker trains like 6-7 days a week.
So he does two hours of cardio every day?
Well, now I think he dropped it down to an hour now. But when I asked him, he was doing 2 hours of Stairmaster. And so I did it with him, right? This motherfucker is on like level 13. I'm over there on level 4, like fucking dying. He's on level 13 for like fucking an hour straight.
Damn.
He's the strongest man I ever fucking met.
Really?
Yeah, he changed my life. He don't take no shit. I'd be trying to get out of shit. I'm like, no, you meet me at the gym at this motherfucking time. He don't give a fuck. But he changed my life and changed my diet. So now I don't know if it's like a carnivore diet, but I eat vegetables and stuff, but I mostly eat steak every day and sweet potatoes.
Yeah, so like more of like what would they call that? Paleo diet?
Yeah, I just eat what he tells me.
I think there's a lot of people that feel like the real problem that people have is with grains.
Yeah.
Grains, carbohydrates that come from bread, pasta, that kind of shit, rice.
Yeah.
And then if you can cut all that out and just eat meat and vegetables, you'll be way better off.
Bro, I've learned by traveling the world. I went to Colombia to get stem cells, and I stayed there for like 8 days, and I lose weight, and I eat whatever the fuck I want, and I lose weight there. I can eat pasta, bread, whatever there, and I lost like 15 pounds in 8 days over there getting bioaccelerator. Yeah. Getting stem cells. At first I thought it was the stem cells, but one time I went there and I just went to hang out. I didn't get stem cells. Still lost 15 pounds. The food, American food is bad, bro. Terrible. Just filled with preservatives and bullshit and seed oils and corn syrup and just shit. Why are they doing us like that, man? Because they make money. They don't give a fuck. It's the same thing as why they overprescribe medications. Same thing why they send us off to war. They don't give a fuck. When you allow people to make as much money as they possibly can, they do almost every time, especially Americans. Almost every time they sacrifice people for money. Yeah, I figured that's what it is, all boiled down to money, but there's other ways to make money off us.
Yeah, but they started this shit in the 1960s, man. They bribed sugar scientists. It was the 60s, right? Wasn't it when they did that? 50s? They bribed sugar scientists. They bribed scientists, rather, to say that sugar is good for you and saturated fats are bad for you. They tried to say that all these people having heart attacks and all the cardiovascular issues that people have, that this is actually because of saturated fat, which is just not true.
You're right. 60s and 70s.
1960s, the sugar industry paid scientists to downplay the link between sugar and heart disease instead promote saturated fat as the culprit. Sugar Research Foundation, now known as the Sugar Association, funded the research that reviewed the scientific literature and set the review's objective. Sugar Research Foundation also provided materials for review and examined drafts before publication. Yeah, it was all bullshit. And fat is good for you. Fat is healthy for you, especially saturated fat. What? What are you saying? Yeah, fat from meat is really good for you.
Makes sense.
Yeah, of course it makes sense. It's what human beings have been eating forever. It's what most indigenous tribes, that's what they try to get. They try to get fat. They try to get meat and fat. That's why people like Inuits, before American food and alcohol and cigarettes started making its way to like the Inuit tribes, they have very low instances of heart disease. And they eat nothing but fat. They're eating fat all the time. They're eating whale blubber and all kinds of shit like that, and seal.
It seems like it's just more natural. That's
what's normal. It's food. That's real food. That's the stuff that you're like when people say that margarine is good for you. Margarine is fucking terrible for you. I can't believe it's not butter. Bitch, I can believe it. It doesn't taste anything like butter. It doesn't taste. It's like got a buttery texture. It's fucking terrible. It's a big tub of seed oil. That shit's awful for you. There's also like there's a lot of people that try to link the consumption of seed oils and margarine and shit like that to Alzheimer's. That's when people started getting Alzheimer's disease. And they started using that stuff instead of butter and margarine. Butter and fat.
I remember hearing that it was from deodorant, antiperspirant. That's not true?
That's got to be bad for you, too.
That scared me because I don't want to be funky, though. But then I don't want to be like mindless. Like
you can use there's deodorants that don't have aluminum in it. I use a Tom's of Maine deodorant, but there's a bunch of other ones. There's another one that I use. God, Native's real good. I'll use that. But I use deodorant.
I try to, my son is a hippie, and he tried to get me in all this shit, and I tried it. But
you have a hippie for a son? That's funny.
My son Roger, he's the one that was fighting.
Mm-hmm.
He's a fucking hippie, bro.
In what way?
Shit, this is like hippies, bro. It's
all natural stuff.
He's like mushrooms.
Mushrooms are good for you.
Well,
talk to Rashad about that.
I know I did.
Rashad is one of the most knowledgeable people I've ever talked to when it comes to like mushroom supplements, like reishi and the lion's mane and all that stuff. He takes all those.
That's the healthy stuff, but he likes the mushrooms that make you trip and shit.
He likes those too. Yeah. Changed him into a totally different person. He's a different guy.
Totally different guy.
He's just sweet, like at peace, calm guy. I think he's vegan now too.
He's a vegetarian.
Vegetarian? He eats pussy and vegetables.
Well, I can't knock on that because I'm a vegetarian myself. No, he's a vegetarian. I saw him not too long ago. You know, him and I talking about doing a boxing match against each other in November.
Oh, really?
Yeah, we're trying to get that going.
What is going on with you and Shannon the Cannon?
Bro, this motherfucker called me out. As soon as I got knocked out by Fedor, he called me out. And he said he was going to promote the fight. MMA guys, we're not promoting.
Wasn't it before that?
No, I don't remember.
You guys weren't jawing at each other before?
No, I remember after that.
Let's go, champ.
Yeah, and then we were supposed to fight, and we finally had a show. We was going to do it in Qatar, but the guys they're putting on, they ended up to be fucking scam artists. And I was trusting them. I really liked the guys. They was cool people, but fast talkers. And like 2 months before I pulled out, Shannon was like, man, he was like, man, these guys are scammers, bro. I'm like, man, you brought these motherfuckers to me. He said, yeah, but I don't trust them no more. They're scammers. So I was like, man, there go this fucking. I was waiting to fight him.
But I heard there's talk again.
He's still trying, but I lost my faith in Shannon. I don't know if he's going to get it done. He talks a good game. I hope I hope he get it done. If he ever gets it done, I'll be game to fight him. But right now, I guess my first boxing match is going to be against Rothschild. I need to get that win back.
And where is that going to be at?
They were talking about it in Atlanta.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
For what organization?
I'm not sure, but he said it was going to be under the ONE FC banner. That's what he.
Really?
Yeah, that's what he's telling me. I'm waiting for my manager to talk to him.
Oh, interesting. ONE FC. ONE FC does everything.
Yeah.
That's an interesting organization because they'll have an event with grappling, kickboxing, Muay Thai, and MMA.
I like that.
I love it.
I like that fight that Mighty Mouse did with that Muay Thai guy.
Yeah,
that was
Rod
interesting.
Tang. It was very interesting.
His name is Rod Tang.
Rod Tang.
Oh, okay.
Rod Tang. Yeah, he's a wild dude.
He's tough, huh? I see his clips on TikTok all the time.
He's dangerous. Takes a crazy shot too. He's got an iron chin.
Yeah. He just
Yeah, those guys hit him. Come on, motherfucker, hit me.
That's crazy.
He kicks so fucking hard too.
But I guess those little guys, they can do that though. They can let people hit them.
Some people you can't let crazy horse hit you. You know, like different people.
Yeah.
Like Poetan. Like when you see Pereira, there's not a fucking person in the world that can get hit by that guy.
No, I won't let no big guy. If I not 205. 205.
Did you watch Joe Pfeiffer fight at 85?
Who?
Joe Pfeiffer.
He's on 303.
Yeah.
No.
He was the featured prelim of the undercard. He's one of the hardest fucking punchers ever.
I got to the fight late. I watched it when that girl got that cut. I watched that my first fight. He was before that.
He was before that, I believe. Yeah, because Myra Bueno Silva was in the main card on pay-per-view in Macy Chasson. This is Joe Pfeiffer.
Which one? With the white shorts?
Yeah. This motherfucker can crack.
Oh, my God. What weight class is that?
85. And he's huge.
Yeah, 85.
He's huge, but he don't look 85. I mean, he weighs 85 for about 5 minutes. That fucking dude's huge.
And is it 85?
Yes.
I met him for the first time in Saudi Arabia. And that guy was big as fuck. I was surprised when I saw him. He was like tall.
He's tall as fuck. Yeah. Tall and long, And the dude he's fighting, Dricus du Plessis, that's another guy. Like, how the fuck do you weigh 85? I stand next to that guy. I'm like, how the fuck are you 185 pounds?
They must be cutting from like 230. 220.
Oh, he's cutting from a lot. He looks like a heavyweight. When you stand next to Dricus, he's a big, wide motherfucker. He's thick.
What's the weight class now in the UFC? What's the weight class? When I was there, it was 205.
It's probably 205 right now, but the problem is Pereira is cleaned out the division. There's only Ankalaev, who's very good. That's a good fight, but a lot of people don't know who he is. It's not a big name fight. Yuri Prohaska is a big name.
Yeah.
Everybody knows who he is. Got that crazy look with the bun, the samurai bun. He shaved that shit off after the fight, though.
Did he?
He's like, what the fuck am I doing here with this thing?
Yeah, it did look kind of stupid, though.
Well, it looked crazy when he got hit because it bobbles around.
Yeah, because the way he tapes it up and shit. Why you got to tape it up? It's in the back of your head. It's not gonna get in it's not gonna get in your face, right?
I don't think you should be allowed to have that because I think that gets in the way of stuff.
Yeah.
Because if you're trying to secure a choke, you're trying to go over the top of the head. There's like a thing there.
Yeah.
Like it might get in. It might for a split second. Might keep you from clasping your hands together. For a split second, it might keep him from getting out of something.
Yeah.
It's in the way.
Yeah, just braid it.
Yeah. Yeah, just braid it.
Don't put tape over it. I don't understand that.
I think he wants to be like a samurai. It's crazy. He thinks himself as the Czech samurai.
Oh, he's Czech.
Yeah.
I didn't know where the fuck he was from.
He's a wild dude. And he hits hard as fuck. But that's not good enough when you're fighting a guy that's that skilled.
Bro, fighting Alex, I didn't like the way he had his hands down.
Mm-hmm.
You don't fight a guy like Alex with your hands that low because it takes a while to get him up.
Yeah. Well, he likes to fight that way because he lures people in exchanges and he hits so hard. And it works on everybody else. It worked on Rakic. It works on Dominic Reyes. Everybody else, you don't want that guy standing in front of you, because he lures you in exchanges and he's willing to take a shot to give a shot. And his punches are so hard. But you can't do that with Pereira because Pereira's a better kickboxer, hits harder, he's huge, and he's just too slick. He's like he knows how to set things up. Yeah. He also knows it only takes one shot with him.
Yeah, he should have learned that the first time he fought him, right? Mm-hmm. Get your hands up.
Well, see about the first time is what he won the first round of the first fight, and then he was winning the second round before he got clipped. And he actually had Pereira in a little bit of trouble. There was some exchanges where he hit Pereira, how to move him backwards, but Alex is just he hits you. It's too scary.
Yeah, I was worried about Alex's chin, but that was at 85 when he had to cut all that weight. You cut a lot of weight, that fills up your chin.
100%. and his chin at 85 was not the same. I mean, you got to think of how much weight he was cutting. He was weighing in at 85 and then fighting at 225. That's insane.
Yeah.
That's 40 fucking pounds, man.
In one day.
In a day. That's insane. Man, I don't know how he did it.
That weight cut is gonna take toll. I think that's what fucked me up with my health. Yeah. When you get older, look at people like James Toney.
Mm-hmm.
You see how he looks now?
Yeah.
You remember where he used to fight at?
Yeah. He's super middleweight.
Yeah.
Yeah. I remember when he fought Roy Jones. I remember when he fought everybody. I mean, James Toney beat Evander at heavyweight. You know, James Toney was a bad man.
Bad man.
Hard hit too.
But he cut a lot of weight, and I think that fucks up your metabolism or something down the line when you get older, cutting all that weight and then putting it back on.
Yeah, it does.
I'm sure.
Yeah, I'm sure it does. I'm sure it does. It's terrible for your kidneys.
Oh, who else? What's that? Prince Asim?
Uh-huh.
Have you seen?
Yeah, he's big.
Yeah, he's big. Like a lot of fighters go through that. Like Ricky Hatton, I think he got himself under control now. But he used to blow up, and that fucks you up.
Yeah, but it's also like fighters, when they're not training and they're not fighting anymore, they just start eating.
Oh, man, yeah, I was bad for that.
Yeah, they just eat like crazy.
You enjoy yourself because you have to be so disciplined in training camps. And then after that, you just I just always say, I'm just going to enjoy myself for like a week, then get back, and I'm never going to get fat again.
Mm-hmm.
I used to say this shit all the time. 2 weeks, bro. 2 weeks, I'm back fucking fat as fuck.
Isn't it crazy how quick it gets back on you?
Yeah.
Especially if you're eating pizza and bullshit, and if you're drinking.
Oh yeah,
drinking's number one.
Yeah.
Drinking puts it on you quick, and I think that's where Ricky Hatton was having a little bit of a problem.
Yeah,
that happens to a lot of fighters, especially guys who've got some brain damage. You know, they really crave alcohol. You know, there's something about your dopamine levels drop, and like when you've had significant amount of brain damage, you know, you've been KO'd a bunch of times. A lot of guys lean towards alcohol to make them feel better. But it's all, you know, some people get KO'd and they're fine.
Like those K1 guys, they don't even look gun shy. You know, when Vanderlei knocked me out, that was my first time ever getting knocked out. And I didn't even go all the way unconscious. I remember hanging on the ropes. You remember that? And I remember thinking like, damn, I just got knocked the fuck out. And I can remember everything. I was dangling on the ropes, and I remember like blood dropping. And then after that, I was gunshot all the way up to when I come in to fight Chuck Liddell. And I remember those fights, I was gunshot, and I was like, man, I got to fight Chuck Liddell. He's like one of the best strikers I've been up against. I need to bring somebody in to get me over this gunshot. And that's how I met Chet Congo.
Really?
Yeah, I met him at the UFC once before. He was like a big, scary looking guy. And my manager called his manager, and we flew him from France over to that training camp. And he kicked the shit out of me. And I got over that gunshot. And it was a great camp.
Chet Congo was a beast. Remember that fight with Pat Barry?
Oh my God.
That is one of the craziest comebacks in the history of the sport.
Craziest one.
Pat Barry was just swinging. Pat Barry was a good kickboxer, man. Real good kickboxer. And Pat Barry had him real badly hurt. And a lot of people could have stopped that fight. And he went down a couple of times. And then he clipped him with one shot. Boom.
Bro, that's Congo for you. That guy, countless times, he go through training camp, he get injured, won't tell nobody, and still go out there and fight. I'm talking about with injuries that people have to get surgeries for that wouldn't fight.
Really?
Yeah. I don't know what's wrong with him.
Here it is. There it is. There's the one right hand that drops him. And Pat just got reckless. And he jumped all over him. Pat had big power, too. I mean, look at the size of him. Man.
Look at the size difference, yeah.
But, yeah, I mean, Congo was real tall and big, but Pat was a tank, man.
Oh. I think I was in Congo's corner. I can't remember, but I was watching that fight. I think I was doing the commentating up
Here it is.
Top.
Boom.
Oh, that
boom. Out cold.
You don't even see it.
Yeah, you don't even see it. He hit him with one, stung him, and then the other one, his eyes rolled back.
Oh, you see his eyes?
Yeah, they're still open. Yeah, his eyes were rolled back. He was out. He was in the dark lands.
Look, oh my God.
Yeah, he was in the dark lands. He just got too wild. He got too wild. I mean, he had Congo hurt, man. Yeah. Real badly hurt.
Yeah, he's going in for the kill.
Look, he gets the one behind the ear, and then this one. Boom. I mean, that one just shut him off. And, you know, moving backwards, kind of off angle, still crazy power.
But, you know, Congo was a really good kickboxer, too. He beat Krokop.
Yep.
I don't want to talk shit. Congo's like my big bro, but I was real proud of him to beat Krokop because Crow Cop is dangerous, man. Those leg kicks, those head kicks.
Every kick. He's one of the hardest kickers ever. There's a picture of him when he fought Heath Herring. Did you ever see that fight?
Oh yeah, he kicked him in the body.
He kicked him in the body, and his body is like, his shin is like halfway into his body. It's a horrible picture. And especially it's that left one, which is, you know, he said right kick hospital, left kick cemetery.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Crow Cop was the
Look at that.
Oh my God.
Oh, that's Josh Barnett. That's
Oh yeah, that was a good.
That's one. Look at that other one down there.
Oh,
who is that? Is that Sean O'Malley? Oh my God! Look at that kick. Who did he kick there? Good Lord. Good Lord. That is liver all day. I mean, that is deep in the liver. That's crazy. That's it. The upper left-hand corner. That's the one.
Oh yeah.
Look at that. I mean, that shin is a perfect body kick.
Wow.
That's deep into the body.
The first time I met Crow Cop was when I fought K1. Pride sent me to K1 because it was like my last fight of my contract. They thought I was gonna get knocked the fuck out and renegotiate for less money. And I didn't expect for Crow Cop to like me. They put us in a locker room together. He was over there playing cards and stuff. And this Japanese reporter come over to me. I was on the ground like stretching, warming up, whatever. And I had my chain on the ground, which is crazy. I never laid a chain down. I don't know why I was on the ground. And a Japanese lady came and she was like, "Oh, why do you got this chain? What does this chain mean?" I guess K1 didn't know anything about me. I was coming from Pride. And I put the chain on. I said, "Oh, I'm a dog." And I started humping her. And Crow Cop died laughing. Then ever since then, he liked me. Every time I see him, funny. He'll come and I could make him laugh and stuff. He was cool. He's a cool guy.
He's a very cool guy. He's one of the first guys that came from kickboxing that did really well in MMA because he was so explosive. Yeah. Like a lot of those other guys like Peter Aerts or Ernesto Hoost, I don't know if their style would have translated because they would just set you up over time. And Ernesto would be chopping at the legs and hitting you with shots. But Crow Cop would just explode on you.
And he had good wrestling defense.
Mm-hmm.
Antonio McKeats said he was training with Crow Cop, teaching them wrestling.
Really?
Yeah, and Antonio McKee's one of the best wrestling coaches. He's one of the best MMA coaches out there.
Well, he developed very good takedown defense, and that's what made him so scary.
Yeah. Because
if you have to stand up with that guy, which shows you how good Fedor was in his prime, because those two fought in their prime, and Fedor was walking him down. Yeah. Stand-up. The stand-up. I mean, that was primarily a stand-up fight.
Fedor gives no fucks.
He was a wild dude, man.
Even though he beat my ass, he's still one of my favorite fighters.
Yeah, one of mine as well.
Yeah.
I think, when you look at the great heavyweights of all time, it's so hard to say like who's the greatest of all time, but you got to have him in the conversation.
Yeah, I wish he would have came to the UFC though. I wish they would have
got close, got real close. They had some meetings, but apparently the people that Fedor had running with him, the people that were running his business were, they wanted a lot. They wanted like co-promotion with the UFC. It wasn't just like, give us some money. And, I guess the UFC was willing to give them a lot of money. They were like, no, we want co-promotion.
Yeah, it's too much.
They wanted to be a part of the business. They wanted to take over a little bit of the business.
I heard rumors they wanted to have like rights to UFC Russia or some shit.
There's a bunch of different things. You'd have to talk to Dana, but I remember it was enough so that they had to beef up security. Like they were worried about how the negotiations went south.
Wow.
Yeah, they got nervous. It was a weird time. Those guys that were with him, they were serious dudes.
Wow.
Yeah.
I would like to fight Fedor again. That was my last fight, and I wasn't me. I was very unhealthy, but I didn't.
Why were you unhealthy? What was wrong?
Because I got mixed diagnosed with
hypothyroidism.
Yeah, so I was on this medicine, and the medicine was making me fat. And I was training hard. And
what kind of medicine did have you on?
I forgot the name of it, but I had been on it.
Synthroid?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And I had been on it for a while, and then I started training with TJ Dillashaw and Juan Archuleta, and they took me over there to Coach Cal.
Oh.
And that guy's a genius.
Yeah, he's a genius.
He's like a scientist. So he looked at my blood, and he looked through everything, and he was like, "You don't have a thyroid problem. Something wrong with your C3 or T3, whatever the fuck he said. But you don't have a thyroid problem, and that medicine you take is fucking you up." And I just quit the medicine. I said, I knew it was the fucking medicine. But he said, "Hey, I don't suggest you just quit cold turkey. You don't know how your body's going to react." And then I said, "Fuck this medicine fucking me up. I'm quitting it." And when I got to Japan, one of my coaches told me, "Oh, you got to carb up before before you fight, you got to carb up because he noticed I wasn't eating carbs. And I listened to my coach. I'm a very coachable fighter. And I just got bloated overnight. I wasn't even looking that big when I got to Japan. And I just fucking blew up. And I said, fuck it, I'm fighting. I'm not pulling out this fight.
You were thinking about pulling out?
Yeah, when I fucking saw myself in the fucking mirror, I was like, what the fuck is this?
That's what you thought about pulling out? Really?
Yeah, because I was fighting. Because I trained hard. I noticed I wasn't losing weight for the fight, but I was heavyweight. I always want to get my weight down, look good, but I got down under 265, and I was training really hard. People thought I didn't train. People thought I threw the fight, and I was training hard. It's the hardest I ever trained, but I wasn't doing a whole lot of sparring and shit though, because when I was training with Coach Kyle, that was the hardest training I ever did, and it's so hard that you have to take the rest of the day off and the next morning.
Because it's like, so it's heavy cardio, right?
Yeah, it's crazy. We're throwing 100-pound medicine balls at each other.
100 pounds.
100-pound while we was balancing on a Boshu ball.
Jesus Christ. With
TJ Dillashaw and Juan Archuleta. I don't know if you know Juan Archuleta.
Yeah, sure.
You know how small that guy is?
Yeah.
Coach Kyle had us flipping tires up a hill, like 200, 400-pound tires. I never flipped a tire before. This motherfucker used to flip his tire up the hill, run down, and help me flip mine. That's how strong that little motherfucker is.
Yeah, he's strong as fuck. He's a great wrestler.
Yeah, great wrestler. And they have you on that spin bike, like a hard spin bike type of thing, for like an hour. Like it was torture. But I said, you know what? I'm gonna do this shit. I'm gonna train really hard. And at the end of the day, all this shit fucked me up. So I cursed those two specialists that I saw two different specialists and they didn't do shit. They said, oh, you gotta be on this medicine for the rest of your life. And the second one, after I saw Coach Kyle, I went to somebody and they did a MRI on my thyroid, and they were saying that there's not enough data yet to know if you damage your thyroid from getting and putting a lot of rear naked chokes.
Oh, really?
They say it's not enough data yet. Because I asked them, because have you ever been in a rear naked choke and you fight so hard then your throat hurt a little bit?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. I asked them about that. He said, yeah, it's not enough data yet. You guys haven't been doing this shit long enough for us to know.
Oh, that makes sense. That makes sense that it would hurt your thyroid. I mean, it's right there.
It's right there. So they don't know shit yet.
I mean, you'd imagine. I mean, if your organs are getting hurt by getting kicked, they bleed. You know, you piss blood after you get kicked in the body a bunch of times.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I would imagine it hurts your thyroid. I mean, if someone's got a real good squeeze, and get your neck.
That happened to me several times, but over the years. But I didn't really think anything of it.
And how many times in training?
Yeah.
Yeah, constantly.
That's what it get.
Yeah, well, that's what most people get really beat up from, really, right?
Yeah.
Most of the brain damage people get is from training.
Yeah.
Especially in the early days when people basically just fought in the gym. Do you remember when Marvin Eastman fought Travis Lutter?
No, I didn't see that one.
Marvin Eastman fought Travis Lutter in the UFC, and Travis Lutter caught him with a right hand and knocked him out cold. But it was like at the end of the punch, it didn't look normal. It looked like something was wrong. And what I had heard was that Marvin Eastman had been KO'd twice in camp, at least once. I know he got KO'd at least. I think it was by Tito. I think they were wrestling.
This was after I fought Marvin or before?
After you fought Marvin, because you fought Marvin in 2000. This was in the UFC.
Oh, okay. He was in.
Well, you fought in the UFC. You fought Marvin in the UFC as well.
Yeah, 2007.
Yeah. I don't know if the Travis Lutter fight was before or after that fight. See if you can see it. Find it, Jamie. Travis Lutter KOs Marvin Eastman. Because Travis was an awesome jiu-jitsu guy. Wasn't known as being like this crazy puncher. But when you see guys that have fought that have been hurt real bad in the gym, that happens all the time. Guys get KO'd.
That's what happens to Ninja.
Really?
Yeah, the shootbox guy, they was sparring so hard and fucked up his career.
2004. So this is before you fought Marvin Eastman. That's right. You fought Marvin Eastman about 2007. Yeah. So he catches him on the end of this punch. And Travis Lutter, man, Travis Lutter is one of the best Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu black belts to ever compete in MMA. And he was a guy he was the worst weight cut I ever saw in my life, ever. When he fought Anderson for the title. So look at this.
Oh.
Isn't that crazy?
Yeah.
I mean, it's a good right hand, but it seemed crazy, right?
Yeah. I think your chin just goes sometimes.
Yes. But what I had heard.
That Rabbi guy, what up, man?
Big dog, how you living, baby?
We're doing good, man.
Excellent. I'm checking in on you, making sure you're staying out of trouble. How's the stream going?
Of course. It's all right. A little slow this morning, but I guess most people are probably watching the Hunger Games. So.
I'm in agreement with you on that one. So, can you explain to me what the Hunger Games is? I know it was a movie. Well, it was a book, set of books, and then it was a movie, and then Ice Poseidon now has some kind of $100,000 contest where you do all kinds of challenges, and he calls it the Hunger Games. Is that correct?
Yeah, it's 50 people. They're on 1,000 acres of land. There's 50 people, and they have to search for stuff like food and water and weapons and shit like that. And they have, like, they're wearing vests. They track hit points.
Oh.
So each time you take a hit or somebody shoots you with a paintball or something, they tracks your hit points. So when you get down to 0 hit points, that means you're dead.
Oh, wow.
And the last guy that's standing at the end wins $100,000.
Wow. Where does Ice Poseidon? I mean, obviously it's lucrative for him to do this. Where do they do this, if I may ask?
This is in Austin, Texas.
Oh, very cool. Is it something that you would ever do?
I should have tried to get into it. I should have, man. But Texas is so far away from me, man.
Right. And you're busy in your own, doing your own thing.
I mean, I could have took a week or two to go down there and do it. You know what I mean? But it's just so far. It would cost me so much money to get there. It's unreal, man.
Exactly. I was having a conversation with a streamer yesterday. People just don't understand. It's normally expensive enough to stream. But then when you do IRL content, when you're a normal person, those bills rack up really, really quickly. People don't understand.
Yeah, it costs a lot of money to IRL stream, man.
You're 100% right.
Every month, because you have to pay for all your fucking
data,
shit, man.
phones,
So,
all your plans. I'm 100% in agreement with you on that. And it just adds up very, very quickly. And that doesn't include gas. And if you're going to go do something, whatever it may be, whatever fees are involved in that. But yeah, well, it's very cool. I'm going to check it out. I really, really appreciate the explanation because while everyone was talking about it, I didn't really know what they were referencing. So that's good. Anything else?
yeah, it's not bad. Sam Pepper is hosting right now on Ice Poseidon's channel.
Oh, okay, that's why he was on there. Okay, excellent. I'm gonna check that out too. I've got to say, I see your Discord a lot. Not that I go in here that much, but I see how it's organized, and I know I say this pretty often, but it's one of the best organized Discords that I've seen. I try not to fuck with people's Discords. I'll fuck with their kicks all the time, but not their Discords, especially if I know them. But I am in a lot of different people's Discords, and man, you see different arrangements, and I really like yours. It's really nicely organized. For how long have you had your Discord?
Probably 2 years or so. 2 years.
Okay, so you're quite experienced in it. Very well.
This was the first Discord that I ever actually created.
You did a very good job. Do you do any kind of fall sports? Do you get into any? I know you said you're a little bit of a Buffalo Bills fan, but not like a huge football fan.
I might watch a game here and there, but I'm not like going on my way to watch a game.
Do you do fantasy football?
No.
Okay. Have you ever done fantasy football?
No.
Okay. Does anyone on Kick do fantasy football? Like publicly?
Probably. I would think so.
I'm going to see if I can get a league going of just, I'm sure I can find some small Kick streamers who want to just network. I'm going to look into that. I do a bunch of other ones, but they're fun. Honestly, they make football, which may not always be that exciting, super, super exciting if you're doing it with people and you're a competitive individual, and that's coming up. So that's pretty sweet. Have you've been able to stream as much as you wanted to recently?
I've been streaming quite a bit.
There you go.
The last couple of days, not as much as normal, but
I noticed you were streaming at different times just recently. You're usually always in the morning, but you did like an evening stream or a couple evening streams, like last week.
I do evening streams. Yeah.
Oh, okay, there you go. Do you prefer? But you prefer mornings, I take it.
Yes.
Excellent. Very well.
Evening streams aren't so bad anymore. They get pretty good. They used to be awful, but
Why were they awful?
I just never had nobody talking.
Yeah, I can see that. So morning streams, people are much more prone to chat and have discussions than evening.
Yeah.
Very interesting. Any idea why that is?
No clue.
It's a weird
At
one.
least that's how it is for me.
You got a lot of competition at night. I notice.
Yeah, a lot of your bigger streamers are on the evening.
Exactly.
And that's why I originally started my morning streams. And not only that, I like the fact that, I just chill and vibe and listen to music. So people can get up and get around for their day and turn my stream on and just, vibe out to the music and shit while they're getting ready or whatever.
Definitely. Well, when you stream at night, you get lost in all the content. But when you're in the morning, it may not be as many people. I understand. But you're in the top 10 of Kick. And that's a big deal. I mean, you're visible. And you get put on the front page a little bit. I wish they put you on it more. But even without the help of the Kick team, when you're streaming in the morning, you're always in the top 10. Like, I can almost tell you every single day what the top 10 will look like at certain hours, and you've got a popular stream, which is great. You got a great community. I'll tell you what, one of the best people from my community learned about me from you, and they're a big fan of yours. Absolutely, they're a big fan of yours. Their name is Frosty. They're a writer from India. They are in my channel, and we watch you sometimes 10 times a day. And so they're
That's crazy, man.
I know, they're really.
He must be a lurker out there, huh?
Yeah, he is. He said he never chatted, and he's a really interesting person. So shout out to Frosty. He'll be in. He pops his head in, and like I said, he comes in like 10 times a day for little intervals. But not only we do this thing, we do all kinds of stuff. Like play games. We'll play chess. We'll play like this like mini golf game and a bunch of things. And but he's a huge fan of yours. He's a fan of some other streamers as well. So whatever streamers,
That's awesome, man.
yeah, absolutely. So whatever streamers he likes, we'll just watch in my stream, and we'll just watch them together. So we watch you definitely, and there's this like cat who does old school. She's not a cat, her name's Catherine or something. She does old school RuneScape. He likes to watch that, and but he very rarely talks in Kick. He, like you said, he's a lurker, but he's a big fan of yours. And I've gotten some other people into the chat in random ways. So they're just finding out about me because of these bots. And it's my primary goal to just keep the bots going as much as possible. And when the people come in, I had this one conversation last night that was amazing. Okay, do you know who Lil Scam Live is?
Yeah.
I like Lil Scam Live a lot. And if anybody is out there on my stream, if you see Lil Scam Live out there and you're from Kick, he needs to be KCIP. He's got that grind. He puts in a lot of hours, and I think he'd be a good addition to the team. I was in his stream last night.
Little Scam, he's a great person, man. The only problem, like, I've noticed why he hasn't up like that is a lot of his streams, if he's not IRL, is this right here.
Exactly. Yeah, no. You're 100% right. He burns himself out, and I tell him that, dude, you're doing like a 34-hour desktop stream. It's not entertaining. You're just like reading the chat and just you can't even understand you.
Yeah, just mumbling.
Exactly.
Yes.
Exactly. And I couldn't even.
He's a great person.
Exactly.
He's a great person. I like this kid. He's a great person. But after he's on the street for so long, that's what he does. He mumbles.
He mumbles and he's tired. He's so tired.
Believe it or not, once that happens, his viewer count starts dropping off.
I'm in agreement with you.
And that's what's hurting him from reaching these goals.
Right. And I'm in agreement with you. Some of his streams are so long, but here I am, someone who streams all the time. So I can tell you how difficult it is for him to be streaming when he does to keep engagement going. It's so high. You need a break. Like you can't just do 27 hours worth of streaming, a desktop stream, and have the same kind of engagement. So, but nevertheless, I think he'll figure all that out. And I was in his stream yesterday, and he was at the gym, and
yeah, I see he's been doing the gym streams, which is great because he's more active than he's
definitely. I just think his normal tonation too is he doesn't enunciate, and so he's got that mumbleness to him a little bit. He's really, really nice, but it makes him hard to understand. And I know I asked him a question yesterday, and I didn't know what he said. Now he had music on at the same time, but I had to ask it again a little bit later in the stream because I just didn't know what his answer was. He was doing a stream though yesterday, and I met someone somebody asked me for my Discord while in
Stop standing there and let him hit you. Tackle that motherfucker, dude. What are you doing?
I was in his chat. Somebody asked me for my Discord. They came in yesterday. This person and I and another person had a conversation. One of the best conversations I've had with people from Kick for an hour. And it was on like all kinds of futuristic technology. Without boring you too much, we were talking about like a Bering Strait tunnel, basically connecting Alaska and Russia. We were talking about acne vaccines, or perhaps like a cure for that. We were talking about de-extinction, like bringing back the woolly mammoth, which is a real thing. Did you know there's a company that's working on bringing back a woolly mammoth through an African elephant?
Well, all they need is the DNA from it. They found that baby fucking woolly mammoth that was almost a complete.
You're 100% right.
Woolly mammoth.
You're 100% right, and they have it. So there's a company that's doing what they can to bring it back. Now, they actually brought back. Did you know that they brought back an animal already? It's known as the Korean ibex. I read this story last night with these guys, but basically the gist of it is the Korean ibex was in like northern Spain and southern France. It was hunted during the 19th and 20th centuries to the point of near extinction, and then in like the late 1990s, the last female was about to die. They took DNA from her. It died. It was the last one. And they were able to use that DNA to recreate that animal like 8 years later. And while the animal, they had to do a bunch of them, and only one of them became viable. Nevertheless, did not become viable. It died after like 7 minutes or something. It's considered the first species to have been de-extincted. Hey, what's going on? Alpine Gorilla. Howdy. Wow.
Chilling at the pool, huh?
What a beautiful pool. Very, very cool. Look at that slide.
He's on vacation.
Oh, I was going to say, is this your backyard? Man, what a beautiful slide.
His backyard's full of trees.
What a beautiful slide. Very cool. Looks like a nice place to vacation. Very cool. He's getting that head. Go ahead.
It's just in their hotel, man.
Yeah, that looks like a lot of fun.
See, really? Yeah. Wait. Yeah. Wait.
Albino gorilla, have you been down the slide yet? Oh, okay. No worries.
It's a big ass shit. Yo, that's the ceiling fan in my living room. Thanks fucking unit, bro. It's called a big ass fan, too. It's literally.
I love those fans. They're huge, and they have such a great marketing tactic with that name.
Big ass fan.
Absolutely. Shout out to Big Ass Fans and their marketing team.
Yo, let's go, guys. What are you guys up to? Literally been over 20 minutes since somebody said that, man. I guess, well, the Hunger Games is going. I shouldn't even be live, huh? Oh, yeah, we're about to go in there, bro. We're going in.
What a nice hotel.
Yeah, this is insane, man. Yeah, okay. My wife's at work, you dumb fuck. Fucking immature little bitches, dude. You wish, buddy. I wish she was with you right now. And enjoy the rest of your shitty life, man.
There you go. There you go. That sounds like a plan.
Just chill.
Beautiful.
Chilling in the hot tub.
Looks like fun. Well, I'm sure they're loving that.
That was Howard when we were fucking at that resort, man. He'd go from the hot tub to the pool, the hot tub to the pool, the hot tub to the pool.
I like doing that too. And man, does that hot tub feel good when you get in.
Brother Ash is in. Sit him over there. That's the pass.
Straight Savage, I'm going to attend to some things. It was great catching up. I hope you're doing well. You keep on keeping on. Albino Gorilla, enjoy your vacation. Get down that slide and take care. If you need anything, Straight Savage, let me know. Take care, my man. You too. What is this? Hunger.
Walking in this hole. What?
Yeah, the third party would be so free. Even to attack like
Wait, it's Joe out, they say?
Stir up chaos.
No, it's a.
Maybe just hit a bag of loot or something. Maybe even stash this stuff somewhere.
It's M Stone and that, but they're moving away.
All the cans of water.
I think Tom's going in the water.
I mean, every time we hit a lick on anybody or kill anybody, we're gonna get all that shit. We're gonna can that sounds like shit.
Oh, who's going in the water? Garthy. Garthy's going in the water. Garthy needs to get a stream on. Yo, if you're watching my stream, the rest of you turn your fucking streams on. The fuck? 1 out of 4 of you have a stream on.
Is it just me or is EDZ like low-key felt like a war commander, like a warlord or something? He's like, yes. No, why are you guys stopping him? He's just casually strolling with 2 securities.
Now watching my stream, which I don't think they should be
True,
doing.
he wasn't nervous in the slightest, bro.
And they should be watching.
Welcome.
That probably feels quite nice, like except for the brain eating amoebas.
Station of Washington State. There's something there?
Wait, is Gary there? Even Gary's left, bro. Crazy. There's like 4 streams out of 50 right now.
Did I just have to go say those?
Oh, Kazai might have a view actually. Nope. It's hard to get on it. I love how EBZ's just saying who has to go in. EBZ, you think I know how to swim? Hell no.
Tom, go in and help him. Are you tripping? We're fine.
Right, guys, got that live. Right, check the GPS, make sure you know where everyone is. Oh, fuck. Okay, MK Stone's coming up right behind. MK Stone's crew with Florida William MMA are coming up right behind Crazy Town and that right now. Like, right behind it. Yeah. Just beat them up. EBZ crazy easy EBZ fighting tour.
They would have covered 2 people, but would overpower them. They would
No, there's like 5 of them.
That'd be absolutely dumb.
Right. I don't think they're going for the confrontation at all. EBC rages. Yeah, they turned around. They turned around. DBR ran out of batteries and then he went out to get the batteries and like got confronted by a team and then he kind of had to give up because he had no batteries. Yeah, the big groups need to be broken up a little bit. But I think closing the circle helped with that and then sending out the hunters a lot. It's just all night we've had no hunters, so. And also, like, the battery packs are kind of scarfed and shit, like the vests, the battery packs. We need to get batteries out there, get everyone live again. Yeah, we really just did a solid for the team there.
Alright, you open it, sir? You get whatever you want. Oh. Fucking Gertie coming through. I'm gonna go home. There's no battery. There's just nothing. No mood. There's nothing, bro. We're just walking around.
Bye-bye, Todd. EBC. I can't believe EBC and Todd aren't fighting. Yeah. EBC's like on Todd's side.
I'm shaking on the dice here, so.
I just want to watch Tom rage quit so badly, but we should check in on some of the other teams real quick. Chicken Andy's team, we haven't checked them out.
You can go on the other side of the map. See if you can find stuff. Yeah.
What's the purpose?
We don't find stuff. New stuff, yeah. Good friend of I make great arrows. I got change batteries too. What about everyone's battery bank? This phone's broken. It's a glass one.
Why am I catching strays for no reason?
One, two, three, four, five. Yeah, I'm sad to sleep, man. You get the soda. Like the soda. Huh? I don't think so. There ain't gonna be anything. I think we should be ready for a fucking. I think we should be ready for when there's a fucking drop that happens. Get ready for a fucking drop and we'll be set and ready to go in everywhere.
And then you have to hurry up and go get it. It's dropping a launch person. Like if you ordered a gun right now and one of your people donated $250 for a paintball gun, you drop it like you're on your thing.
But no one's going to do that because none of them are like trying to kill each other. So what's the point of having a painful food? Because you're all just chilling.
That's the whole thing you're saying is there is no hatred or friendly. There's no hatred. You basically have to take for a show or kill somebody that hasn't
So you're going for that hunt?
Oh, so we're at that stage when everyone's moaning. We're at the stage when everyone's moaning.
You're just chilling. This little book right here.
Right, this looks like it was filmed in 1998. Right. I feel like I'm watching some weird army archive.
Fucking hate spiders. I'm trying to follow your footsteps. Oh, you just stepped in massive shit.
I was not 20 in 1998. The fuck are you saying?
Where? Bull spiders are poisonous too, right? Where? On the right? Oh yeah, right there.
This is a little crying group right now. I had such high hopes for them. Chicken Andy's team and Guinness team are the ones I had high hope for, but Chicken Andy's team's kind of whinging now.
Yeah, I think we get some rest.
Yeah, I'm telling them about the batteries. That's all I can do. I told them, like,
Yes, exactly. But we know Turkey's not coming this way. It's too far.
That's how
That's the Turkish.
They don't actually have a lot. Why didn't they pursue their own?
Oh, Turkey's not running.
They had fucking. They had.
But they don't know that, though. That's the thing. Nobody knows that.
Yeah, they had business. They had. Bro, so we literally, it was crazy. So we stayed between like two of the largest groups. Right there, dude. It's just like
Bad placement. But we didn't know. Still don't know, really. We just figured that one out.
alright, let's cut to the serious content here. The content. Okay, Siri, what's the temperature in Austin, Texas?
I can't even walk no more.
Already 80 degrees, chap. And it's only fucking 8:30.
Yeah. Yes, sir. That's what I said yesterday. Aero shop though, designated camera guy or something.
What's that in Celsius? Hey Siri, 80 degrees Fahrenheit is Celsius.
80 degrees Fahrenheit is 26.67 degrees Celsius. For what? Distance? Yeah, bro. Lots of walking, bro. Fuck, I don't know how to get back. I don't need to get my stuff. If I knew I would just like, oh, fuck it. I said, if I knew I would go, I might have lying. I would. I go book a hotel, book an Uber, and I'm fucking like, they're the first town right here. Not even going to the. That's it for a while.
Wait till EBC realizes he only has $1 for his JCP too. He looks kind of gangster with that sort of shotgun though.
Big patient.
Who would have expected Todd and EBZ to get on so well?
They grow a lot of weed out here too. It's crazy. No one even know. So tired. I have no idea. There's a fucking bullet right there, though.
Let's see what Gary's saying. Gary's struggling, okay. Even though Gary said the best out of everyone. does Gary seriously think he's going to do with that, bro? You don't have any sort of idea what the fuck he's going to do with that, bro. Like, bro, it's so pointless. Alright, let's keep checking in on Joel's team. Alright, Joel's left. Right, this literally could be Korea for all I know. He's fucking two walking through Korean wilderness, bro. North Korean soldiers invading the border. Look at them walking. Where are they? Bro, they are so far. That's so far away from everyone on the map. So far away from everyone on the map. The crazy thing is probably all three of these have been in the army. Kieran must be like, what am I doing? Kieran's a pretty successful Korean streamer as well. These guys, look where they are. They're like right at the far edge away from everyone. So far, yeah. This area is such good land right now if you don't want to be caught. Right. I mean, yeah, they like to hide, so. D-Tan's still left. I have not seen him once. I don't even know whose team he's on. I literally don't know whose team D-Tan is on. I've not seen his face. I've not heard him talk. Nothing. Just dead streams the whole time. D-Tan has to be disqualified, chat. He has to be. D-Tan's on Gary's squad. D-Tan's with Crazy Tar. Bro, how have I not even seen him talk?
Hell yeah, dude.
Can someone do the text-to-speech in Tarn's chat? It's free.
Sure.
Tell Gary.
No batteries in there? No one check?
Holy shit.
Oh, they're on. Nothing's in?
I'm so over it.
Yeah, I know. I'm over it too. Just go over the spot for the last one. And then when the car comes, me and you would just lock in the car and we're done.
How am I supposed to ask D-Tan if his stream's off?
And then.
Because that's why DVR had to leave. DVR had to leave because he didn't have batteries. So you're saying really should go for D-Tan because he's been at the whole time. God's got business meetings to go to, chat. He's wasting his time doing this. Did you hear? He has serious business meetings that he could be doing rather than this.
Yeah.
The fuck? What a waste of time this is.
No, but you have to understand there is content when the circle closes. You know that, right? Yeah, exactly. That's another thing too. Yeah, I don't want to wait like 3, 4, 5 days just for that shit to close. The circle. Yeah.
God,
Yeah,
fucking balls,
like,
bit, right?
Rubber bullets? Don't you need bullets?
Can you leave here for a second?
Bro. They swing that shit. You're like this. You're doing that earlier too, or one night you're like. Overall, you fucking mentors that said I was gonna be on day one suck my fucking dick.
Russia is reacting to Ukraine's border incursion. Russia appears to have diverted several thousand troops away from Ukraine to counter the surprisingly successful offensive inside Russia. Just fighting.
I mean, we get it, but I think it's gonna be heavy as fuck.
Nothing much. People just told me Lady Boys, and that's it.
Original. Right, Gerthy's camera. Also, I don't think it should be allowed. This has been Gerthy's camera for the whole time. Like, what? What's the point of doing this?
They can't eliminate
orange spray paint, and it was in an arrow. It was just like it's a circle.
There's a decent amount of groups in the kind of spawning area. The Koreans could meet up soon with Tarn's team if they keep going down.
A little bit different, but
I think Tarn's team is the best content right now because of the characters.
I don't know. I keep farting. I farted like 3 times right now.
What the fuck is this line of humans? Wait, is this the beginning of the games?
Just for the fucking, just for whatever, just fix it. Say it.
Oh, I was like, what the fuck is this? Holy shit, I was like, everyone spawned together, bro.
Not even that, just like, I feel like it's just fucking stuff, bro. Like, I'm telling you right now, you see those people? You can go right down with the Jesus. They are so burnt. Yeah, I wouldn't even have bread. Exactly.
He looks like he's 17. Right. Gary set the best out of everyone, too. I said he's going to wake up at 12, chat. There's a long time until ice is up. I said at 12 o'clock. No, I'm working on the batteries, bro. I just dropped off a ton of batteries that players had on charge. Going to spread out new ones so teams and individuals have them.
There's a thing over there, you should have known. It's right there.
I mean, okay, you can make suggestions in the chat when Ice wakes up. I'm going to talk to him everything about it. I'm going to talk about having like BQ power as well. Look at the sweat dripping off of his nose, bro. Remember when Gary gave it all the big, oh yeah, I don't care about the heat, ain't a big deal for me. I need to go back to the AC and chill. I need that Tazo angle. I can't live with Gary like this anymore. Taz more than UBC. Oh, that's detail. Finally, I get to see him. Just not being live the whole time.
yeah, I don't know, you weren't scared. You like scared them off actually. Yeah.
Homeless wants permission to play with group outside. Absolutely, as long as we can watch. We're really low on content right now. Where's Homeless? It's not fair. So unfair.
Damn it, Jack. Yes, who? Oh my god, he said it. Okay. Let me find leaves. I need paper. He said I can poop. Alright. Yeah, I got you, Sam. I need to find leaves.
I don't care what I said. We ain't getting disqualified. I need some poop content, okay? Let him do a shit. Come on, there's nothing else going on. One poop ain't gonna hurt nobody. Just let him do one fucking poop.
What am I going this for?
I don't have any power, try. At least let me. Yeah. one fucking poop chat. That's it. EBT gets his slap, homeless gets his homeless activities. That's how it works.
I have shit outside, I think, before, but hey, I feel like I have. I think I had toilet paper on me, though. I've never used leaves. Now there were leaves. Where I was camping, there was tons of leaves. If there was leaves, yeah. Alright.
Oh, he's gonna wipe his ass on the fucking. He's gonna wipe his ass on the poison ivy, bro. Oh! There's no way he's wiping his ass on dry leaves!
It might make me feel so gross after
Oh, bro!
Yeah, buddy, small. See if we can find a better plan. And make sure it's not poison and stuff.
Yeah, this is gonna go so badly. This is gonna go so badly.
Just go porta potty, it's so dangerous about this thing. I find bitter.
Let me look where homeless is.
I gotta keep the map. I gotta keep my eyes on the map.
Homeless is close
Damn,
to
if
the
you're watching, how do you feel that some players can have two phones? That means they can have their phone strapped to their chest and look at the chat. I made these rules make no sense. Like, no extra phones, and then it's just like random players could have it. I mean, I think that's kind of BS. People like Kings of 5 having two phones. I don't know, personal opinion. It's super unfair. Like, I'm constantly holding my phone. There's no one near it. I don't know where they're at. Are they by the water stations? Yeah, if you could help me get there, I don't know where it's at.
Alright, I'm gonna lead him directly into a team chat. I'm gonna lead him directly into a team.
Like, I wish I could just hold my other phone. Sometimes go to chat. Go straight this way. Is it really good? It's leading me to a hidden machine this way. Guys are high.
Bro, come on.
I don't really trust him. I have to go this way, actually. I gotta go to the top road. I don't know. Position-wise, it's getting tough because now there's no solos for the last. I think I'm the last solo.
No, Eli. He's gonna go like around Ice's house, like the water point. The water point is like here. Wait, here.
I feel like Sam would actually low-key want to help the solos. You know what I mean? Like,
he needs to go like straight around Ice's house and go to here, try if you want to help him. This way, around here, and this way.
I don't even know. Maybe I'm the only solo left. I have no idea. Even if Sam doesn't like me, I feel like he just understands it's cooler for solo squad.
He's not after batteries. He's trying to put. Yeah, there's no batteries anywhere. I know there's no batteries.
That's the minimum. I wish they were right.
Okay. Are you ready for a chat? Okay, so I think there's a problem with the batteries. I just picked up like 5 that were fully charged, and then I went to hand them out, and they were all dead.
So weird around here. I said like go on the wilderness to really find people. I feel like you can pay well people are on the sides.
Yeah, the batteries is the worst problem because it means no strings.
Yeah, I know where ice is out. Are you talking about the thing that kind of looks like a spacecraft, or is it the other one? Okay. I don't know which one is Ice's house because there's 2 areas that are blocked up. This is the one that looks kind of like it's like a landing, it's like for like a airship, or is it the other one? Because there's 2 of them. The one looks like it's like a shape like this, and the other, the first one. Okay. First one to the right. You mean the first one on my way?
sex partner, I miss you. In Tammy's chat. Peggy.
Yes.
The fuck?
No, baby, I'm gonna be something like that, man.
The fuck? Oh shit. But there's no dudes. They just send girl hunters at us. Fuck one of these. Tom looks like he wants to kill himself, bro. Tom looks like he wants to kill himself. Right, EBZ. Like, just EBZ just looks so primeval, bro. Like, I would never, like, he just looks like he's ready to fucking kill anyone, you know? The wife beater on, the dirty pants, the fucking cuts on his arms. So it's going to be, what, 50 degrees up? Big arms, you know? You guys like Arizona heat? Nope. I don't even like Arizona. That's I don't dislike it. You shouldn't be taking off the vest, low-key. No, I don't know. I've never been there. I'm just
Anonymous tipped $3.33. Always planning and strategy team meetings for months, studying the map. All the payout breakdowns don't mean shit when all you shitheads just want to quit. Rally, stay strong as a team and dominate.
Sam said EBZ needs to put his vest on. EBZ, tell Sam to go fuck himself. Hey, Sam, go fuck yourself. How's that? No! It's dead. You relay that message to him? He said go fuck yourself, Sam. Why? Bro! My bad. I literally... Nah, where's my bag?
Who said that? Who said what?
No, that can't be true.
Yeah, man, I'm not even fucking here, bro. You gotta do that shit.
Sam is laughing right now? Good, because it was funny.
Yeah, they're not even fucking here, bro.
No, they have to be here. I need my bag.
Yeah.
They're going to be in the thing. I'm quitting vaping chat when my juice is gone and like this is how much I've got left and I realise this was the worst time to decide to quit vaping. Literally the worst time.
Michael tipped $3.33. Tournament EBZ the biggest crybabies in this whole competition. EBZ, you act so tough, but why you always crying? EBZ, scared of flies by the way.
Come here, Tom. Come here, Tom. I'm gonna slap the shit out of you, Tom. Tell me I'm yapping one more time, Tom. You are kind of yapping a lot, right? You are kind of yapping a lot, you see. Yeah, what you saying on mine, you granny? Yeah, well, our bags are there. We got
When they took us home, the bus still went
further in.
Yeah, further in. I looked at it. I watched
it. Let's walk. Stole our stuff? No, fuck no.
He's not driving the ice house.
Oh, I can't take Gary's face anymore. Oh, Tazo's down too. Oh, fucking hell. That was a jump scare. his fucking no EPC.
There's nothing here, and they know everything from the north. He knows everything from the north.
We gotta go to the north.
We're gonna die out there. There's everybody's out there.
This is a pretty scuffed ass fucking team. Literally, I don't know one person in this team.
Are we doing that bad though?
Yeah.
It's gonna be sweaty everywhere.
They've got good weapons though. Look how many of them have swords. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Nothing matters. We can go beat the fuck out of 10 people,
6.
and we still could win.
They all have weapons.
It's Salt Pepper hosting it in the best network.
Bro, ain't to do with me.
Qualifying at his own discretion.
I'm disqualified if you beat the fuck out of people.
Those guys grabbed my phone right when I went up to it. They grabbed my phone like this.
That's their meta, yeah. Yeah, they heard that if you get away from your vest and shit, you DQ. Why would they DQ for when we walked away with their phone? What's his name got DQ'd for it, but they weren't DQ'd when they weren't near their phone.
Anybody in high school come back and
and then it's like nothing that happened. ISIS isn't gonna fix a single thing. That's what he's gonna do. I trust me. ISIS isn't gonna fix shit. You're gonna say, "Oh, fuck it, dude. It's scuffed." That's exactly what's about to happen. Yeah, we should just camp the water station. Fuck these guys.
This is like the
Isn't that against the rules? Count one water stations.
Yeah, these are barons. Except them. They were here last night. That's where we found them last night. We were like,
That's okay. No rules. Okay, cool.
I did.
yeah, it's pretty funny.
We all can hope. I'm just gonna fucking smoke these guys.
I mean, there's no point because the vests don't do anything when you hit them. So it really isn't going to do anything. The only people that can get taken out right now are solos. Because I can clearly see if a solo gets pinned and then they get beaten.
Yeah, bro, I can't help you molested or anything. Yeah. Yeah, I want Chris Tyson.
The 100 HP was fine when it was like a vest. The 100 HP was fine when it was a vest like DBRs where you brush against it and you lose points, right? But the problem is some people's vests, like, they were beating the fuck out of them repetitively, and I was watching the score, and they didn't lose 1 point. This Ian Trevin guy, his vest, he's at 24 now. At 24. At the beginning of this, he was at 50 something. Now he's at 24 and he's not winning any fights. Like, some vests are really sensitive and some aren't. That's the problem. The vests are pointless. It is unfair for solos like me. But when Ice wakes up, I'm obviously going to explain everything that's happened tonight, and then me and him can talk and work out, like, a game plan.
Fuck this whole thing up. I don't care anymore, bro. Oh shit, somebody come smoke. Who wants to smoke? I'm at the fucking water station on the southeast side. Come smoke. Go get the smoke.
Of course, I'm not involved in the planning at all, okay? Nothing to do with me. I'm just here to host, and I'm the one that ruined it all. It's a classic. It was a win-win for Ice. It was a win-win for Ice having me do this night, because he didn't blame everything on me. Yeah, sorry about that, guys. Sam ruined the whole stream. Like, it was all good until Sam gave him a lot.
Just think you're doing it.
sounds full. Doesn't have power to DQ anyone. Doesn't have any control over the battery charging. Doesn't have any control over the preparation. And he gives 100 subs that doesn't even go to me. Goes to fucking Ice Poseidon. $500 more in Ice Poseidon's fucking pocket. And I just sit here and fucking host. Fuck you, Eddie. Fuck you. You got the shower after. The fuck?
I'm gonna hit a one in the shower.
I just get shit on.
I'm gonna drink like an ice cold soda and smoke a blunt while in the shower, like all at the same time.
More money in Ice Poseidon's pocket. That's what I like to see.
If I get DQ'd, I have to fight again. I don't want to quit.
Mods, check my some of my mods check my offline chat. Yeah. If I don't see 100 in there, it's over.
Where is he?
For fuck's sake.
We've got two power lines. This is the second step.
Oh shit, what's going on here? Oh yeah, they got that high crime wall? Oh, okay, yeah, whatever. Checking on the content.
The reason why I didn't want to do it because he didn't want us to give our mods people money and then we just buy shit over and over and just like they're helping.
He doesn't give a fuck because it's going to him.
No, for him, yeah, that's fine.
That's what I'm saying. He's not even doing it to him. Has he even said that?
Al, by the way, Andy, just if you're wondering, everything is going well and everyone's enjoying this.
We don't even know about it.
Chat. Say W like W event or something. Everyone's enjoying themselves, everything's going well. W event in the chat, come on.
So tipped $3.33. Gary Sam says he means that his weekend slaps like a girl.
Damn.
If he clicks, he's gonna see Sam in person, right? If you quit, you're gonna see Sam face to face. So he better back up what he's saying. He gets one free slap. Don't forget.
Anonymous tipped $3.33. Why the fuck would anyone spend $250 on any of you bitches who are just gonna complain the helicopters come on Saturday? Paul said.
What? Saturday? What's today? Friday? Saturday. What's the helicopter coming on Saturday for to pick us up?
Wait.
Was that the last day?
Let me get the map up.
It's coming on Friday? What's today?
Oh yeah, Garrett and that are coming down towards Crazy Town and that. Like Garrett and that have perfect view of where like Tarn and everyone is, but that far away. But Garrett and Joel might try and take out the soldier. These guys, these guys, not these guys. These guys are right across the way from where the Korean gang is. Isn't all sandpeppers full? Come on. We just need new batteries.
Am I okay?
The more people that go out, the battery situation will get better, but it's just not many people have gone out. I see some fighting, but like no one cares to fight right now.
Chat. How many people are left? You guys have TTS.
Ice is waking up at 12. What time's it in Austin right now? One of the accurate account, 9, 10 o'clock.
Like, nobody's actually giving us an accurate count.
Okay. 9/11, 1 Oh, did Home just take his poo?
But it's kind of annoying. It's very annoying.
Oh yeah, Home is in top right.
It's a small jug for this one.
It's later. I believe it or not, this is later than that one. Let's go up poo conversation.
Alright, let's do some tactical stuff right here. Alright, chat, let me show you something. Wait, which camera am I on? Watch this. Find a way to attach this.
Well, either way, Home just has a sword. Okay. Alright. He has a sword and he has a tank.
This.
And now a massive water jug. But that's going to be heavy to carry if you fill that up. Shit in it, throw it at people. No way someone said to shit in that and throw it at people. No way you got rid of the little one for the big one. I feel that's a bad move.
Dude, there's bugs in there, bro. Okay, I'll drink some fucking bugs. I swear to God. I don't even slightly care. And you drink it like this. Alright.
Yeah, I like that Homeless is a bit of a savage. You know, like, Homeless pisses me off, but, like, low-key, I don't know. I don't like how he's been moving. Like, you know, I don't like how he's been moving. He's been moving correctly compared to everyone else. He's going to take a shit in the wild, you know?
Protein drink? He mentioned Gatorade too, didn't he? Seriously, let's listen. Sounds like Snakeville over there. I don't want to go there. It looks like Snakeville.
I need a poop update.
Put my phone unplugged? No, no unplugged. Or 26, keep it up. I don't see any Gatorade around here, but... Okay. We'll see.
Oh, really? The moaning team. This is my favorite team. Just crying. Everyone is individually crying in groups. Jack and Eli. Oh, Jesus. Don't know what the fuck's going on here. The fuck is this? Is this like battery conservation or something? Honestly, this guy has not moved from his spot. He has been in the exact same spot the whole entire time, and he's just not moved. I mean, it's kind of smart. Do you know what I'm saying? It's kind of smart, but it's nonsense. It is nonsense. Let's check Chicken Andy's team, even though they fucking hate me.
Like, here, I got your phone. Give me your phone.
Drama.
I waited for a little bit and I never.
What? It's 100K? It choked out. You can't choke out. Yes. Andrew looks like one of them people from Wally movie from Round. On them special vehicles because they can't butter up themselves.
For Beetlejuice? No.
Right.
Beetlejuice! Beetlejuice wants to twist it. I'm trying to fuck you, bro! I went to go grab his nipples. Yeah, they don't even have vests on. Nice. They don't even have vests on. Or they're under the shirts. That's crazy. That's crazy. Oh.
It's Megatron on that guy, on these guys' team. Oh shit.
Salt Lake.
And they're at the water.
There's shit everywhere. Careful.
Water's here.
That's 5. It's 6 people. 7 people. 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8 people. Yeah, let's go.
Yeah, it's crazy Carl and Gary, all of them lot. They're really far away.
Because we were trying to mob up the little guys. Me? Hell yeah. Not a group of 8 though.
DBL had no batteries, so he had to go to Gulag pretty much. Like D-Tag has no batteries, but because he has a team, he walks around with the team and it's fine.
That's a combined team.
But DBL was on his own and had no batteries.
They look down bad, kind of. The four of them.
Hunters are the rest. When it's your shift. When it's your shift, I'm going to stay on the field to help. Oh, thanks, Cena. I appreciate it. It's kind of hard. Right now. We need some enforcers. Cena, we need some enforcers. I'm too remote right now.
And in the north, where Gerthy is. Gerthy made sure he knows wherever he came out already. Wherever Gerthy is, it's seeing the best situation the entire game. I don't know who that is, yeah. No, up here. Down here? What's this? That's a trap, yeah. I tried to go for 100 with my blue flash. Let me get a picture of Beetlejuice. He's like, oh my god! I'm just trying to squeeze the nipples for Beetlejuice. Bro, I've been telling Andre I'm trying to fuck for like 2 weeks now, and he keeps saying he's going, Jesus, I'm not listening to this guy just about fucking Andre anymore.
Down to the left. This group we haven't looked at for a while. The MK Stone group. God, all black, hood up and helmet on. He's gonna be dying. How is he alive in that? Yeah, just keep track of everyone. When I get on the phone with Ice, remember all the people that have had that cameras off this whole time. Maybe some of my mods, could you put a list together of who has their cameras off for me? In our Hunger Games updates group. Like D-Tan. Who else? D-Tan. No, Homeless has his cam on. Yeah, Razza. Yeah. Darius is already dead. Sam, tell them we need them to open the gate. We're here. Alright, 1 second. Yeah, Gwen. Bro, I never even watched Gwen once. Check them out. Oh yeah, there's something going on with J Money. J Money's crew. Wait, is that this crew? Let me get J Money up. DBI, you're going. These guys are. Yeah, go. What's there? It is. J Money. They're kind of close to a lot of people. Maybe not. Oh wait, MK Stone and J Money, they're going diagonal together. Ice is going to be waking up around about 12, okay, chat? Base Coast is coming to open up the gate for you, Zena. I think that's safe for now. OG big fucking Kungus. His crew. I'm bumping into Hundro right now, so.
I said a driver.
This is off the map. Look.
Yeah, is that? I don't know.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it is.
There is 10 homeless. No, he's not. Off the map is the other side of this, I'm pretty sure.
I don't want to get pepper spray right now.
I think he's technically in it, but like the geo coordinators aren't getting it right. Yeah. I think he's fine. There's like a path that runs along the side. I think it's just not lined up right. Imagine someone hits a stray paintball off here, it hits a car window, the car crashes and causes a huge pile-up. 8 to 12 casualties, 4 dead. It would look a little bit like this. Shush chat's not funny. There's this, like, Sandpepper did it, it's not funny. Come on. It's actually not funny. No way you wrote that in the chat. It's actually not funny. It's actually not that funny, to be honest with you. Huntro's over with EBZ and Gary. Got these guys, sorry. Gary. Oh my god, Tazo's down. Khan's down. EBZ's down. The only person that can have a fucking camera now is Gary.
How would you be nice to who? Oh, yeah, of course I said it. I'll take it.
Wait, what the fuck? What the fuck is this? Nah, bro. If I haven't seen fucking favoritism.
I'll grab your water bottle.
Is that part of the rules?
Yeah, the best way to work. Robin,
It's unlimited F3, as many as you want. DQ, let me DQ everyone. How do I delete the Hunger Games? Let's go.
Yeah.
Maybe try and trigger Gary a little bit.
Maybe it'll work. Hi, man. Well, I beat Ton. Who'd have thought?
Wait, Ton left.
Both his sister, right? Come on.
Bro.
Chat, I beat Ton, Nick White, and the Cobb brothers.
Bro, show us.
Yeah, that EBC. This will be our album cover right here. No, wait.
Are you fucking...
This is our album cover.
The fuck? Alright. I'm taking out...
Fuck you. That's the name of the EP.
I'm taking out Ton. I'm taking out Ton, chat. No way Ton quit like that.
Bad meets evil.
I'm sending him to Gulag. Let's try and get down the pips.
Oh, you heard that? Yeah. People think Royce is like one of the top rappers. Top tier.
Brad Russo says EBZ is God. Jabalta says free DBR, free DBR, free DBR, free DBR, free DBR.
Who's that? I guess one of the...
Prentice says, Nada, don't tell DBR about period P. He will be there eating it when you look away.
I want to see when Tom calms some bitches to that.
No, she's not Natalie. She's not Natalie. What's your name? I love you, Avery. Can I come with you?
9130 says period P.
You don't even know her. You say I know you.
Can someone TTS to...
I thought you only know me. No, now you forgot. Oh, I'm seeing you.
Albert says Nana, did Joel come in her fuzzy?
Can someone TTS to... Oh, anyone can do it.
No.
Fixian says, Sam, you still owe me my mom's bracelet.
No. It don't let me because it smells. Yeah, sorry.
Sam says, find Tawny just left.
Town left. Huh? Oh, shit.
Find Tom. Find Tom,
He says WTF.
Find Tom, Nana.
I'm just kidding.
Find Tom.
Vinner says, where's he?
Yeah, guys, what watching
You guys
damage
are the
stream.
winners. Yeah.
Tell them to find Tom. We need an interview.
Dingman says thank you, come again. Jason ZX says, let me see your yacht.
Divion, no one cares.
Andrew says, I want Xena Xena.
No one cares.
Fixian says, Sam said find Tom.
Oh, Tom!
Yeah. Here we go.
Okay, Tom.
TomTom94 says Todd is an AATV.
Wow! Why?
Batteries, all kinds of stuff. I'm just so pissed.
King Parrot says shut
We have batteries. We have batteries. Come on, Tom.
Fix up says Sam, listen up, you idiot people.
I don't need 100.
No. Why?
Fixian says Tom, you are a pro.
Tom!
I don't want to play. I'm out. It's not even that. There's so many hiccups. It's this, that, that. It's just like this.
Bitter says Tom, don't be a... Brandon says, hello, Miss, please open both shows.
Maybe he'll change his mind before the gulag and go back there.
Robin says, God damn it, Tom.
Vision the street was worse.
Fixian says, midget boy Tom loser. Jersey says, Baton, you won.
You had nothing in place of the street.
It's not even that. It's not even that.
Cupboard says, we need to hang darkies from the cotton trees.
Jesus Christ.
You want a drink?
Yo, tell Nana to
Jack Rob says, God be to love sweater God.
Please, whoever's watching the stream, tell Nana to turn off the text to speech for a minute. I tried it. It didn't work out.
Winner says, Xena. Sir One Five says, interview him, you illegal immigrant. Fixian says, Todd, you wimp. Cupboard says, Sam likes to touch 14-year-old girls.
Not true. Please tell Nana to turn off the text.
Gervonta says, Todd was arguing with EBZ, so therefore look like we are stuck and have a boxing match in the future. I guess them too. K1CIC says, all quitters done, can't go back in.
So I can hear just for a minute, please. Just so I can hear for a minute. Yeah, go to that Nana. Yeah. Wait, and do the gulag. Facts.
No, there is yeah.
I'm sorry, I'm out.
I guess it's off now.
Yeah, keep it off. I'm gonna go have some good time.
Wait, Eddie gives me 100 subs? No. What? No. Really? No, it's the first time. Really? I know that.
Nah, Eddie's trolling me, bro. Eddie's trolling me.
Eddie, give me 100 subs.
Good, keep writing. No, but that is, yo, not slept, bro. She has been asleep, awake all night, interviewing the people that get kicked out. She's been fucking you guys celebrate. Nana's been killing it. Whereas Todd, I don't know about Todd. Yeah, but Todd should hang out until ice comes, so that like they can at least do gulag and then like continue, you know.
Is anything?
No, just read the chat.
Hey, you are on the mainstream. Tell us your plan and how you are feeling. We got a good sleep yesterday. Last night. What's your plan? Tell me. Second question, but I found out he's our leader, our plan. Now, from now, you're a leader. Hitting our plan.
Deer has the best connection. Gonna go.
Nothing. Nothing. Just to hide that a little bit. Yeah.
이런 저택에 아프리카 광복절 등산한다는데 신청하셨나요?
Keep sweating. The other way when I think. So, but I think we are in a good spot. So we need this one. Hydration, later. Let's have one each.
I mean, you're meant to mix it with water. The fuck? You're not meant to just put them in your mouth. Come on. Now, these could be a good team, low-key. They're very, like, controlled. Their energy's controlled.
I could keep walking if I wanted. It technically could be considered a better position, but...
Bro, I come in here every time and just spam proof update, and I never get a fucking proof update.
I don't want any of these other teams like letting such someone towards me. Like right now, I've got a lot of distance from them. They might really want to take me out just because they can.
Bro, he's dripping. He's dripping. Why do I never get a fucking poop update? It's insane.
The J1 was action back. I mean, although like I didn't fight anyone, I was hiding like right in the action. They didn't notice me. I don't know how they didn't notice me.
Oh, Eddie's just going around gifting everyone 100. That's nice.
I'm sweating so hard. I got so much.
The Koreans are doing lines of liquid IV.
For the high red.
team like now that they've lost Tom? Probably the best quality stream I've seen. Like, hey, of absolute nonsense. Where's EBC's team? Here we go.
Johnson did.
Nice.
Oh my god.
Who have we got?
Was it Ender?
Gary.
Yeah.
Tom's gone now. EBC's dead. God, yeah, it's insane.
I know I'm not live right now, but show some love there. It's all good, you know what I mean? It's a long way, but soldiers out there.
Stake.us, code Gary, 25.
Sorry, wrong screen.
Makes sense. Yeah, we should just chill.
What he said is if you sign up using code 777, you get a free $21 in stake.com and stake.us. That's what he meant. That's what he meant. You sign up with code 777 on stake.com or stake.us, free $21, as he was saying before we were rudely interrupted.
Okay. Oh, I'm motivated now.
Hey, Larry, what's up? Are we live, bro?
Maybe you got some offline. And he's been known to get an offline sub.
Oh my god, because everyone's getting gifted 100 and EBC streams down, so EBC's probably sweating right now because everyone's getting gifted 100 except probably EBC. It is $1 KCIP, bro. Fuck. Oh, poor EBC, bro.
Wait, was it really 150 or is it 100? Can someone tell me the real number?
Anonymous to $3.33. Gary, everyone knows your basement brogie. Just one day outside of 50 years old. Be rich, youthful, handsome, and have endless beautiful women like Samantha by using stake code 777. Stake code 777. Stake code 700.
Worst code I ever heard of. Never use that code. He put electrolytes in it, and I expected it to be water, but it tasted like something. So you know how like when you
if you guys are a fan of all the streaming characters, I've actually made miniature character figures, and tomorrow the site's going to go live.
You put like the electrolytes in it.
Sam is telling Ice.
I'm putting fresh.
I'll show you them. They're going to be blind bags, so you won't know which one you're going to get. They're all hand painted. This is Ice. And he has a tricky goblin feet. Doing the arm thing, and he's playing with his dick.
Around here, you'll fucking die. I haven't even eaten. I'll really throw it.
EBC. Doing the classic slap. And he's got his cat. And they're going to be blind boxes, so you won't know which one you get. But if you buy like 2, you'll get 2 different ones. If you buy 5, you'll get all 5 of them. Yeah, you can see he's got a croak shirt on. Burger Planet. With the classic burger shirt. He's got his microphone.
The armies are not spoiled.
And also his classic blue.
I lost my hat. I lost everything.
Burger.
I lost it all.
Suspect.
Cumulus tipped $3.33. Gary Sam just said use code 700.
If it was up to I would use code Gary, realistically.
Even you in here. And then D-Pack with his classic We Are Apologise sign in the tiger shirt and the kick pants on. Yeah, so yeah, tomorrow I'll tell you when the site's live, Ben, if you guys are interested in them. They're going to be super limited run, so. Sorry about the transitions. Sorry about the transitions. Sorry about the transitions.
I was streaming for, I was not streaming.
Is Sam promoting his stupid action figures on the ISIS stream, dude? DVR's not out, is he? He's promoting it, Chad. Don't buy it. It's a scam. It's a scam. Don't buy it. It's a scam. Fuck's sake. Bro, you're going to put something that came from Sam Pepper's house in your house, and you're going to tell me that thing's not bugged? Oh.
Okay. Only 1 in 100 have a bug. And that's all part of the fun.
What are you going to fucking have a GPS tracker in there?
No, bro, do you know how expensive GPS trackers are?
I'm just kidding, Sam. You know I love you. As a streamer friend.
The fuck? Bro.
God, this isn't really sweat. Oh my God, it's so dirty.
I just need to go to one of these streams where they just don't roast me constantly. People who quit can't go to the gulag. Yeah, I'm not a real friend. Just a streamer friend. Right, let's have a look at the map, see who's moving around. A little bit of action around these guys. John 10. Lone Wolf. Oh, Raz is finally back. John 10. Shh. Sorry, I need to find a tab. John 10. There's a lot of like people in the same area here. Pigeon Vision, TCZ, D Beats. He always has. Oh, D Beats is the one sitting down. Oh fuck.
There's no screen going. They got to make it the target.
But now the other side, they need to cross across. Check on Chicken Andy.
Yeah, they're fucking good.
W from Ice. Giving us that battery pack. Ice.
Ice is away. Finally.
We're staying alive. Nice. I don't even know. I think mine's broken. Ice pull the clutch.
Wait, what time is it over there? What time's it in Texas? 9:10? Okay, that's good.
No, I turned it a little into the chest.
Because he has to fix a lot of things. It's important. It's important. He has a lot of things that need to be like sorted. So it's important he comes on sooner than later. Somebody's closer.
I mean, do you want to go to that water station that's down there? Oh yeah, that's good. Alright, let's go. We're gonna scavenge.
Lunar team is coming to us.
Lunar team's coming?
No, we're Australian. Okay, thank you. Yeah, straight salad training for life. Like nothing happened. It's like a TPS. Alright. Wood-based shooting. Good. Good. Wait, he's letting them all back in? Wait, he's letting them all back in? No, bro. Like, the thing is they're not giving ICE the right information. Because it's kind of like his phone on it, fidget spinner, playing with the fucking fidget spinner. Yeah, you're getting like tons of mixed views here. We should talk about everything. I can tell you what happened to each one.
Yeah, I'm just gonna drive around and make sure all the batteries are good, and then I'll be right there.
Yeah, that's the main thing. We have to go. Yeah, okay, we should talk about it.
They're supposed to be going to all the different places that we put the batteries in. Everybody's just going to.
Yeah, I think what the thing is once they've gone to 2 and both of them had their batteries in, just call me when you're on your computer. Call me when you're on your computer and we'll talk.
Wait, no, what you say was fine. What you say?
That when they go to like 2 stations and they both got dead batteries, they're like, well, what the fuck is this? I'm going to keep risking my life moving around when there's no batteries anywhere. I think that's the main issue with everyone. But some people didn't even try. Like D-Tan just said fuck it, just didn't try the whole night, for example. Just allowed his stream to be off.
I mean, yeah, you have to try playing. If there's 2 places with no batteries, okay, search the 3rd one, search the 4th one. I mean, that's literally part of it.
Yeah, and then also, obviously, like, the thing is like, no one would let me DQ, so, like, no one cared. They're just like, fuck it, we don't have to have a stream, we don't have to have vests, nothing, because I have no authority.
Okay.
So just when you get on your computer, we can just chat and I'll tell you everything that happened and update you on where we're at, and then whatever.
All right, who needs? Do you know anyone right now who needs batteries because they didn't find them?
D-Tan has been off, but he's back now. Chat. Is there anyone else that needs batteries right now? Eli streams F. T-Steezy stream is F. T-Steezy, Eli. much all of Gary's team, EBZ and Homeless.
You got the two late fee to go get batteries. They're not going to be able to get any food.
Lefty is dead. It's not about them being lazy. I've watched them go to a bunch of stations, like really, really, Paul. I watched a lot of people go to a lot of stations that it really isn't batteries.
Okay. They went to like multiple, like.
Yes, I watched at least Gary's team go to like 2 different stations.
Yeah, but 2 is not enough. There's 10 stations. Man.
Okay, all right, but then if that's the case, I don't care if that's the case, but I need to be able to say you're going to get DQ'd if you don't get batteries. You know what I'm saying? That's the problem. Because they're just like, fuck it, I'll just stay offline until Ice wakes up and then carry on.
Yeah, no, I get that. Okay, I need to make sure everybody's aware of this. We're going to just fill up the battery stations to full, and then I'm going to make sure everybody's aware that if your shit dies for a long period of time, you have TDQ.
Okay, double duty needs batteries too.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll put you on Discord, right, bye. Like, if I have no authority, like, no one's gonna listen to the rules, that's the thing. Right, no fucking way. Daytime sleeping is crazy.
Hey, we're about to kill some of the homeless. We're gonna flank them. Stash. Full rap. We know where he's at. By himself.
Right, who are they planning to attack? Okay, I think now I've got to move into Gimpsy. Oh no, his thing's just his is just bugged. Are they flanking? Now planning an attack.
We don't have an arrow on there. They're far. They're far.
Homeless? No. Homeless is kind of far away. They've got a little mission. Oh fuck! Homeless is gonna be sweating right now.
Yeah, it's probably looking shit.
Poor homeless, bro.
Is that somebody?
Yeah, you want to see the map? One second.
Yeah.
Here. So they're here, and homeless is here. Homeless is running up the skirts here, and then they're coming from down here. But they're gonna have to walk fast and even make distance on homeless, otherwise they're gonna keep chasing him. But if they push him up to this corner and half the team goes here and half the team goes here, it's gonna be really hard for him.
Bug spray.
Let me give you a map overlay. 1 second.
Bug spray over here if anyone wants it. Where are you going home?
Okay, there you go. Mods, can you do something? People are being mean to me in the chat. Thank you.
Right. As long as it's taken up. Hit someone. I got it slow.
want to my northern headquarters for the deep storm.
Someone with a fucking good streak on this fucking team. Normally the best one is this guy, but this is down now. Okay. Right.
My phone's not plugged in.
That pushing him pretty hard, low-key on the map. Could be fucked. Right, they must be in a dead spot. They need to split. How'd you find the map? Some mod, can you pin the map?
It's so hot, I can't see my map. It's dark.
Fancy magic. I'm kind of rooting for Homeless in this situation because of 1v5, and he's been moving like pretty tactically up to this point. He's not over the line. It's like a bug on the geofencing. He's within the.
They refill the batteries? They're coming? Far away. They can't run, they can run.
Yeah, but they could push him into that corner and then cut him off.
Yeah. It's really hot now. Really, really hot.
Fuck, bro. None of them have good streams.
Unless these people have 10 wheels. See how they can run into exhausted.
If I do want to watch this, this could be a good fight though. So they are moving in. But their streams are so bad. Yeah, only solos can be killed, groups can't, it's true. It's something that needs to be addressed. Because the best don't work. You're right. Shouldn't be able to use chat, it's too hard to enforce. And also, if you can't use chat, then people are going to be separated for longer and there's not going to be battles. Like, the chat is needed to keep the content flowing.
I'm going to keep walking off. It could be.
Homeless has a sword. God, look at the group that's coming up on him. He's fucked. And they're pretty stacked, I'm pretty sure. They've got a lot of weapons between them. Are they making distance on him? Kind of, right?
Can you please consume food? 25, 26 hours without food. It's definitely easy. It's being easy. parties. Anything really. Oh, I know what I want to eat. That's the energy.
How do you ban groups? I mean, you could say no more than groups of 3. One in the chat if you think banning groups is a good idea. 2 in the chat if you don't think banning groups is a good idea. Yeah, honestly. At least break them down a little bit. It's too OP right now. But also, it would be fun when there's only big groups left, and the big groups have to fight. It's going to be crazy. Max group of 3 sounds good. Can you use that wall thing as a weapon? You just fucking sling that shit. Jesus. How has not one person on this team got a connection? Use hunters to break the groups.
That phone's been overheated. I'm turning the fan on. I don't know anything about it.
Alright, let me ping them. Ping them.
Walk all the way.
I'm trying to get batteries behind this so we don't miss the content if it happens. He's the only one not fucking effing.
It's like so. Water.
Alright, they stopped at the water station. They need to formulate a better plan if they're going to attack. Because I'm never going to catch up with them otherwise. Right, I'm going to keep that map on the screen. Let's see what else other people are doing. Bureau's team. Oh, the hunters are heading around. Fucking F stream though. I want to see this homeless fight, but they've all stopped at this water station.
Yeah, there's a spare water bottle here. Yeah, there's right here. Right here. Yeah, it's not.
Yeah, they need to attack homeless when he's in the corner. They're going to do it.
Why do you throw the water out? Oh, no. It's just water, man. The water. Yeah, just let the water out. Alright, alright, I don't think it'll take many of us to kill it.
I feel like I'm watching a fucking escape cutaway.
So you guys want to chill here for a little bit, take a 30-minute break, and we'll come back. That's a good idea. Awesome.
30 minutes of non-10, bro. You could have got homeless. Alright, let's check in on Gary. Did the EBT get powered up? No. Gary.
Let's sit there too. I think I left the sword, to be honest. No.
is heading out. I think he's heading with batteries to homeless. I told him to bring batteries to homeless. Hopefully I'm not going to go and fuck with him.
I need 100 bullets to get one person out.
Wait, hunters are right on these guys. Right. Hunters are right on this team, but... Okay. They're just hanging out. They're just all friends. Shaking hands with the hunters, hanging out, kicking back. How you guys doing? Having a good time? Right, now I'm putting up on homeless right now with a battery, I'm pretty sure. I think he's scared though. I think he thinks it's hunters. Right, now bringing them a battery, I'm pretty sure. Oh my god. Bro, hit for a battery drop. Bro, it was for a battery. Oh my god. I sent him a fucking battery because he needs one and he's hiding. Battery drops? Bro, I don't. Really? Oh, okay. Dude, what's this fucking guy? Bro. Fucking spider, bro. Yeah, Ice will be back soon. You should go to his computer. Yeah, fucking spider. Get off of me! Alright, now I'm about to bump into him, so I hope it is a battery drop and he don't get paintballed. I fucking muted. Muted, fuck. Bro, you muted! Alright, Ice, it's time to take over, Ice. Come on. Come on, Ice. It's time to take over. Oh, you mean I gotta change these? Oh yeah, yeah, full battery. I went to the place and yeah. Okay, yeah. Do you have any extra wires, by the way? Sometimes. Yeah, possible. I'll bring one. All right, thank you, man. All right. Gary, let's check on Gary because he's quite close to another team right now. I told you my endurance isn't bad. I just can't. I don't like running. another team, the lefty vision and all of them lot. They're very close to another team. Just to the right, in these bushes right here, is the other team.
Something there. Oh, just bug spray.
You can see here.
Just some sort of spray right there. I hear a car. It might be ice with batteries.
Ain't no cars. Oh yeah, it is. Ice is coming down near the house.
Oh, back to the couch. It smells.
Right to the right, just here is a huge group of people. To that right now. Yeah, the teams need to be changed. The vest issue needs to be addressed. That's the main things, really.
Would you rather, if you could come in second place and win nothing, or you could leave right now and win nothing, what would you choose? Second place gets a prize? Really?
Tell Garrett that he can't, like, Ice can control the black market when Ice is online. I can't do it. He wants a cigarette for one floppy disk.
So there are other people here, or is it just us?
Yeah, right to the right of you.
I think it's too big, like the ranch.
How are they not looking at the map?
Too big for this. Because there's no battle.
Well, none of you are trying to get in battles. Every time you see someone, you walk away from them. What do you mean there's no fucking battles? The fuck, bro? There's no battles. It's too big. None of you are trying to fight anyone. You're walking away from each other. Or if you see each other, you say, hey, just go your way, we'll go ours.
Doesn't seem to matter to your hunters.
You need batteries.
Yeah. I have like 2 lights left. They're fully dead. Can I swap? You want me to wait until it's fully dead, or can I swap it now? They're not dead. Yeah. I just swapped right back. I swapped this right there. Plug it in. Plug it in.
Yeah, they work. So, like, they work.
Your best have batteries? I can't check because my phone is dead. But I put no batteries in. I think I got like 1 light on this or something. I just need my phone to come back on and I can check. I just gave you the old one. I gave you my old one. I need a new one though. That's the dead one I just gave you. Yeah, but it's like a 1 light left. Oh, really? Just go until it dies?
As long as the green light's on, it's charged.
Then when you guys replenish them, so when this does die?
Yeah, I'm going to just go on right now.
All right.
There's 10 stations. If one station is that battery's going to go to another one.
But then we'll speak that in the meantime, unfortunately. Also, like 3 of them didn't have water either. Like 2. I'm hoping it is in. Come on, quick. Don't be gay, please.
All the we fill them all with water, I'm going around and put batteries in.
All right.
See how far it would be, but here's the thing. There is only 7 minutes. It's really difficult.
It's not easy for us either, just so you know.
Because battery's dead. You just take batteries. So how do you
Okay, and now you have to open your app and you have to reconnect it. So when the phone turns back on, you got to reconnect the vest. Yeah. I've lost everything. I lost everything, dude. It's all gone. That's all I got. he's not DQing anyone, so I think we can just do whatever we want, realistically. Hey, what is the likelihood of me getting a good paintball gun? Are you doing airdrops, money, anything like that?
Camera the whole
You're on the
time.
guns? All right. Can we get bullets, though? Because there's no bullets. All right. Because then we get some action going, you know? Well, I got kicked in the head, but I'm not complaining. Yeah, I tried to drive away, so she can't kick me in the head. What? Hey, you know that wasn't right. That wasn't right. I thought they were going to walk.
Hunters are allowed to drive. That was a guy said that.
You said they were going to walk and they couldn't run.
They have to walk to they're just using the car. Yeah, and I will throw that up. If you see them coming, you're going to get off the road when you see them coming. They can't drive.
They're only like 80. There's no getting off the road. I almost died. No, I'm kidding.
You'll be able to hear them coming.
Yeah, Hunter's going real fast. It was going to be over. Yeah, I know. I won't do that. No, that's fine.
Who in the chat would do this for 100k? For a chance of 100k, whatever you would do if you would have. The only thing that happened is a lot of people would.
Oh! Deal. I like how you made all the Hunter's girls, too. So, like, we can't, like, fight back, right? Yeah, but he's just like the security guard. No. The guy that had the mask on. Yeah. Oh, the guy that pointed it in my eyes. Yeah. Oh, yeah. We had more, I think, Anthony had some. For a whole package, though? Okay. Maybe she'll get to a deal with us. That's 35. That's 20. Anthony, your best. That's fine.
Credit.
Full transparency as well. I don't think I lose luck. I'm pretty sure I'm invincible. I've gotten hit at least 30. No, it works. But I got hit like 30 times, and it's 0. And it's 100.
I'll give you your life back.
Here, do it.
There you go. You got hit.
No, but I checked the app, and it's always 100. I've set it off like 30 times, and it's always
Didn't
100.
go down.
I mean, I'm kind of self-snitching, but I feel like it's part of the game, whatever. It'll work that time.
It works because you're not getting hit hard enough. It only works when it flashes out.
I have to hit you. No, it was flashing. No way. I flashed like 30 times.
He had 99 nights before the chat. Right, didn't go down. I just watched it. I can't.
Is it like our ship on the bus is successful, right?
Yo, it didn't go down. It was 99 and then it stayed at 99. Hit him again. Yeah, it was already at 97. Alright, what is it now? 99. Bro, I've got to talk to you about this. I've been watching this the whole stream. I'll tell you. Oh, now that one went 98. That one actually went 98, that one.
Yesterday. Not even counting one of our points.
What was it last? Did somebody hit you?
Last night I was like randomly sitting down, I would like freak out and last night. Going in for 7 hours, so.
What was it last? Did somebody hit you?
No, last night when I was like trying to sleep, I would like put it down and it
I
would
should have kept making him hit him.
Maybe it's flashing, but it's not enough.
Actually, no, it didn't work.
Flashing is not an indicator of the life on the server.
Oh, that makes sense.
The server is taking the data from the sensors of light.
Oh, look, they might be pressing like this. Look, they're going this way now.
You just hit me as well.
Give me my life back.
You're doing really good here.
Am I doing better than you thought?
You got 97 lives.
I'm doing better than you thought, no? I feel like I'm still here.
What's last?
Let's go.
Hey, actually, should go right.
I guess I just didn't get hit, realistically.
Yeah, so I think like it's showing like it's hit, but
Yeah. All right, that's good. All right. Do we want to vape? And we're all going to share it, or should we get vaped?
Oh my god, a vape and we're all gonna share it or sins, bro.
He doesn't have weed. It's not going to have weed here until he protects us. Yeah, but okay. So just to make I don't think he's going to give us weed.
What's your choice be, Chad? Sins or vape?
Anonymous tipped $3.33. Gary the No Health Reducer.
No health reducer, baby. 100%. I knew I wasn't yet. All right, good. That means you have to hit it decently hard. All right, that makes sense. I feel good about that now.
Chad, if you're out there, you taking weed or food? Weed or food? Weed or food?
Maybe he'll drop us in.
I can tell, you can tell the audience straight away, right? When half of the replies are weed.
I don't think so.
Alright, let's say I'm making moves on hopeless, but if they just follow in the past point, that's never going to work. They need to split.
Let's go. Oh, he's going to drop guns today, though.
Yeah, I mean, weed makes you slow as well. Mushrooms, holy fucking shit. They should just do an airdrop of brownies, but just make mushroom brownies. That would be content.
Wait for the airdrop. Defend ourselves until then. Wait for the airdrop. Look. Look. I'm just saying, it's there now. What up?
Yeah, that looks like it's a group. Yeah, they walked right past. I go, fuck.
You're too far away. I don't know who you are.
Why is there no one to attack? The map is too big. We see.
Oh, well, bro.
Hi, how are you, bro? See you around.
Come follow us.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm going to do a log, okay, real quick with these guys that are waiting around for hours.
Alright, can you have Nana Pig film it really nicely and you her TTS and I'll just watch her stream?
Yeah, I'm just going to hold the person stream to the going.
Yeah. Hold Nana Pips, maybe. So it's the same stream every time.
He's a dude that, like, yeah, it's that text one of us to say happy birthday to his
Give the two people 10.
No, I've already given them all 10. They've all got 10. Oh fuck, no, they got removed. Yeah, I had 10 to all of them.
Alright, perfect.
Yo. See that? Oh, you did? Yo, it's back.
Shit, we're gonna get some gulag, chat. We're gonna get some freaking gulag. Oh fuck, wait, vests. Fuck. Base supplies.
Not too deep.
What is this long distance shot? I need to get ice to cool us.
Like, Chop, no, trying to rich, man, you slightly rich, you think you're ugly. Bro, chill, my guy, bro. And yeah, I wanna stream with you and we do like a collab. And you and me recreate the doll scene, but the doll scene, but I will get back. I'll take it for the team. Oh, this is why you don't let women fill up cars. She was distracted by me. She's into me too much. Look at her. I got a blush on her cheek. Look at her. Damn. That's what I'm saying. I got that effect on women. I'm having some crazy effects on women. Go and make sure ice cream. Ice. Sunset food.
The vests. So, like, for example, DVRs is like hypersensitive, like you stroke it and it goes off. But Duran, whatever his fucking name is, and Snixie, both of theirs, they never lost any health the whole time they were beaten. So the problem is you kind of need to find two vests that have similar sensitivity and have them wear them each time. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I get it. Okay, I mean, they all should be the same sensitivity. I mean, I tested them. It's just,
so, like, when you see the clip, you're going to die laughing. They were pounding them with all of the swords for like 10 minutes and they didn't lose 1 point. Like, we need to test two vests and make sure they have the same sensitivity and then make them wear them two vests.
You're talking about Darius' vest?
Yeah, Darius and Snixie's. Neither of them took damages.
Hey, Snixie, let me see your vest.
They've all got 10 points right now, so you can hit them and I can see.
That's super ballers. So they got in the house. They grab paintballs with them.
Wait, relax.
Okay, this is your vest? Put it on. Let me see here. See it. Okay, 60 vest just went off right like that, so I mean, they just work. Listen, there's the vest, you have to hit them a certain way for them to go off, okay? It's about pressure in a...
He didn't lose a life, I'm telling you.
Area.
But he didn't lose a life.
Okay, can you open your app?
This is what I'm saying, they were smashing them, and they weren't changing. He's vest number 18, right?
He's number 18, yeah.
Yeah. It's still 10 lives.
And you got 5 shit, yeah. Yeah, you didn't lose in health.
But now do it to DBR. Now do it to DBR.
You're open now. Scan that.
The light isn't a fair indication.
So 60 on the dashboard still has 10?
Yes.
Okay, now DVR, let me do him.
Yeah, DVR's instantly went down.
Okay, so...
Fuck me! You took me, Ice! You just fucked me! Give me game with my best smile, and that's what she was laughing.
1 second. I got rate limited.
This is what we're gonna do then, okay? In that case, because until the coder can just fix whatever bug that is, if you edit everybody, you can manually decrease their health.
So what you're going to be filming and you're going to say, take away a point of this person, take away a point of this person. That's going to... Yeah. Can you not just find a second vest that works? Can you try, like, Mystic?
No, because every phone vest is connected to their exact phone MAC address ID.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. Just have them have that phone for their gulag. Just for the gulag.
I mean, you can't just manually decrease the health.
I can, but isn't that more scuffed? Anyway, sure. Wait, Homeless is fucked. 1 second. For fuck's sake. I think Homeless just got killed. Homeless is getting fucking attacked by a team of 5 right now.
Oh, perfect. All right. Well, you let me know when that's over. We'll get a good luck.
Yeah, I'll call you back. Keep your phone on you. Jesus, not low and pick on. Oh, now running. Oh, fuck. He's got to go. He's got to run through the bush like a nut job. He's just got to run through the bush like a nut job. Bro, look at Chicken Andy, bro. Holy fucking shit, like a rocket ship up his arse. Bro, Chicken Andy's going for it right now. Holy fucking shit. And there's homeless just there. That one you see that one pixel there? That's homeless. Like, this always has a good connection. Low key, like an important thing for a real streamer. Homeless. Run! Holy fucking shit. Chicken making that pursuit. Run into the bush, bro. Still got 99 lives. Yeah, into the bush, into the bush. Go, 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 go. Go, 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 run. Run, 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 run. Ah, good work, Otis. Nice. Nice, yo. Come on, if you love him or you hate him, give him a clap. You just escaped to a group of 5. That was nice. That was nice. Nice work on Homeless. He's got to keep pushing though. He can't get weak now. His health's fine. Oh my god, I think he's done him. I think he's went and done him, bro. Push Homeless. Yeah, he lost his war ball, which is a fucking huge L for him in the future, especially once he's finished this run, it's going to be fucked, bro. Oh shit. Homeless, get up. Get up. He's not losing health. Fuck. Get up, Homeless. Oh my god. No, this isn't out of bounds. Look at here. Come on, bro. He's going uphill as well. Come on. Wait, oh my goodness. Oh, fucking the Chicken Andy's pressing him, bro. He can't stop. He's got to keep the energy up. Bro, Homeless, you've got to, like, send it right now. Oh, my God. He's lost everything, bro. No. Come on. It's a 1v1. He could just try and take on Chicken Andy, but the best of two stuff. So we're gonna have to judge. Like, we're gonna have to watch this carefully and judge. Ooh, 1 second. Ooh. Mainstream is homeless. Top left is chicken. Fuck, chicken's happened. That's not gonna help the case. Come on, chicken. It's like I can't give you everything. Do you know what I'm saying? I can actually. I can. I'm the ultimate sus restreamer, so trust me 1 second. I've been prepared for this moment. I've been training from the sus multi-cams. Chicken's making huge progress because he's right in the open. Homeless is pushing through the bush, and Chicken just went to the main path, and then he's going to cut in, so he's making huge progress right now on Homeless. This could be it. And he's saving energy because he's not having to fight the bush. I can't zoom in anymore. Maybe I can just... Here we go.
Southbound side of the 15 there. Lieutenant Sam Davis and crash being worked on. And also 215 north of place at so there was driver five. So we decided to get some professional summer of 90. One thing office psychiatrist Marty liked us. Well, he seemed to see something. Marty. At the end of the first session, he said, observation. And he says, you know what?
This podcast for the iHeartRadio app, number one for music, radio, and podcasts. All the good stuff. Yeah. Hams keeps you on top of pop culture. The weeks of negotiations, the sci-fi comic mystery Resident Alien is finally season will, however, Sci-Fi Channel's USA Network and USA ramps up its original scripted series content centered around space alien and crash lands on Earth and takes on human form. Resident Alien is a strong 97% certified fresh Rotten Tomatoes score. Its third season jumped 3% total viewers and an impressive 36% in the advertiser counted in 18. And demo, speaking Sci-Fi's most watched scripted series, Alex Nick, Sarah Reynolds and Alice Letterman star of the show based on the Dark Horse Comics title of the same name. Season 4 of Resident Alien likely USA Network this year. All previous episodes are streaming on Netflix. Alright, and that's what's happening on iHeartRadio. All the good stuff. Yeah. Hams keeps you on top of pop culture. We're getting another look inside the world of young celebrities in an upcoming documentary for Hulu. Programming titled Child Star, Demi Lovato, part of Disney Entertainment Factory, is on the first executive producer and co-director of the project. Drew Barrymore, Lena Thompson, Raven Simone, Christina Green, Jane Joseph Siwa, and Allison Stoner are among those interviewed to share the highs and lows of Hulu. Yeah, tabloid spotlight. This statement Lovato shared, quote, I hope those who gain a deeper understanding of the challenges and pressures faced by young industries, including achieving a role of creating a safer and more supportive environment for future generations of young talents in entertainment, social media, and beyond. Child Star premieres September 17th on Hulu. Alright, that's what's happening at Camps on iHeartRadio.
Very hot weather. Sensitive to extreme day and the desert southwest of West Texas. Texas, Arkansas, 101, neighbor, scattered those rated out southern elevations and today presses some severe storms could likely Saturday, and possible threat. Alabama. See, Ernesto last year on Saturday, some storm surge and north state or also dangerous life-threatening surface condition along the Atlantic.
All next week on the Gary and Shannon Show.
Grab a can of your favorite snack. Join the entire weekend of singing that invented political corruption live from the Windy City. It's Gary and Shannon's excellent Democratic National Convention adventure. The sights, the sounds, the smells, the political gadflies. Gary and Shannon, they will all to you live next week from the Democratic National Convention in Chicago. PM 640. And skip by PM 640 here. So we end the program on Friday with this week's world interview. Well, leaders once again faced coming out of the fires from around the corner to around this week's world interview. And I'm going to give you highlights of what happened this week because, as always, it's a very busy week, and that's the way the news cycle is now. And so let's just go through what happened. Yesterday, my administration reached agreement with drug makers to lower prices on 10 costless prescription drugs that are Medicare. And that will play a new round, and you're going to see Medicare now negotiating with companies for the first time. And it's the walls have opened up. And also, President Biden made a major cancer funding announcement. Gives cancer moonshot program, in which tons of money, in this case, $150 million grant just to start to cancer deaths and to basically save 50% of cancer patients. Reduce the death rate by half. By half, I think it was 2025, 2040. And his son was, died of cancer. So he is particularly engaged in that horrible figure. that I did just a few minutes ago. Federal agencies in the White House are working to make it easier for us to unsubscribe, and that with those ridiculous doom cycles, and which menus on the phone and get stuck for minutes and minutes as you're menu to menu. Press 1 on this menu, go there, press 1 if that happens, and it just goes on, and eventually you talk to a real person and try to undo anything, unsubscribe, or cancel, or in right of your life. Olympic news, Jordan Childs, U.S. gymnast, stripped of her bronze medal after she was not given a score she should have. The judges agreed, they changed the score, she got the bronze medal instead of the Romanian, and they now had a situation where she wasn't getting the points. Anyway, we'll take a report of it. The United States went in and made a complaint, went ahead and challenged, and it was 4 seconds. 4 seconds, and she lost her bronze medal and they turned it in. Happened to be in the Bermudas, you're in a lot of trouble. Troubles farm, Ernesto nailed out in St. Puerto Rico. Hundreds of thousands of people without power. And by the way, there were hundreds of thousands of people without power anyways. That entire grid was falling apart. They really weren't able to get back to where it should be. And then you got Ernesto coming in and just nailing Eastern Puerto Rico. Now the Guinness are in a lot of trouble. That's what happens with storms of this kind. Tell me that climate change isn't here. Ukrainians have incurred incursion into Russia. 15 or 20 miles into Russian soil. And this is the first time that's happened. And all of a sudden, spinning on that. And we are going to have a debate. Vice presidential debate. Minnesota Governor Tim Walz and J.D. Vance lead vice presidential debate. CBS News, October 1. J.D. Vance said, I'll do more. So that should be a lot of fun. All right, guys, we're done. Tomorrow morning, it's Hamill on the Law, Marginal Week Twice. That's from 8 to 4 o'clock, following the Sharp 6 8 with House Whisper Show. And Neil Saavedra, 2 to 5 tomorrow afternoon. So that's after the tech show, Rich Carl. All right, it's been a fun week. We're doing that. Of course, on Monday, when you call, HK and 9 are here. Rest of the show, maybe. And what else? I think that's it, isn't it? Pretty well done. And I'll catch you tomorrow, and we'll catch you on Monday. KFI AM 645 everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Strip mall shooter search. Live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. The search is on for the shooter who killed a man at a strip mall on Monday.
The shooter was sitting on a motorcycle and waited for men to come outside before opening fire and then taking off. Police arrived and found a man suffering from a gunshot wound yesterday. He was pronounced dead on scene.
It's creepy. It's creepy. Scary.
His neighbor says the area and shopping center are generally very safe. Someone say the man was a well-known music promoter in the city. They say he was at the strip mall for a business meeting. He had 2 young children. Reporting live, Blake Trolley, KFI News.
The LAPD says it has arrested 4 guys in connection with the shooting of actor Johnny Wachter.
Investigators found on the tire iron was one of the pieces of forensic evidence that led to South LA. Forensic started yesterday morning. $2 million bail. Wachter was killed May 25th when he walked up on and surprised the guys who had been trying to steal the catalytic converter from Wachter's car. Sources with knowledge of the case say the investigation is far from over and may result in more arrests. Steve Greger and KFI News.
Police in the body of Tom Northern California. Police used drugs to find ship tell right straight down. Her boyfriend was arrested nearby Portola and Egypt have been working on their behalf. The meeting today was held as the British and French foreign ministers traveled to Israel to meet with Iran's foreign minister. Former President Trump says he's told the Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu in a recent conversation that he needs to take control of the situation in Gaza.
That victory and get it. The has to stop. The killing has to stop.
Health authorities in Gaza say the number of people killed in the war has topped 40,000. Officials do not say whether those killed are militants or civilians. Like a scene out of Jaws, a great white shark is rammed into a fishing boat off Catalina Island. Didn't do anywhere near the damage luckily. The fishermen got it all on video. They say when they were in the area looking for bluefin tuna when the shark swam up off their boat and then swam away. State Long Beach Shark Lab says it's pretty common for fishermen to have shark encounters, especially now as adult male great whites are returning to the Channel Islands from their migrations. Southland weather from KFI, sunny skies, highs around 80 and beaches, 80s to about 90. The metro areas, 90s to about 100 in the valleys. Gusty winds with highs in the 90s to low 100s for the Antelope Valley and Empire. A couple degrees cooler for the weekend, and then we'll start warming up again as we head into next week. It's 70 in Dana Point, 72, Long Beach 72, Game Garden Grove 74 in Lancaster. The KFI Market Report is brought to you by Revive Real Estate. The Dow is trading back in positive territory at 3 points. The NASDAQ up 9. The S&P 500 is up 2.
Revive Real Estate just released a new tool that lets you see what your home would be worth after renovations. It's free to use. Just go to KFIRevive.com. That's KFIRevive.com.
Let's check in with our KFI in the sky. Who's checking out Crash and Climb on the 5.
There, psychics, I think, is really slow back to the 405 on the southbound stretch of the 5. They're really slow if you're headed across the valley floor, especially on the westbound side of the 101 getting out of Studio C. We had an earlier crash up ahead at Newman Avenue. That should be clear, but it's pretty slow getting out to the lake there on the westbound 101. Also very slow in Diamond Bar, eastbound 60. The transition road to the southbound 57 is closed for some Caltrans road work. Even though the work commute is still going on, it is slow back from Nogales on the eastbound side of the 60. Again, the transition to the southbound 57 closed. The southbound 605 was actually pretty slow. Right there at the 60, the crash there in lanes as well, causing delays out of Walmart Park. With Southern California's only airport traffic reports from the driver, KFI in the sky. This is we fly far beyond legal and limited under the surface. Pressure disrupted to the existing status quo. Spin Golden, Matt Frederick, and Noel Brown introduce you to the world of stuff they don't want you to know. Officially introduced Biohack. History is real. Explain events. Winning best of us. Now it's time for some answers. Seekers to the edge of that. Listen to stuff they don't want you to know. On America's #1 podcast network. iHeart. Open your free iHeart. Search stuff they don't want you to know. Start listening.
The free iHeartRadio app is
all the time. It's the domino theory. And again, the world's terrorists are the United States. Look what we did to Iraq. Look what we did to Libya. Libya, the most successful country in all of Africa. The guy created the 8th wonder of the world with the way how he delivered water and turned deserts into farmland. And everybody had a house and everybody had education and healthcare. And we turned it into a failed state run by terrorists with open slave markets. Who did that? Barack Obama and Hillary Clinton did that, and they'll never have to pay a price for that. Barack Obama, the most they'll do is go, "Yep, that was a mistake." Yep,
But why did they get rid of Gaddafi?
Because he was going to start a currency of Africa just for that was going to compete with the U.S. dollar and the euro, and they can't have that because the way the United States controls the world is because the United States dollar is the reserve currency of the world. So that's why they can put sanctions on all these countries. And so what they're doing, which they shouldn't do, they're weaponizing the US dollar. And so like when countries want to trade with each other, they have to go take their currency, change it into US dollars so they can trade. And it was a lot of it was based on the petrodollar, which, by the way, Saudi Arabia just quit. They didn't renew it. I don't know if you heard about that.
Yeah, I did hear about that.
So, and all of a sudden, CBS News is starting to do news stories about how Saudi Arabia was involved in 9/11. All of a sudden, 24 years later, all of a sudden, oh, you know what? Turns something happened. And they're like, you mean 2 weeks after they decided to not renew the fucking petrodollar? Now CBS News is allowed to talk about that and investigate it, which when I talked about it, got demonetized. But anyway, so that's why, because Gaddafi was doing that. He was going to set up a currency for all of Africa, and it was going to be based on have a gold standard. And so they're like, no, you're not. You're not fucking doing that. And they made up a bullshit thing like, we got to save the people. Whatever. The United, they don't give a fuck about the people in America. They got veterans and everybody else living under every goddamn bridge in this country. You think if they gave a shit about those people, don't you think they'd start helping the people right outside the front door?
Right.
Instead of, no, we gotta go help people in Libya, and we gotta help people. It's about helping people in Ukraine, and it's about helping people in Taiwan, and it's about no. This is all about an upward transfer of money. This is about balkanizing countries and turning it over to BlackRock and Vanguard. That's what this is about.
Yeah.
And we'll be right back.
That's a good rant. That's a solid rant. Biden is sending $61 billion to Ukraine. Much of it will pass through the U.S. economy first.
You mean in weapons manufacturing and things like that? By the way, there's no oversight.
Isn't it better to just say the U.S. economy? Why do you have to look at the bad side of things?
But this is how they sell it to us. Like, no, we're actually investing in our own country. If you want to invest in our own country, why wouldn't you build fucking bullet trains? Why wouldn't you do that? Why wouldn't you build affordable housing for people? Because people can't afford now. The new generation can't afford fucking houses. Why would you do things for people? Why wouldn't you give people healthcare that doesn't bankrupt them, or an education that doesn't bankrupt them? We're ending.
Excuse me, I don't think you've read that our military aid to Ukraine is revitalizing manufacturing communities across the United States.
The most inefficient way to stimulate economy is military spending. Now, I've known that for a long time. It's the lowest return on your dollar.
That's a crazy spin.
Because that's how they're doing it. Now that's how they're doing it. Well, you saw Lindsey Graham. I don't know if you saw this. He said that there's $15 trillion in natural in rare earth minerals in Ukraine, and if we don't get it, China's going to get it, and Russia's going to get it. We can't. So now, 3 years into this war, you're telling me it's about why can't we just do regular economic shit and try to outcompete people? Because that's all this is. These are economic wars that they turn into. Well, Fred Hampton said that politics is war without violence. War is politics with violence.
Yeah.
And so that's what these wars are. None of them are real. They're not what you think they're for. That's all made up. And we keep falling. I can't believe people still fall for the Ukraine war.
Well, they went into that so quick. They got rid of the.
Well, Russiagate set it up. And when I was at the Young Turks, I would tell those people, those knuckleheads at the Young Turks, when they were Russiagating, I go, they're going to use this for a war. And that's exactly what they knew they were doing that. They knew that they were getting people mentally ready for a war with Russia. And by this right now, it's a proxy war with Russia. That's what this is. And of course they did it. And of course, if you say something, they call you a Putin puppet, just like you were an Assad toady. If you said something, the truth about Syria, like Tulsi Gabbard was saying,
right.
Or if you said the truth, remember? I mean, if you said there weren't weapons of mass destruction, you were called a traitor.
Right.
The whole thing, it's the fucking never end. It's the same playbook, and people fall for it every time. And it's because we are the most propagandized country in the world. You think China is? When people in China watch the news, they know it's propaganda. In the old Soviet Union, people knew that was propaganda. The difference between that and now is people in America, they think they're watching the news when they turn on Fox, CNN, MSNBC. And isn't it weird? It never clicks to anybody that when Rachel Maddow and Sean Hannity are telling you the same thing about Ukraine, doesn't that someone go over? My spidey sense is like, oh, this is fucking bullshit. Yes, it is. Yes, when they're telling you the same thing about COVID or vaccines or lockdown, doesn't your spidey senses go up that this has got to be bullshit? So they all agree, again, just like the Republicans and Democrats, they all agree on the worst of things, right? They all agree on war. They all agree on screwing workers. They all agree on keeping us having the most expensive healthcare in the world. They all agree on not doing anything to fix homelessness and not investing in our own infrastructure. But so they agree on all the worst things. It's like having divorced parents, but they both agree on sending you to military school.
Yeah, it's a conundrum for sure. But don't you think that more people are aware that it's bullshit than ever before?
I hope so. I think a lot. I think COVID woke up a lot of people.
I think it did too, and I think it shows like yours and these shows that are online now that aren't beholden to a corporation, that are independent shows that can actually connect the dots with knowledgeable people that actually understand the history behind everything. It's just a different world now.
You know, even with YouTube, Joe, it's amazing how many people told the company line. They told the company line around Ukraine war. They told the establishment line around COVID and vaccines and shamed anybody for. It was just amazing. I'm like, what the fuck is going on? So there's only maybe a couple of places that you can get reliable news, even in independent news, right?
Yeah.
The Gray Zone had to debunk. They debunk everything, and
the Gray Zone.
Yeah, it's Max Blumenthal and Aaron Mate.
Okay.
Yeah, and they helped debunk Russiagate. They helped debunk the Syria gas attacks. Aaron Mate did extensive work on that. I was first, but I'm a dumb guy. I have to take credit where I can, you know. And but how
did you debunk that?
I knew because Robert Fisk had done reporting on the ground. He was one of the most decorated war reporters in Europe, and it didn't make any sense on its face that Assad, who was winning the war at the time, would do the one thing Barack Obama said if he crossed that red line and used chemical weapons, he would then go do it. And they only killed like 50 people at a time with a chemical weapon. So why the fuck would he do that? Of course, that was a false flag done by, and then the OPCW. Whistleblower. So the OPCW, which is the Organization for the Prevention of Chemical Weapons, right? And so they used to be considered, you know, nonpartisan and non-captured, and they would go in and they would, if there was a chemical weapon used, they would go in and they would do a report. Well, of course, they got captured, right, by NATO and the billionaire class, and so they go in, they do their report, and they're like, oh yeah, it was Assad, he did it. But then the whistleblowers came out and said, no, that's not what happened. They suppressed the engineer's report. They suppressed this report. These canisters were laid there. This wasn't dropped from a helicopter. So it was all bullshit, right? So of course Assad didn't do that, right? And so I was onto that first, and then Aaron Mate came back and he did meticulous reporting on it. He's written at least 10 articles on it, which nobody will ever debunk. Nobody, because they can't. Right. Mm-hmm. And and Russiagate, I knew immediately Russiagate was bullshit because I brought on Bill Binney, who was NSA's number one code breaker for decades and decades. And he came on and he explained to me that they didn't hack into that DNC server that was downloaded locally. Right. And now we know that, how much shit they wrote a smear piece about me in the Washington Post because I was asking logical questions about what happened with Seth Rich.
Yeah.
Hey, where was he from the time he left the bar to the time he got home?
You're not allowed to ask ethical questions about a guy that WikiLeaks said leaked them information that the DNC was conspiring to keep Bernie Sanders out of the primary. You're not allowed to.
I remember they wrote that Jeff Bezos hired a guy at the Washington Post to smear me over that, right? And they did.
I don't know if Jeff personally was involved.
And
I think Jeff's busy. I mean, it was his paper, but I mean, how much time do you think he's spending at his paper? Realistic.
Why do you think he bought that paper? Do you think he bought that paper because he wants to inform people about what the billionaire class is up to, Joe?
It's super profitable.
It's not. It's not.
It makes billions of dollars a year.
No, in fact,
it does really well. It only tells the truth.
In fact, the head of the Washington Post went into the newsroom just as like a month ago, and I don't know how it got leaked out that he said, "Hey, nobody's reading your shit anymore."
Ryan,
people are done with the corporate news. Hopefully, yeah. Right? They're fine. Well, that's why you saw that. I can't think of her name. That.
You ready for some pot party, son? Okay, I understand. What's good in your life? Just a moment. I'm going to switch devices so I can hear you better. So I can hear you like $1,000,000 fucking bucks. Because if I can't hear Orion in fucking surround sound 100% the way that I want to hear him, I don't want to fucking live. Yo, Orion, can you hear me? Excellent. What's good? Fuck yeah, dog. Can't beat that. You're enjoying your plant. That's phenomenal. Okay.
Like when you grow weeds, like if you prefer to just dry it and then grind it up and smoke it, well, it still gets you high and it's still very potent. It's not like
Okay.
so alcohol. You know how alcohol is more potent. Water ages.
Right.
It's like that. The high gets more intense, the more
Oh, okay. So, like, you know, when they age alcohol in casks and the 7-year stuff or whatever, the 13-year stuff, the longer, it more valuable. Is that the same in marijuana?
Yeah, but the curing process for marijuana is a lot shorter. The aging process is it's a lot shorter.
What's the longest you can age it?
Well, I mean, it depends on what you need. Like, just straight plant material. Like, you can cure it for up to a month. That's it. And then it should be ready to smoke. You know, like a quality standard product.
Right.
Like, for example, Bud Light has the standard of 3.5% alcohol, right? In all their beers. That's their standard. So they let their alcohol ferment until it has the correct percentage. With weed, your percentage is already there. Your THC is already there. But what you're doing during the curing process is you're removing a lot of the, well, here's just the biggest, baddest thing that you're removing. Well, it's chloroform, right? You know, plants suck in sunlight and create chloroform for food. That's what makes plants green.
Yeah, hold on. No, it's chlorophyll. Chloroform is a drug.
Yeah. Hang on. I just realized right after you said that
You okay?
what I was saying.
You okay?
And I have to say, I swear to you on everything holy, I do not own, possess, or have ever sought to obtain.
Dog, you got a gallon of chloroform in your fucking trunk.
No, I don't. I swear on everything holy. Yeah, no, chlorophyll.
Yeah.
So the chlorophyll, the plant sucks sunlight and makes chlorophyll, and when you harvest your buds, there's still chlorophyll in the buds itself. You have to age it and let those molecules break down. So essentially what the aging process does in cannabis is it breaks down certain molecules that are unfavorable to smoking. The more chlorophyll you have, the more harsh your buds are going to be.
Okay. So you say the more harsh they're gonna taste, will they be stronger?
No. Actually, arguably, you won't get the effect that you're seeking because there will be a lot more contaminants that you're smoking rather than just THC and some plant material. You're smoking THC, plant material, chlorophyll,
And amongst the other things that need to be broken down, chlorophyll is just the biggest thing. There's other molecules that the aging process breaks down that gives the weed its scent. It's unique scent. It's unique. So.
Carries a lot of drama, especially yesterday, the report that Biden would be there on Monday, but
all right, so at about week 5, 6 of flower, I start plucking buds off of my plant, not dried, just I'll pluck a good full-grown bud and I'll grind it up to smoke it or whatever while it's still wet, and then I'll smoke it. And like it will get me high, but not very, right?
Right.
So then that same weed, I'll pluck another bud off, grind it up, dry it out, and then smoke it. I get a lot higher, right? By a lot higher, I mean I can significantly feel a difference. Now, if you were to harvest the bud, like after 8 weeks or whatever, after your flowering cycle is done, you're to harvest the bud and dry it out, and then smoke it. It gets you 4 times as high as plucking a wet bud off, grinding it up, then drying it out. If you were to harvest, just cut the plant down, let it dry, and then smoke it, you get so much higher. Right? Now, with smoking dry buds, it's harsh. With dried uncured buds, it's harsh, and you still get high, but arguably there's a harshness and a weird taste to it. We put them in jars, the bud are here over 2 weeks, maybe, depending on the size of your jar. You might want to do 3 things. It all depends on how much weed you're trying to cure all at once, right?
Right.
Like a jar, like you can't even see the regular mason jar, like I don't know how much this is. Regular ass mason jar. 2 weeks for that, maybe 30 days, maybe. But dude, it's crazy how much better weed is. Like, that's why there's an entire process to this whole thing, from growing the plant, maintaining it through its growth cycles, or through stages, whatever, and then harvesting the plant correctly. Like, growing cannabis isn't just you plant a seed, pluck it, let it grow, just, and all you do is water it, and then dropping it down, plucking the bugs off, and letting them dry. It's so much more than just that. Like, it's literally a scientific process. If you want to get like good yields and grow good quality product, it's really an art form, and it takes a really, really long time. You gotta be meticulous.
I think so.
Like, you want to grow a lot of weed and grow really good weed, like, you basically gotta have a degree of botany almost.
I can see that.
Worth of knowledge, because the amount of stuff that it takes to grow a cannabis plant, the healthy cannabis plant that produces a lot, and good buds. It doesn't have to be a lot of buds, but good quality buds that's high in THC and weed, right? If you want to grow that good shit, you have to literally not only measure the amount of light you're getting, you have to give your plant the right amount of light, and then the soil, the ppm to the soil has to be really accurate. So you got to make soil from scratch and make sure your parts per million of everything is right on point, throughout the various stages.
Right.
And then not only that, you have to control your temperature and then your humidity. And but dude, so you don't have all-in-one air conditioners and heaters, right? They're just those things aren't that efficient, right? You either have an efficient unit that cools it or an efficient unit that heats. Mixing heating and cooling in the same unit makes for loss of efficiency. Anyways, same with dehumidifiers and humidifiers. I want to say they're two different machines. So if you want to control every single aspect, while it's doable and in concept, in theory, in thought, it sounds easy. It's actually harder than you think. It's literally like creating your own controlled environment.
Okay.
That's literally what it is. And that in itself poses challenges. But yeah, anybody can plant a seed and grow some okay weed. But to grow weed where like people like where you could win a cannabis cup or like win some type of award, that takes art, that takes time, that takes skill. It's literally you'll never ever find actual cannabis cup buds on the market for cheap. Ever. Like it won't be like a $30 or $40 case. It'll be like $100 case, like $1,000 ounce.
I gotcha.
Yeah, but
Is this Frosty?
What up, Frosty? How you living, Camp?
yeah, what's up, man?
What's good?
But
You want to grow some good?
yo veo the time penalty for growing weed in Mumbai is like loads of time and getting prison.
Okay, sorry.
So I mean, it's not a thing, you know. If you want to do something like that, you get caught, it's over. You don't have permanent drives on the cops to do stuff like that. You can't do it here.
Here, where the state I live in, you could live. But yeah, you're from India, and there's a strain of weed I want. It's Pakistan, Afghan, right? It's
yeah.
There's this company called Pack Afghan, and they have this strain called Black Hashish or Black Hashish, or something like that.
Yeah, you want something better than that, you can go to India and up north and get the stuff the locals grow there, which is legal. Well, it's legal there. It's called banana hat.
Yeah, if I had a passport, I would go to India, but I don't.
Yeah.
I feel conflicted though. Like I would buy some shit from that actual Pack Afghan company. Like, first of all, Osama bin Laden was hiding in Pakistan. I don't trust Pakistan because they may not have known it, but it's still like sus.
Yeah.
My country wasn't at war with Afghanistan.
Do you have you ever smoked salvia?
I have.
You have?
Yeah.
What was it like?
Oh, it was wild. It's really, really strong onset and lasts like 15 minutes. And if I were doing it right now, it would look like this. I fucking smoke it, and then it would feel like this rush of waves or wind was coming over me, and I would have to lie down like this, and it would literally feel like there was a weird gravitational pull, that was pulling me from the side. After 15 minutes, it's done, and it doesn't work again for like weeks.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
I just watched the video somewhere. Saga was illegal in India, and then they made it illegal in 2022 after they found out that people could get hired at anything even remote to Indian culture that is intoxicating. They'll put bans on it. So anything that's not banned here in India is controlled. And great. So it's not that great anyway, but yeah.
I'm taking creative before it gave me a headache.
Yeah, it's sort of like taking when you take CBD, right? Especially in places like Britain where they do a lot of CBD advertising and CBD this and that. It's a really good replacement. Like if you've been stoned before and you want the feeling, but you don't want to get high and you don't want to have to go through like the whole thing of getting stoned and everything. You just take CBD and it just activates the kind of heat feeling that you get from being high. It's pretty cool that way. I mean, like, it's quite popular in London.
CBD also gives me a headache. Dear CBD.
Yeah, it's useful if you notice it enough, it works, you know. So if you don't notice it enough, it's not gonna work. But I like CBD a lot. The only thing is, I go to London and my sister like has some of it in her tea. Like she has CBD tea, and I'm not allowed to have it because my parents think it is not something. But
Typically, wait, do your parents drink coffee?
yeah.
Yeah, tell them have caffeine.
Yeah, I mean, but CBD is hardly an intoxicant either.
Hardly, yeah. When I got a headache from CBD, it wasn't when I was smoking CBD flower. It's when I took the CBD concentrate. I took like 1,000 milligrams. And it could have been something else in this little bottle I got. It honestly wasn't even CBD in there. But I just remember getting a bad headache and then going to sleep. But I did get some really good sleep.
Yeah.
Great the next day.
Well, see, that's the thing I have with these dogs. Recreational use has ruined any use for it to stabilize your mood and such. Because all those things are all considered getting higher. So, you know, London's done a good job of promoting CBD because most of the health, most of like the health effects of it come from CBD and not so much the THC. The THC in weed is gets you. That's what basically gets you high. So, yeah, I've not smoked weed in a couple of years now. It gets me like really like painted white, so like I get pale as heck. somewhere and pack it in bongs and smoke it. And I remember like that's probably the best weed I've had, which is the hydro weed. That was kind of just made popularity back then. I don't know if CBD is, you probably get it in shops here, they can't ban it. So. Yeah, I have no interest in trying to get high and stuff. It's just state of mind sobriety is probably the best thing you can get. But it depends, like, I suppose if you can afford weed and afford a full-time lifestyle around it, then yeah.
Well, that, in all honesty, growing good weed, well, decent weed, you're not going to win any fucking cannabis cups or awards. It's easy to grow outside, and especially in certain areas you can grow massive plants that will up to 2 pounds, right? Per plant.
Yeah.
So with that being said, it's not that expensive, depending on how you do it. It would literally just be like, if I was in the right area for where I'm at, well, like in America, I would have to say $15 for the seeds, for 3 seeds, right? So I get 3 seeds. And I have like a 99.9% germination ratio.
That's great.
So let's say I plant these 3 seeds. I would use castings. I would use a series of ingredients to pre-upend the soil there, right? And use like mycorrhiza and a bunch of other things. Anyways, $400 American dollars. 500, and you can buy all the materials you need to keep those 3 plants upright. You'd be able to buy all like the seeds, all the nutrients you would need, and then the materials to keep the plants upright, given that you have a way to water them. Right?
Yeah.
So let's say this grow would yield a pound per plant. Not 2 pounds, but just a pound per plant. And let's say that each pound is worth, well, let's just say $200 ounces. So that's $2,800 per pound. That's 3 pounds. That's 2,400. No, sorry. I'm retarded. 8,400. I'm correct. Dollars. Off of a $500 investment.
Yeah, that's easy. It's a cash crop, basically. It's the biggest cash crop in USA.
That's correct.
Yeah.
If you can do that, yeah.
Dude, what I just explained there, like, well, it's illegal to do it. I was thinking black market, street value. Like, so I was thinking, what's the value? Because 3 pounds on the legal market would actually net more money.
Yeah.
Well, in taxes. You would be paying more taxes than regulatory fees.
You have all these idiots, legal sellers, right? And they don't want to share their license. So, yeah. I mean, if you try to get into illegal, while you're an illegal, how is that? Like, can you get into it? I don't think you can, right? Because the license dealers, you have to, like, join them, or, yeah, they probably wouldn't want your competition much. I don't know. I'm just saying. I don't know if that's right.
No, I would totally if I knew enough people.
Yeah, but I can't just go up to them and not ask them if they can go with them or something like that. I don't know.
So the dealer's license, we could get a grower's license and a dealer's license. But they only hand out so many of them. They're only giving them out to non-criminals, I guess. You know, they don't want just anybody being able to grow and sell weed to the public without fear of being arrested, which is honestly a piece of shit business tactic, and the government needs to realize, like, if I grow a plant, okay, and I want to sell said plant, it's fresh produce, essentially, is what it is. It's fresh produce. As a farmer, I should be able to grow a plant, harvest it, and take care of it, you know, make it ready to consume, and then I should be able to sell it without any permit or anything. What if I fucking grow watermelons and I take watermelons to the market to try to sell watermelons? What are they going to do? Stop me? So now, what's the issue with cannabis? As long as I would sell it to people 21 and up, and like I would check IDs and all that shit, and I just know who I'm selling it to, right? Like, what's the issue? The government say, like, hey, we're only going to allow certain people to be able to do this. Like, they already do it with guns, they do it with fishing, hunting.
Yeah, I mean, they're kind of bitches about this because legally has this improved people's habits. It's not big these things, and it's like, you know, they sort of shove this stuff down teenagers' throats right now. In my estimation, I think that's what they're doing. But once they remove the stigma from it, things will still pretend like it's all fine and just like giving the shit to 18-year-olds and everything.
Oh, yeah, see, here's the thing. I have a 12-year-old nephew. I have 2 sons younger than him. I have a daughter, right? And I would never in my life, before they were 18, right? Be like, hey, you want to smoke some weed? Maybe 16. Maybe.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean,
hang on. The first time I smoked, I was 14. And I'll tell my kids that. If they seek it out themselves, that's on them. I'm not going to, like, fucking chastise them if they smoke before they're 14. If they're with their friends and they do it, that's on them. But I wouldn't do it with them. And if I found out, I would just, I would tell them, hey, you should wait until you're an adult to do this all the time. Like, all right, remember drinking, getting alcohol, sneaking around, right? Like, people talk about all this shit, and then kids genuinely become curious.
Right.
Like, what is this? So they inevitably end up doing it, and it's like, why even say anything around children about it, right?
Yeah. But also, like, after they made legal weed, it's sort of become like, so what I think, right, is that they've made it like the criteria for, so there are lots of problems that arise when you kind of remove the stigma from it, right? For one, what's going to happen is that there aren't going to be any gray area people who are actually like, it's just not going to happen. And with that comes like the kind of subculture kind of thing that happens, right? And the more that controls like communities and stuff, it's going to inevitably like kind of screw up a lot of US tradition basically, or whatever people are trying to uphold right now. And most of everyone else is like this pocket. And so yeah, like it's true that a lot of thinkers like Terence McKenna, for example, he said the same thing. He said like he actually does kill culture. And it's a sort of epidemic of like when the Mexicans kind of went pro-weed everywhere in USA. It was sort of like they sort of knew it was like it's a culture of death basically, right? But this
culture of death.
I mean, no,
you want to know what fucking kills culture? Social media. And marijuana has honestly been culture.
I mean, yeah, no, I'll tell you what it is. Okay? It's not a culture of death. What it is that it kind of strains out like people's. It strains out more than what it does on an individual level. If you think about these things on like macro levels, they kind of take away from, because the problem is that everything is so subcultured and everyone just wants to get high and do stuff like that. What it does is it takes those people away from the communities they could belong to, or like it could just take away people from
what stops is people adhering to a fictitious financial system, and they realize that there's a natural way to exist, and therefore it disrupts these rich aristocrat people. And the moment people step away from the community and stop going to their factory jobs, these rich aristocrats no longer can sustain their wealth. So therefore, there's a giant propaganda push in many cultures to ostracize drug use and natural ways of living. Anything that is against cannabis, anything that is against the natural way of existing, like ultimately capitalism is one of those things. It's making people adhere to something that is not natural. Money does not exist in accordance with nature. You want to talk about something that's destroying society's money, social media, the need for approval from your fellow man or person.
But sometimes like you and me and probably Rabbi too, right? We came from a place where like there was a lot of stuff happening at that time, and we were still living in an outside kind of world, right? I mean, we weren't so inward segregated like into any sort of place basically. We were kind of on the edge of whatever was happening at that time. Back then, at least back then, you know. So the thing I think is that pretty much all these Gen Z people and everyone who's gonna grow up right now, they're gonna live in less trustworthy kind of society, right? Because you for a fact like just as Rabbi and me are, they're kind of dinosaurs to everything. So for us, it might not matter as much, but for these kids growing up, they're gonna be growing up in places where everyone who's supposed authority is gonna be telling them to do not fall for the hysteria of people, of you not being able to trust anyone or anything. And it's not going to be possible for them because they're going to be stuck there, still completely secure without any sort of reproach or anything that we went through. And they're just going to realize that it's either you pay to play or you just like don't survive.
Yeah, I was just thinking about how life is pay to play. And that's the thing. Fuck pay to play. I don't give a fuck about it. Ultimately, money is not my motivator. My motivator is destroying the establishment and reestablishing one that is harmonious.
Yeah, that's respectable. Yeah. I think that's respectable. I'm just telling you what I think it's kind of become separate from like whatever we do. I mean, I used to get high a lot too, but I don't remember when like a 16-year-old could handle the type of situations that we had to deal with, you know.
They ultimately cannabis it's natural. It comes from seeds. It's like shrooms that make you trip. They actually grow in cow shit. And in India, in Hinduism, I'm not an absolute expert on Hinduism, but I do know without a shadow of a doubt, Indian people do not eat, a lot of Indian people don't, because cows are sacred, right? In India, cows are highly respected, right?
Yeah.
So, that being said, the shrooms, psychedelic shrooms that grow in their shit, should be an absolute delicacy. I guarantee you, somewhere in your culture, they're like, this shit right here, fuck you. These little things that grow out the shit, grab these up, put them in some tea, maybe throw on your favorite food. Like, you'll have a great time. Because that's your thing. Now, where is that being told in the mainstream media? Because cannabis and drugs have been around for ages. It wasn't until recently in history that there was a giant push back against drug use and the war on drugs was started, because the free thinkers tended to smoke marijuana and do other drugs. So that Just Say No campaign was really a anti-war campaign. You understand that double negative, right? So there's anti-war. It was a campaign anti-war protests and people, the hippies, that locked a lot of them up and criminalized them in public's eyes. It's propaganda. Governments do it. Hitler did it very well. And I really feel like it's not cannabis itself that's inherently bad. It's people not making good decisions. It ultimately comes down to the person and the user. Just like a gun isn't inherently bad, but it's how you use it. So it's the user. But I can ramble for hours.
But I think you got cut off.
No, you dropped.
No, I muted my mic because
Oh, okay.
So there's been drug use throughout history, right? Alcohol. Right? Why is alcohol the only thing that is talked about in the mainstream? There's a bunch of other stuff like Native Americans and community. People have tripped for centuries. You know, people have even been tripping on acid for centuries. It's theorized that when like back way back in the day in Europe and early colonial times in the continental United States, what is known now as the continental United States, it's people would sometimes walk up on travelers would come to a town, atypically during like winter time, and everybody's acting weird, right? Everybody's just weird. Sometimes not like violent or anything, but anyways, essentially what happened is the whole town would be tripping on acid, essentially. Rye, moldy rye. So when you take rye and it's like barley or whatever, it's like a grape, you take rye, and if it gets moldy, the mold that grows on it, you can take that mold and then synthesize that down into LSD. So there's LSD in this mold.
Right.
So they would eat this moldy rye unwittingly, right? And they would all start tripping. Like towns, like those weird dancing phenomena. It's debatable that it had something to do with moldy rye. Like a plausible explanation. You know? Like, have you ever seen a drunk rabbit?
No.
But when grain sits in a pile, it can start fermenting. Rabbits and rodents will come up and start eating this. How do you say it? Fermenting grain. And then they'll like run around like they're drunk. Like how a drunk human being stumbles around. Rabbits will run around in circles and all that shit. Anyways, it's natural to get fucked up. I'm trying to think of the animal that decimates poppy fields in India.
First presidential debate between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris will be held at the National Constitution Center in Philadelphia on September 10th. BBC News host David Muir and T. Davis are going to moderate. The network hasn't said yet whether there's going to be an audience. Harris's campaign said this week that Harris is going to do another debate with Trump in October. Trump said 2 other debates are planned for September, one on the 4th on Fox and then the 25th on NBC.
Yeah, so it's natural to get high.
Former president has criticized the Biden-Harris administration's economic record. He spoke yesterday in New Jersey about supply chain issues and inflation.
Kamala's reportedly proposing communist price controls. She wants price controls.
All right, elephants, red monkeys, other species, birds, fruit bats, obviously, because fermenting fruit, they get drunk all the time. I guarantee you. Tree shrews, rodents, bees, moose, parrots, orangutans, badgers, bees, cats, dolphins, lemurs, wallabies. All these animals get high. So when someone's like, "Oh, it ruins the natural selection," dude, cats get high on cat. Like, my cats will go crazy as a cat. So why is it wrong for me to smoke weed? It's natural. That's one thing I can. Oh, I didn't notice Frosty laugh.
He bounces sometimes. I don't know if it's his internet.
Super valuable piece of land, and if something should happen, whoopsies, if that whoopsies happens, and then they can figure out a way to take it.
Have you ever seen a fire that melted the wheels off cars? And
it does. I mean, fires do that.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, extreme heat is fucking insane what it does to cars. And also cars are filled with oil and gasoline. The kind of heat that you get off of a burning vehicle is extraordinary. When you're like, fires are one thing, like a wood fire, but a fire of a car that's filled with 30 gallons of gas and has rubber tires, like that heat is fucking extraordinary.
Yeah.
Extraordinary. I mean, fire can do wild things, man. It really can, but the real problem is how they handled everything. It's so poorly done. By the way, they've had wildfires there commonly because of the fact that they have, like, see, there's liquid aluminum, so the wheels melt. So that's all liquid aluminum.
Oh,
that's the
really?
wheels melting. Yeah.
All right,
fire,
so now I believe you.
Yeah, fire from gasoline and everything in a car is made out of plastic. Think about if you have vinyl seats and plastic grommets and all these different plastic pieces that are on your sides, your A columns and all this, all that's plastic. The fucking steering wheel's plastic. Yeah. The dashboard's plastic.
Yeah.
All that shit goes up, and bro, you better get the fuck out of the way. And 30 gallons of gasoline, like that's heat, man. That melts everything. Melts mufflers, melts everything. Anything aluminum is fucked.
So there's no way to vote our way out of these problems. It doesn't seem like in America that we're at this.
What do you think we could do? What do you think is the real solution to try to get us on the right path? What is the thing that can be done?
I think there has to be like you say, there's an awakening of people realizing that they're being screwed over by a billionaire class. It's international, right? Like, so the border being open. So that's not only happening in America, that's also happening in Europe, right? You've seen that, and you see what's happening to London, France, what they're doing in Scotland, places like that. And Poland said no, right? They closed their border. But I think this is some kind of bigger plan to, and so I think if people wake up to that, which I think they are starting to, it's going to look, it looks something like the trucker protest in Canada, eh?
You always say after Canada every time?
Yes.
It's like a tick.
I think it's going to look like something like that. That we have to have a way to we got to make, like January 6th, which was, a freaking instigated by the FBI. We know that. I'd love to see the guy who was the congressman. He was interviewing the head, Christopher Wray, the head of the FBI. And he said, did you have any FBI assets inside the Capitol before the breach dressed up like MAGA people? And he says, I can't answer that. And the congressman goes, the answer should be no. It should be no. So what? So again, and so that was an attempt to criminalize Trump and criminalize his political movement. The same grand jury, the same RICO statute that they used to indict Donald Trump in Atlanta, they used to also, same RICO statute, same grand jury to indict the Stop Cop City protesters. And, when I made that case to Cornel West, I go, do you see the game that's being played now? Because they're not only criminalizing their political opponents in the United States, they're doing that all around the world. They did that in Pakistan. So Imran Khan, the guy who stood up and said, people of Pakistan do not want to go along with NATO's wars anymore, he immediately threw him in jail. Now he's a criminal. They did the same thing they did in Brazil. They didn't want Lula to be president, so they threw him in jail, right? And so they thought the center-right guy was going to win. But then the far-right guy, Bolsonaro, won, the Trump of Brazil. So like, oh, fuck, what do we do? So they had to let Lula back out of prison because he's the only one who could beat him. And then once they beat him, they then made it illegal for Bolsonaro to ever run for president again. And it's the same shit they're doing.
How did they make it illegal for Bolsonaro to not run for president?
It's like they're trying to do to Trump right now. Give the 4 different, 92 felony. So they bullshit charges against him. I don't know the ins and outs. I know they did that. So that's what. So I think people need to wake up to that. And wake up to if anybody catches on fire and that it is a problem for the establishment, they criminalize. Look what they did to goddamn Russell Brand, for fuck's sake. Yeah. So immediately, if you get a voice and you become a problem for the establishment, that's the new game. They just criminalize you now, and everybody goes along with it. Can you believe how people go along with the? They say that what they are currently doing to Donald Trump, they say he's going to do that to us.
Yeah.
You're already fucking doing it. We've already, this whole idea that somehow isn't that kind of mind blowing? How do people not, Andrew Cuomo was on the Bill Maher show and he admitted that they should have never brought that case and that if he was the attorney general, he would have never did it. And the only reason that case was ever brought was because it was Donald Trump was the center of it.
This is how dumb they are. They went after that guy, Andrew Cuomo, which if you were going to be strategic about who is your tough guy Democrat that could be president, why would they? It's that guy.
Yeah.
Andrew Cuomo.
They gave him an Emmy for his bullshit coverage of COVID.
Yeah, hilarious.
Then they took it away.
But listen, he's not a virologist. He's acting on a bunch of different experts who are telling him what to do, including letting people that have COVID back into nursing homes, which turns out to be devastating. And then also the use of ventilators, which they thought was important. We thought we needed a bunch of them. Turns out it killed people. Yeah. It killed some bizarre number. So like 80% of the people they put on ventilators wound up dying.
Yeah.
So
and then they would give you drugs that slowed down your breathing.
But my point is, if that doesn't happen, that guy's your guy against Trump.
Yeah.
That guy's your guy. I mean, that's a big, tough guy who speaks well. He's charismatic. This big Italian guy who's going to lay it. I mean, great speaker. You heard him on Bill Maher. I'm like, boy, if it wasn't for this one scandal of him liking to hug ladies.
We just, I'm Italian.
He is.
I like the, we played little grab ass. Yeah, it was a big deal.
Listen,
come on.
Bo, Joe Biden has been, is that your phone that keeps dinging? Joe Biden has been sniffing kids and hugging people forever. Jesus Christ. Maybe it's me.
No, it's me.
Is it? He's a fucking weird guy. And they just decided for whatever reason that they were going to take Cuomo out. And I never understood that strategic move. I mean, it must have been some sort of an inside power grab play. But then they replaced him with that Rothschild lady who's out of her fucking mind. God has brought us this vaccine. This vaccine's brought by God. Like, what are you even fucking talking about?
And then she fired 100,000 healthcare workers.
How about when she said that black people don't know what a computer is? How crazy is that?
Yeah.
How crazy is that to even say?
Imagine anyone else. So that's how you know how corrupt the media is, because they didn't make a big deal out of that.
No, everybody was like, "What the fuck did you see the memes or the videos that kids made?"
No.
Oh my god, so many funny videos of black kids moving around a computer like confused, like a caveman. Like, look, they see the computer.
See that.
Open it up.
Well, I mean, your phone is a computer.
Oh, dude, everyone knows what a fucking computer is. It's 2024.
It's like Joe Biden in the primary in 2020. Play the record player. They need to hear words. Turn on the TV. Don't do
the idea
like,
that
what do you?
Poor black people don't have a laptop. What the fuck are you talking about? Everyone's online, you moron. Everyone. Literally, the whole country's online.
Did you see the mayor of New York? He said that so they're trying to get these immigrants jobs, and he's like, well, a lot of them are real good swimmers. You didn't see that?
Yeah, I did see that.
Oh yeah,
insane.
It's like when you
want
to
be lifeguards.
When you want to call them wetbacks, but you want to be politically correct.
Jesus
that's what
Christ.
that was.
It's so crazy. The whole thing is so crazy. It's so crazy to watch all the gaslighting and chaos. And
well, it's also amazing to see that the Democratic Party is now the establishment party.
Yeah,
and it used to be the other way. The Democratic Party used to be the party that represented workers and was against the billionaire class. But then Bill Clinton and Al Gore, no friend of the working man, they saw Reagan. They're like, hey, if you can't beat them, join them. And so they decided, like, hey, they said, Wall Street, we got it. Give us the money, military. Give it. They started a thing called the Democratic Leadership Council, the DLC. Do you know who was on the board of the DLC? Koch brothers. They were on the fucking board.
Well, they want the world to be a better place too.
And so and so they just want to help people. That's what it's about.
That's all it's
they want to
about.
bring democracy.
That's what I've been saying. I'm glad you came around.
Thank you.
That's why I brought you here. I brought you here to educate you. I'm an educator.
Breaking President Biden says at a conference call he's staying in.
Yes. I'm running. I am the leader of the Democratic Party. No one is pushing me out. I've been knocked down before and counted out my whole life. When you get knocked down, you get back up.
No. I think I bet my phone was lighting up.
I like his moxie. I like it.
I've been told by I have a billionaire friend who's like a donor. They go, hey, they had a big donor meeting in Denver, like 40 of the top Democratic donors, and they said, who here wants to get rid of Joe Biden? And every hand went up. So
I think Jill Biden is a secret Trump fan. That's what I think. And I think she knows the way to get Trump back in the White House to straighten this country out is to keep her husband, Joe Biden, running. There's no way she thinks he's okay. So something's going on. What like conspiratorially, pretend to be Kurt Metzger for a moment. And what do you think? Like, if you had to say, why would she want him in? You would say, well, because she thinks maybe he can win, even though he's demented, and maybe she can stay in power, but also maybe he doesn't get prosecuted. So this is my question about the recent Supreme Court ruling about the presidential immunity. If I was in the Democratic Party and I looked at what's going on with Donald Trump, and I looked at the very real possibility that Donald Trump might get back into the White House, I would say, listen, all this Burisma stuff, all this is big time shit. There's a lot of evidence, not a little bit of evidence like the Trump thing, not 34 charges of felonies, which is just a misdemeanor. That's just 34 different checks he wrote for a porn star, which is what a cheap bastard. He paid her over 34 different times, like payments. I'll give you installments. I'll give her installments. A little bit here, a little bit there. She doesn't get it all in one lump.
Well, did you ever see the video of how Bill Clinton paid off Paula Jones back when he was running for president?
When she had a big, she had the big check. Remember she had the big check that she won a game show?
Oh, really?
Yeah.
It was $850,000 he paid her off.
Right. And back then.
And they admitted it. They go, hey, okay, now this is over. We paid her off.
Yep.
How?
Well, the thing was like writing it down on a ledger as a campaign.
So, yeah.
That's but that in normal cases, as Andrew Cuomo said on Bill Maher show, that's you get
a fine.
I'm telling you, they fucked up with that Cuomo guy. That guy could have been the president, and he'd probably be a good president. He was a good mayor. I mean, he's a good governor. Like, wasn't he? He's better than Rothschild, right?
I mean, I don't know.
Everybody loved him at the beginning of COVID.
They loved him.
You know, Chelsea Handler was saying she's Cuomo-sexual.
Yeah, remember that?
Remember that?
Cuomo-sexual.
Everybody loved him. Everybody loved him because he was the stern, like, straightforward, practical,
he was the anti-Trump leader, right?
Yeah, he was a leader. He seemed like a leader. Big, handsome guy. He speaks very well. He also seems like a mob boss. You know, it's like, oh, yeah, he'll take care of it. Mr. Cuomo. Mr. Cuomo's got it all under control. They fucked up like that. You have so few charismatic people that are experienced in politics that could have actually gone against Trump. That was the main guy. in my opinion.
Yeah, and I was hoping for it because the guy who does the voices on my show, Mike McRae, he does an Andrew Cuomo.
Does he do a good one?
He does a very funny one. Yeah.
I like when you have people call in that aren't the people, and a lot of people are like, what?
People think it's him.
Yeah, who do you have call in? Like, what different people?
Well, the first time I had Bill O'Reilly call in, people at KPFK were like, and they go, Bill O'Reilly just called someone a whore. And I'm like, no, that's... So there's that. He did an amazing Mitt Romney. He was hoping for Mitt Romney to get elected.
Remember when Howard Stern had that guy that would call in as Letterman? It was dead on.
Oh, and I never listened to Howard Stern.
Oh, my God. Howard Stern used to have this Letterman guy would call in dead on.
Oh, really?
Dead on. Just saying wild shit. And he would say it was David Letterman. Oh, David Letterman's on the phone.
That's what I do. I just pretend. Oh, he did. Mike also does Jeff Bridges.
Oh, really?
Who does Jeff Bridges?
That's a weird one.
Hey, I can't do it.
Right.
I can't do it. He's like, far out, man.
Oh, he does Jeff Bridges as Lebowski?
Yeah. It's
one of the greatest movies of all time.
All time. And he does him. Who else does he do that nobody else does? Oh, he does a great Kevin Spacey.
Oh, wow.
Oh, it's fucking everything he says is like that. That's right. Tell me about your lesbian niece. Anyway, it's so he does he's brilliant. So that was he was hoping for Mitt Romney because nobody else did a Mitt Romney.
Did you see the contrast between the debate in 2012 with Barack Obama and Mitt Romney? And somebody put out a side-by-side video. No. Just the way they spoke with each other. There's a video that shows the contrast between Mitt Romney and Barack Obama speaking so cordially and professionally and graciously to each other in 2012, and then 2024 with Trump and Biden going at each other. And he's like, "You're a sucker. You're a loser."
Yeah.
And then he's like, "He can't play golf. He's got no golf game. I'm a 6 handicap." He goes, I have a 6 handicap. But that's how wild that dude is. And then he changed it to
and immediately goes, it was an 8. Like, you just switched it?
He's a bullshit artist.
And the worst. But I love when Trump says to you, let's not be children here. Like, holy shit.
Yeah. It's hilarious. Here, I'll play golf with you, but you got to carry your own bags. Like, do you think you can carry your own bags? You can't walk down a fucking flight of stairs. This is crazy.
You can't even carry the own load in your pants.
It's just what a wild time.
Do you think he shit himself? People were saying he shit himself when he was with Macron. Remember he bent over?
Perhaps. Maybe he was preventing himself. I've shit myself before. Things happen. Things go wrong. That's
what I say about Mitch McConnell. People go, you see him have a stroke? I go, no, he shit his pants. Look at his face. I know that face. I've made that face.
The Mitch McConnell one? I think he Windows 95.
Yeah.
I think he locked up.
Yeah, he clicked.
Someone needed to control alt delete.
Yeah.
That poor guy. All those people. They're like, you shouldn't,
we have the oldest fucking people. Wow.
Well, because the young people are all, there's all a bunch of ex-girlfriends and ex-husbands out there that are talking shit about them, and they're terrified to run. And if they have real leadership qualities, they probably have a bunch of disgruntled former employees and a bunch of people they can call upon. They can make up stories. They can concoct narratives. If you're not chosen to be in that position, you want to buck the system. That's what we're seeing with Trump. They come for you. They come for you in very, very...
Look how they came for RFK Jr.
Yep.
Look at out, and they're still doing it. They just brought up a thing about a nanny from the late 90s. Did you see that?
No,
like
I
yesterday.
didn't see it. No.
Yeah.
But here's the thing about RFK Jr. They don't think he can win right now. What is this?
Biden farting or shitting himself and found this story I never heard?
What does it say? Joe Biden or the new Mr. Trump? Camilla hasn't stopped talking about hearing the president break wind during the chat at COP26 Climate Summit in Glasgow. So Biden farted himself?
It was a long
and impossible to ignore.
Impossible to ignore.
Camilla hasn't stopped talking about it. That Biden just farts.
Farted in the middle of a meeting, yeah.
He produced a little natural gas of his own at the COP26 summit. It's audible enough to make the Duchess of Cornwall blush. But is this the Daily Mail? Yeah, they can just kind of say things, can't they?
Oh, okay.
Over there, they can just kind of say things. That's why.
From Politico.
Oh, they say it too?
They were recording their recording.
Oh, my goodness. Maybe it is true. Let's go with it. Old people fart. It happens.
Yeah.
That guy's not in control of anything. You think he's in control of his farts?
So do you think someone messed up and gave Joe Biden the real vaccine?
I don't think that's what happened. I think he's dying.
Okay.
I mean, he had 2 brain surgeries.
Yeah.
He had a brain surgery where they literally cut the top of your head off He had aneurysms. Like he had like.
But like I told you, the study from South Korea is like it helped.
Oh, the Alzheimer's thing.
Yeah, it spurs it on.
I mean, I don't think any of that stuff's going to help. I mean, but I think he was already in a deteriorating state.
He was, definitely.
Period.
So I saw this guy, Dr. John Campbell.
Sure.
So
yeah, he's great.
He says, although he pretends I don't exist, he won't respond to me.
What do you mean?
He won't come on my show. He won't talk to me.
Wonder why?
I don't. He goes on everybody else's show, but including Russell Brand. I mean, I'm like, but he just the other day I saw a video. I tweeted it out that he says he thinks he has Lewy body disorder, which is what I think Robin Williams.
Yes, he did. Yeah.
And he talks about all the different things that people will mistake it for Alzheimer's and they'll mistake it for Parkinson's, but it's really this Lewy body disorder thing. So
he might be right. He's been right through the entire pandemic. Very reasonable and very right when he's talking about.
But once he realized that it was a lie.
Yeah.
And then he's like, he got duped.
Mm-hmm.
It's like all these people, like even like Pierre Corey's like, I didn't realize how corrupt the medical field is and how they control the medical journals, and they can just make a study that will disprove a drug is good and they'll just do it wrong, say it's bad.
Yeah.
And so, he found this out through COVID too, that like, wow, the medical journals are all corrupt.
And we'll be saying that he thinks that Biden has Lewy body dementia.
Yeah, that's it.
Wow.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just shocking that he can say that. I'm not going anywhere. You get knocked down, you get back up. Like, there's no one has the ability.
No one knocked you down.
But no one has the ability. That's what's crazy. No one has the ability in the Democratic Party to pull him aside and say it's over. Like, who would be that person? This is the
Obama,
question.
Right?
Yeah. Why
Obama was the one who got everybody to drop out in the primary in 2020.
Right.
Except for Elizabeth Warren, so they could split the vote of Bernie.
Right.
So I think it's Obama.
So why wouldn't Obama have that power over him now? You think once he's president, he's like, I'm president.
I think he's getting replaced. I think he's getting replaced. I don't care what he says.
But do you think there's a possibility that they would?
Of course there is.
Someone, I think, possibly.
If they needed to.
You get assassinated with a balloon. I mean, you don't.
You get assassinated with a mosquito bite.
Yeah, you don't have to try hard.
Scary movie.
Kamala Harris overtakes Joe Biden as the favorite to be the Democratic candidate.
It's like a betting site, though. So, like, she became the top odds.
Well, bro, you want Trump to win. Again, I would have her.
Yeah.
Her run against Trump. What we know about what has been and what will be based on what we know about what has already existed. This time that we're living in, and time is a time just passes by.
What can be unburdened by what has been?
The crazy thing is, she said it more than once.
Yeah, she said it a million times.
She didn't even tighten it up.
And then she does it with like different takes. Like, okay, give me a different take. What can be unburdened by what has been? Like, just the stuff, like you're doing a read, like you're doing a fucking audition. Like, what can be? What is it? And then she'll do it. And then she'll do it laughing. Give me one laughing.
Oh my god!
Give me one where you're about to cry.
It really is.
Give me one where you're be overly sincere. Give me one where you're throw it away. Throw it away.
Have you watched Idiocracy recently?
I haven't watched it.
It's like a documentary.
It's
watch it now. And you're like, oh my god.
I just so wish that George Carlin was still alive.
Yeah, that would be
because he was getting more cantankerous.
Oh yeah, he would have went crazy. They would have killed him. They maybe killed him anyway. Maybe that's what happened. Maybe we still have him. The government saw it coming. When did he die? 2018, I believe.
And how about I don't know, but how about how it's because the media is controlled that nobody cares that Jeffrey Epstein's
2008. Oh, it's off by 10 years. Wow.
He was only 71.
Oh yeah. See, they killed him. Told you.
Hold on.
Well, if you see that
shit, right?
What'd you say? Discord cheesecake?
No, Discord is like the top layer is like
biscotti? No, I've had cheesecake, but not biscuit cheesecake.
Like biscuits plus and the rest is cheesecake.
It sounds very good, but I've never had it. Is it good?
Yeah, it's quite good. They have it, I recommend you get it first thing you come to India and have one.
Motherfucker, I'm gonna eat that at the airport.
You know the Lotus biscuits, right? Those Lotus ones. The Lotus biscuits that are like, they taste sort of like caramel. And they taste a bit like caramel. But they're kind of plain. But they make like cheesecake. So you get one slice of cheesecake for about $3-4.
Very cool. Just one moment. We got something in this other PC. Hey, what's going on? 10. Can you hear me? 10. 10. Can you hear me? 10. You ignorant slut. Can you hear me? Baby, can you hear me? Yo, dog. Can you hear me? I see you over there struggling. Can you hear me? Yo, dog. Dog. Can you hear me? Yo, dog. I don't think that motherfucker can hear me. All right. So that cheesecake sounds amazing. Is it one of your favorite foods?
Yeah. Are you checking pictures of this on Google? Yeah, it's quite nice.
There you go.
I don't have money until like the end of this month, and I probably would have money next month. I had to like borrow money because I spent much on video game assets. They were mostly for the dogs, like that. Like people ones every night want to me video games.
I got you.
So by the end of this year or next year, I'll be quite satisfied with the amount I make in a month.
Very cool.
$150 is a lot, for a little. I mean, that's not a lot, but you don't pay rent, and yeah, it's quite good.
Human being, I appreciate you very much, and I'm glad you're out there. I really am. I love your show. I love the courage you have and your ability to chase down stories and find the truth of it. And also, I think what's really important is you get it out there in a funny way. I think that it helps people accept it more.
Well, I'm flattered, Joe. I really appreciate you saying that.
I appreciate you.
As always, I'm glad you have this show.
Thank you.
Okay.
Good to see you. We're going to have fun tonight.
Yeah, look forward to it.
Bye, everybody.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
As I was saying, you're one of the last of the Mohicans rocking that flip phone.
Yeah, that's right. I'm proud of it.
Do you text people?
Yeah, text.
Do you do the do where it takes a bunch of times to?
Well, it's something called T9. It's predictive texting, so it gives you a bunch of alternatives. You just have to do it all on a keypad with your thumb rather than with an iPhone. You have the full alphabet.
But I bet that battery lasts like a week.
I don't even travel with a charger, man.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, unless I'm gone for a week. But if I'm just gone for a couple of days and I don't have any long conversations planned, I don't even bother.
Wow.
Yeah.
All emailed, everything's handled at home.
Plus,
all on the laptop, right?
Plus, chicks dig it, man.
They do? What kind of chicks are you hanging around with?
Yeah, right.
Savages.
No, at one point I was at CNN waiting for to go on, and these two young women kept looking at me. This is like 10 years ago, so I plausibly could say to myself, "Well, maybe I still got it, right? Like, who knew, like, right?" And then one of them noticed that I had noticed them looking at me, and she goes, "Oh, excuse me, sir, we can't believe that you have a flip phone." So I was like, "Well, that's the end of an era."
10 years ago.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. So
10 years ago, there's a few people out there that were hanging out. My friend Ari still had a flip phone 10 years ago. Yeah. The only people I know now are you and David Tell. So you're in good company.
Yeah, that's right. It's cool. I'm telling you, it's cool. It's coming back. It's the next big thing.
Well, I know a lot of people, they switch to what's called, I think it's called a simple phone. Is that what it's called, Jamie? What's that thing called? What's that? No, the little tank, the one it just gives you nothing but like text message. I think you can get music on it too. I think it's called a simple phone. It's like you ever do you read on a tablet? Like one of those Kindles.
I don't.
Well, the great thing about those is they have this white paper looking interface, so it doesn't look like a screen. It looks like paper.
Right. Yeah.
Hold on. What'd you say? Dog, I can't hear what you're saying. What'd you say?
Marilyn Manson is back on the tour. He looks different, and learning music video and a new album.
Does he not look how you remember him?
He looks like what he used to look like before, and like his face changed, became kind of big, and now it's back to what it was in the 1990s.
There you go.
Yeah, it's kind of good, right?
Yeah, I'm looking at him.
Yeah, exactly.
You guys made humans.
Yeah.
They're that still freaks me out to this day, even when they're mad at me. I'm like, I just can't believe you
I
made you.
I made you, and now you're mad at me. Like, well, how does that work? Like, yeah. Right.
I have all girls, so they're mad at you for stuff like that. Doesn't even make sense. Like you're like, okay.
How old are they?
The youngest right now is 14.
Oh wow! So I got 7 and 4. So right. So that thing's coming. Okay, got it.
Yeah, I got a 14 and 16, and then a grown one. You got a 27-year-old.
Because I've had girlfriends that were mad at me for things that I didn't think made sense, and I was like, okay, well that's all right. That's because you're crazy, and whatever. But actually, like that might be in my future.
Yeah, they're just different. It's just women and girls are just different.
No, but that's cool too. It says, let's accidentally get rich. Let's accidentally get high, those fun too.
Like if I had a son, I'd be like, I got to keep this fucking savage out of jail. I got to, because I'm passing my G.
I slept a lot today.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can always sleep more though. Do you like to sleep?
Yeah. I don't know. I try to like not. I mean, it's taken a while to not take sleep too serious. It's not heavy to keep doing good. But it's not mocking or not to like reject your waking life, but yeah, it's healthy or not, not to sleep less. Because I need like 8 to 10 hours of sleep every day. Else I get kind of wrong. That's mainly because of my phone. I'm gonna have to quit smoking completely based on having no finance to pay for it. So I'm gonna have to do it somehow. Not because it's affecting me or anything, just because it's taking up too much money.
I understand that. That happens. It's expensive.
Yeah, it's a good way to quit, I guess.
Exactly.
So if I go to USA, I probably wanna talk to Madeline Manson or at least meet them in person.
Why do you like him so much?
I don't know, he's a nice guy. I don't know. He's pretty cool. That's about it, I guess. He's my, they're like, shadow buddies.
I'm going to flatline. The only way to do this, because you're making me really angry right now, is to flatline and feel nothing.
Yeah.
I'm going to do us a favor by doing that. I'll be super rational.
No, we don't have a vow of poverty.
Unless that person.
I became very religious in my early 30s, and I started ensuring that I wasn't going to synagogue at least once a day, but sometimes multiple times a day, as many times as 3 times a day. I didn't miss synagogue for like 2 years, and I didn't miss Shabbat or Sabbath for like 2 years. And some people within the community, and I'd been going to classes for like 5 years. Every other day, basically, I would take like Bible classes. I would take Talmud classes, and I'd also take Hebrew classes. And then, right around the pandemic, my rabbi recommended me to one of his rabbinical colleagues, Rabbi Yehuda Oppenheimer, under whom I learned. It was during the pandemic hit, though, and so everything, all my in-person learning ceased, so everything went to virtual classes. So I continued virtual classes for somewhat like about a year or so, and then at the end is when you make smicha, which is rabbinical ordination. And then from there, it was still the pandemic, and that made it a really unique situation because we weren't meeting in person, and those of us who could meet it was just like a core group of people And a lot of our classes, like I said, had been virtual. And I recognized that, you know what, I'm doing so much streaming already, or not streaming, but like video cams. I was doing a video cam every single night with these classes. So it would be like, you know what, I'm getting more and more comfortable in front of a camera, and I'm getting more knowledgeable of how all this stuff works. And when it comes to being a rabbi, I know that that's not necessarily where I'm going to make a living. It's going to be through being a project management professional. And there's the opportunity now, especially with the value of data, that I could potentially take advantage of that. And so there's nothing that says I can't continue my professional ordination trail through the 2020s whilst live streaming it as a project management professional. And so starting in like 2021, that's when I started streaming. And then from there, I've been live streaming every day for at least 3 years.
Very nice. That's great. That's great honor.
I appreciate it.
What would you be doing as a rabbi?
Great question. There are a few things that I could do. I could work for a union organization that perhaps could work in the koshering of foods, or ensuring that food is kosher. I could be working in a congregation as a congregational rabbi, which is more like running a small business. You have to worry, and I did not want that life. That was one thing I did not want, was to be a traditional congregational rabbi. I didn't even want to necessarily be a rabbi in the beginning. It was the people around me who said, "You're really special with how dedicated you are. You've been going to class every single week for 5 years. You've never missed. You never miss synagogue. You never miss Shabbat. You're just like extremely consistent. We want to learn from someone like you. You need to learn under other rabbis. Our rabbi is great, and I have other colleagues under whom I was learning, but they really wanted me to get a higher level of learning. So it's great to have like a congregation, but the issue that arises is individuals' problems occur. Like what? And you're the person who they have to come to. So your email inbox is literally all day just answering religious problems for people. And I did not want that. I'll answer religious problems for people, that's fine, but I don't want them to have to rely on me. If I want to take 4 hours off to go play golf, I don't want an inbox filled with my community who has questions about what type of pear we can eat and what kind of canned stew is best and who their son-in-law married and all this other things that can happen. That's all fine, but I've seen personally firsthand what my rabbis have had to experience with a community, and it becomes something that I didn't want. I didn't want to be tied to a community where I have to kiss their ass and give them answers that work in their life. I wanted the freedom to be able to continue doing what I wanted. Like my rabbis, I have one rabbi who is a lawyer, another rabbi who's a congregational rabbi. The one who's a lawyer is also a congregational rabbi, but he's a law professor. He has a professional life, and I wanted that as well. So I could be a certified project management professional in addition to being a rabbi. So what's going to happen with this project? Either it blows up someday and I'm able to continue being a rabbi, which just means teacher to the world, and I really like to focus on futurism and technology much more than traditional doctrines. I think that we can modernize ourselves as a people, and I think I have the ability with the platform that I have to be able to have those discussions. Additionally, though, I think that it's important for a rabbi, in addition to being someone who is learned in traditional law, to also have the ability to answer questions of the future. I think that's important for someone for planning with the community. Other things that you can do as a rabbi, in addition to working in with like Jewish organizations. You can be a teacher. I mean, that's what rabbi means. So it means teacher. So there's an argument to be made that really any teacher, traditional teacher in a Jewish school can be a rabbi. It's really a rabbi is just someone who the community interprets as a teacher. And so there's a formal process, smicha, but when it comes to the term rabbi, it has a lot of different meanings. There are people who use it from a Reform religious standpoint. There are people who use it from a conservative Jewish standpoint. Those aren't recognized as much as your traditional Orthodox rabbi, but that doesn't mean that to ensure that we keep up appearances, that we still don't want to necessarily insult anybody by saying, well, you're not the type of rabbi that I consider a rabbi. If you consider yourself a rabbi and the other people in your community consider you a rabbi, then I certainly will consider you a rabbi, because I'm sure at some point you've taught someone something, which is the basic foundational meaning of the term. Now, other things that you can do certainly are to teach at a university level. It's really something that I think previously was a vocation that people pursued and traditionally would not necessarily take on other professions, when in today's day and age it is much more common to have another profession in addition to being a rabbi, whether you are working for an organization, whether you're working for like a corporate organization or a not-for-profit organization. You could work certainly for a university or other type of academic institution of higher learning. It really just depends.
Yeah, most Jewish people have like community-based jobs, like within their community?
No. Most Jews have normal jobs that you will see any normal person in society having in the Western world. Some jobs are a little different. Like what we have a higher representation as doctors and lawyers. We have a higher representation as accountants. There are some jobs that, for religious reasons, you may not see Jews taking on, like college football coach. Why? Because you have to work on Saturday. Or weekend news anchor. Why? Because you have to work on Saturday. There are some things, depending on how religious you are. Some people say it's an opportunity that I needed. I wasn't that religious at the time, so I've been a newscaster, but as I got older and I became more religious in my life, I went away from that, or I had more freedom in my job. I would say other jobs that we take on certainly it's usually not recognized as a job, but first and foremost, homemaker. The Jewish woman in particular, whether she has a job or doesn't, if she has children, she has a job, and it's a full-time job in addition to the job that she may have. I can tell you that I like my Rebbitzin, of blessed memory. She worked at UCLA she was a certified fraud investigator, and then she'd come home at night and she was the wife of a rabbi. I have another rabbi, and traditionally this is the case. She's a homemaker. She helps to build the community. It just depends on what kind of people they are. If you are a more secular person, or you live in a more secular world, then you might have a more secular job. If you live in a very religious world, then generally you are going to perhaps work for an organization that has a religious undertone.
Yeah. So, pretty interesting. Also,
it is, and it's an interesting thing as well. In many religions, for instance, like as I understand, if you're like a pastor, or a preacher, something along those lines, you don't normally have another job in addition to your normal job. And I'm not saying that that's the I would say within the Orthodox world, it's about 50-50. 50% of rabbis have another job in addition to being a rabbi. 50% are congregational rabbis. And the 50% who have a job, usually they are lawyers, professors, or I would say something perhaps academically focused. And why is that? Because even the position of rabbi is a position of elevated learning, and so these people, we are generally more involved in academia or learning. But then you have 50% who are congregational rabbis, and they don't have a second job. And if you want to know what that life looks like, I've seen both of it because I had the opportunity to study under, in particular, two really great rabbis. And welcome. How are you? Hope you're living like a pimp. So, one of my rabbis, he had has a life of where he's also a writer. My other rabbi his life is based on the community. And so what is his life? Well, we meet for what's called Shachrit. That's morning prayers. And we meet at 6:30 in the mornings when they start. So we have to be there about 6:15. Now it's like, well, Rabbi, why aren't you doing this? I do it at my house, which isn't the general way that I've done it previously. Prior to me streaming my life, I was doing it in synagogue every single day, and I was there before the rabbis. That's one thing when it's like, hey, you're there before the rabbis and you're there every single day. Why are we learning from the rabbi? Why aren't we learning from you? You're obviously more committed than there. I'm not saying that my rabbis aren't committed. They're very committed. But it's like when you have someone who's showing so much passion for something, it's obvious. So anyway, so that prayer goes from 6:30 a.m. to about 7:30 a.m. Then at 7:30 a.m., a lot of people it's not tons of people, it's usually about 15 men, about maybe 5 of them or so have to get to work. And so they'll go to work, and then the remaining 10 or so will study throughout the day. And so what do we study? It's called Daf Yomi. It's basically a series of daily readings that are done, and basically you read one page of the Talmud every single day, and it takes about 7 years to do the entire cycle. And you do that every single day. When I say every single day, there are some days you don't do it. There are some holidays you don't do it, and you don't do it on Shabbat. But when I say you do it every day, it's like you should just know, I mean 6 days a week. There are different things that we do on Shabbat. Okay, so then you do that until about 9 o'clock in the morning. So that's it's a class that you teach for about an hour and a half. And then at 9 o'clock in the morning, you go and check your email, and you've got all kinds of things that happen. When I say it's like running a synagogue, it's like running a small business. It is. Why? You have a power bill. You have a lighting bill. You have a landscaper. You have to get the parking lot painted. You have to get contractors to paint the multi-purpose room. You've got all kinds of responsibilities. And that's really like a 9-to-5 job. Now, in the middle there, at like around noon, depending on what time of the year it is, the congregation will return, and that 10 guys or so, 10, 12 guys or so, will get together and do another prayer. And then it's back to work in the afternoon. You might have the opportunity to get like a nap in or something like that, which is understandable because your day is extended. It's a pretty long day. But generally you don't. I mean, generally you're working for 8 hours like a normal person. And then you, about around sunset, about like 5:30 or so, there's another set of prayers, which is another hour. So you've got a set of hour prayers in the morning. You've got a set like 30-minute prayers in the midday, another set of hour prayers at night, and then there will also be classes that you teach depending on the day. So there are Torah classes that are taught. There are Talmud classes known as Gemara, Torah is known as Chumash class. So just depending on what your community wants and what their interests are, you'll teach a class usually in the evening. And then I know some rabbis, depending, they might have a midday course. So we have something on Thursdays called the Lunch and Learn, where we have that midday prayer, but then we also can have a little meal and we listen to the rabbi talk about a topic that relates to the world, in addition to relates to us religiously. That life is a nice life, and I've lived that life. When I say I lived that life, well, I didn't formally run a congregation. I've never formally ran a congregation. I have been the right-hand man of a congregation where the entire, I would say, the entire congregation relied on me every week to do something. And so I do know some of the responsibilities of having a congregation, and it takes a lot of money to do that. I don't like going to ask people for money. And that's something that you have to do too, that we haven't even mentioned, is fundraising. So in addition to being like a learned individual, you have to be a really good fundraiser. If you're a congregational rabbi of any kind, you have to be able to ask people for money. And a lot of times people don't have money. And so there's why do you have to ask people for money? I have one congregation that has a building. I have another congregation that doesn't. Why does the one congregation have a building? They were in Irvine earlier. One of the congregations is older than the other one. The other one that doesn't have a building, we rent a building. So it's not like we don't have property. We don't have a property, but it's not like we don't meet somewhere. So in this case, the rabbi has started a building fund, basically, where you ask your community for money. And it's just something that goes on year after year until you get enough money that you can build a building. That's what happens. And I personally don't like having to ask people for money.
You become the only rabbi in that congregation? So
Usually the way it works, you have like a primary rabbi, the primary congregational rabbi. Many times, I would say this is an older person. Generally, it's not a younger, or it can be, but it's someone who's knowledgeable in the law, also generally supposed to be a people person, charismatic, a good leader of the community. And then they will have usually one or two, perhaps, rabbis who are learning under them, perhaps, or people who are studying to become rabbis. And then those people will help to organize the services and will also help to assist the rabbi in any kind of fashion. Now, in today's day and age, becoming a rabbi is becoming pretty rare. So if there's a community that doesn't have these types of people, then a member of the community usually will stand up and assist your primary rabbi. Primary role is usually known as the Av, which means head, but that doesn't necessarily always correlate with just a community. If you have a community and it just has one rabbi, then that's just the rabbi. And that person usually is going to have a community for their life, usually. So it's not like they have to move around, usually. I shouldn't say that, though. Ideally, in a perfect world, they would become a rabbi at age, 25, 30, 35 maybe, and they would study under rabbis, and then eventually, maybe age 45 or 50, they get their own congregation. But what happens? You don't get a congregation, and if you don't own it, it's not necessarily yours. Why? Because there's a synagogue board of directors, which is a very, very powerful organization. And they're the ones who hire you and fire you. So what happens? You get a contract, and they'll say, we like you as our rabbi. We want you to sign a contract with us for 3 years. At the end of that contract, we'll renegotiate. And so you might have even started the building yourself, and you will not have all of the say that you want. And you can actually be kicked out of your own synagogue, and I've known this to happen. Like, what's a situation where this would happen? You have a rabbi and his wife at Rebbitzin. They want to start a community. They do all this fundraising for it, and then that his wife dies. He brings in a new lady. The community does not like them, and they basically pay off the rabbi to leave. So, or they're going to get sued. It's one or the other. You kind of hit an impasse. So that can happen. And that's why being a community rabbi, in my opinion, is a very difficult road, because you could do everything right. Here's a perfect example. I know one of my colleagues, and he's a friend. He was brought a case where you had a very prominent member of the community who wanted to have a bar mitzvah on a given day. And another member of the community had already reserved that day. And what do you do in this situation? You have someone who's like got a medium amount of money who has the day reserved. And then you have someone who has an extremely huge amount of money come in and say that they want that person's day. What do you do? Well, the person who doesn't have that much money, you can try to talk to them and say, hey, we want you, or like at least perhaps want you to, just one moment. We perhaps want you to change your date. Or what is probably going to happen is that the rabbi is going to have to make a decision. Do I go with the normal person or do I go with the big donor? And that's a tough decision to make, because you're going to alienate someone. You're going to alienate the nice poor person or poorer person, or you're going to alienate the meaner rich person. It's like, what do you do? So there are some situations that I just didn't want to deal with that bullshit. Now, what would I really want to do as a rabbi in the future? Once I'm able to get this project off the ground and I can live with more freedom, I want to become the world's foremost rabbinical biography scholar. So what does that mean? I want to learn the biographies of the great rabbis of history better than any living person. That's like my goal. I've written about it. That's of interest to me. So in the future, when people are like, what are you going to spend your time doing? In addition to discussing the future and antimatter and anti-gravity and everything else, I want to know the histories of the lives of the rabbis better than any person on earth. And that's a goal of mine.
So, as a rabbi, are you more of the least or are you more like a teacher? I mean, if you're the
both,
does it control that you have God's authority?
No. We're fully human, but yeah, there's nothing divine about a rabbi. But you have both responsibilities. You have the religious responsibilities and many of the academic responsibilities as well.
I wanted to ask this question earlier, but I'll tell you now. Like, I just want to know, like, is there any symbology in religion?
Yeah, like the whole religion.
There's a whole bunch of them. Is it?
Tons of
it.
it.
Any of it like? Is it any of it out in the open or like only because of like?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of these things, if you really want to get into it, I would recommend studying numerology. And if you study numerology, you're going to get a lot of the same teachings.
Oh, okay. So is it a little bit like Kabbalah?
Well,
Is your
yeah, so that's Jewish mysticism. But you should know that I'm the last person on earth, perhaps, with whom you want to have a discussion of Kabbalah. And the reason why is because I am 38 years old And under strict technicalities, you should be 40 years old to study Kabbalah. So I have done everything I can to avoid the subject until I'm 40, and then I'd like to have a time when I can fully immerse myself in Kabbalah. I will also say there are some other things that you're supposed to do. You're supposed to have had children, be married and have children, and some other things. So my Kabbalistic journey may be a little delayed just because of where I am in life, but it isn't something like I would love to be one of the world's foremost Kabbalistic experts as well. It will just take time.
All right. So you're planning on getting married?
God willing, yeah. I feel as if once this stream goes viral, I'll be the world's most eligible bachelor.
All right. So, yeah, thanks for the long, it was very interesting.
Excellent.
It brought a bunch of memories into my mind. I don't know who they were, but they just came into my mind. I just imagine when I think of people, I think about very simple yet refined kind of places, or places that are kind of empty. A lot of stuff comes into my mind when I think about it. And yeah, I'm quite backward from knowing too much about stuff that's not particularly around me.
Hey,
Yeah,
it's always good to learn, man.
good information. Thanks for
Absolutely, man.
My wife didn't know.
Is your type of Judaism different from that of Israel?
Well, believe it or not, Israel is more secular country than it is a religious country. It is the same Judaism of Israel, though.
Oh. Yeah, I get the feeling like you guys from places like Europe where they raise the standard of people, the like equal sections of society. I guess because you all are such like an age group. Is that part of the reason you think for like racism against is that you're much of an age group?
It's a complicated answer. I have to use the restroom, though. Just for a moment.
people why. Donald Trump hasn't bought any of these things probably his entire life. Sure, and the richness of him putting on a press conference about inflation in front of his golf club. However, take all of that. Didn't you see this picture and think, well, that's a different tactic for him. He's not just name calling, like he's props. Well, you said it all along. You've got to get away from the name calling. You've got to get away from this stream of consciousness and stick to inflation because this is where people are fit. This is what matters to people grocery store shopping, and it's out of control. It's been out of control for years now, and do something about it. So they, to both of the campaigns' credit, they're both focusing on it right away, right now, right? All methods. The process is like that is done as well as
Yo, dog. I'm back. Thank you. So what did you ask about racism? Yo, dog.
Cost of shortages, right? It reduces incentives to produce supply. That is not a tenable solution. Doing something about the gouging is the most say after. Doing something about that is something I think messing with the economy in setting.
And I didn't know anything about this stuff, right? I didn't know anything about it. It didn't interest me. I'm not culturally prepped for anything like that. I'm not Christian. I didn't see angels. Like, I'm a zero in that regard, right? There's my dead father above me, right? He's been dead 8 years. I love him. But I was not happy to see him, right? I was shocked. I mean, literally, I was, Dad, what are you doing here? Like, and there he was, and he communicated to me. And so what I saw, see isn't quite the right verb, but I don't know if there doesn't exist the right verb.
So you're asking me why does racism against Jews exist? Sure. I think that there is an envy that occurs in any group of people when it's them versus us. And generally, the world, the Western world, has been Christianity and Jew. Not saying Islam hasn't had some influence in that. And I think there's a teaching within some Christian denominations that all of the Jews need to be converted to Christianity in order for the Nazarene to return. And there's just, we're only like 0.2% of the global population and 1.2% of the United States population. So if we can just get those people to convert, then the Nazarene's going to come back. There's certainly those beliefs, and I think those transcend generationally, and there's a lot of mystery within Judaism, and people either don't like that or they fear that which they do not know. And I think that people become jealous of these things.
Yeah, it's quite possible. But, yeah. What was I going to say?
Blah blah. Right. All these things that we all kind of want. Like, how do I participate?
They're not very interested about, I think they get a sort of culture shock from everything, and I think it's kind of degenerative society that that's just the way it is. So yeah, in those terms, I'd say that, yeah, I mean, what it is basically what comes down, I'd say, is a lot of what do you call racism, this kind of systematic in how it abuses the basic right for anyone to have their own human right of life. So, in those terms, I guess it would kind of be natural that people in the United States think of certain groups like that. I mean, in some cases it's defined, but when it comes to groups, I don't find the definitions like suitable, especially for people who claim that they represent some sort of related racism against Jews, because most of the times it doesn't make too much sense. It's kind of weird, but I'm more inclined to believe that it's not so much a kind of envy so much as it's so the thing with Judaism and Jews in general is that you guys have lived this sort of life for a very long time. There was no pre-tribal era, right? Or I mean pre-civilized era for Jews, right?
Traditionally, we think that the Earth started 5,784 years ago.
Oh, but I mean, there was no in Jewish terms, in your history, like there was no pre-civilized society of Jews living before, right?
No. I mean, traditionally, no.
Yeah.
If you want to look at anthropologically, then yeah, probably it's Hittite, Canaanite amalgam of people there.
It's just, I'm in agony and they can't sedate me because my vitals are too low, right? So I'm conscious through all this. And I'm watching the doctors. And at one point, I watched one of the doctors just sort of shake it.
You take care, big dog. We'll see you tomorrow, God willing. Peace, man.
Nodded and was like, yeah, we'll try. And it was the first moment where I realized, oh my God, I didn't realize we're playing for keeps. this might not turn out well. I might not be going home. I couldn't believe what I'd seen. And then the first doctor, who's this brilliant interventional radiologist named Dr. Phil Dombrowski, he saved my life. You have in your mind a special relationship with someone, a man who, or anyone who has saved your life. It's a very particular relationship, and that I've never been in that position before. And so Dombrowski said, we can try one last thing. Let's try going through his left wrist. And so because of your vasculature, like the left wrist allows a different point of attack. You come down from above instead of coming up from below, and you don't have to go through all those twists and turns. And he had to get through a problematic spot in my celiac artery that was impeded by the ligament that's in the wrong place. Well, it was a lot of problems, right? And you had to be like a super high level IR guy to even think of this, much less do it. Like I was told, a very, very few interventional radiologists would even think of doing this, right? But he was a genius, right? So the other doctor said, I like the way you think. And I watched them put a catheter into my left wrist. I no longer have a pulse in that wrist because it messes up the artery. And they did it. They got the thing to the place. Like they got the catheter to the bleed. They popped a coil in there. It blocked the artery, blocked the leak, and then they sent me to the ICU. They knocked me out, sent me to the ICU. I remember seeing my wife very briefly afterwards. I held her hand, and that sent me off. And I woke up in the ICU the next morning.
And so the blood in your abdomen, do they drain it? Does your body absorb it?
No. I guess maybe they do sometimes. I know your body absorbs it.
Wow.
Yep. 6 pints of blood. And I could feel it in me. I mean, it didn't feel good, right? And you're sort of discolored. I mean, it's awful. Not a good look.
Right. Now, you keep saying you're an atheist. What exactly? How do you? Everybody sort of defines that differently. I feel like a lot of atheists are actually agnostic more than they're atheists, because an atheist is someone who just doesn't believe. I don't believe. What do you think the experience with your father was? His presence.
Well, that's right. The billion-dollar question, right? So
yeah,
I'm an atheist in part because I respect the highest intentions of religion too much to take them lightly. Now, there's plenty of religious expression which is not at a very high level, which I find even offensive and destructive, but at its best, like journalism, like psychology, like everything, at its best, right? It's a very noble thing that helps people live with more dignity and less fear and blah, 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 right? So, I mean, I get it. So I take that stuff really literally. And so for me, believing in God is an active thing, right? And really, it's not like that you found God. It's God found you. Like, oh my God, suddenly God was in my life, right? And it's like when you fall in love. You can't choose to fall in love, right? It's an overwhelming feeling that you can't resist. And if it's not, you're not really in love, bro. You might have married Betty, but you're not in love with Betty, right? But when you have that experience of overwhelming love, like, oh my God, I'm in love with that person. I got to be with them. My life is with them. Like, that's love finding you. You didn't manufacture it, and you didn't make an executive decision. Well, I'm in love with Betty now, and we're getting married. I mean, people used to do that, and it just isn't love. It's a contract. It's a decision. It's an arrangement. No problem, right? And so what I can't do is make an executive. When people say, you got to find God, you got to find Jesus, I said, listen, man, even if I wanted to, which I don't, but even if I wanted to, it doesn't work that way, right? I can't just decide to love God. That's not a feeling that you can summon and dictate to yourself. So I'm an atheist because I don't make God as sort of part of my daily practice. It's not part of my life. It just isn't, right? And I can't just choose to make it be. I could fake it, and I could go to church every Sunday. But I respect religion in its best form too much to friggin' fake it, right? So, and I'm not an agnostic. because, if I saw in my mind, agnostic is like a hung jury, right? It's like, you know what? I don't know. There could be a God. There might not be a God. I don't have an opinion on it, right? A hung jury. You might be innocent. I might be guilty. We can't, Your Honor, we can't decide either way, and we can make an argument for both. So, what? It's a hung jury. We don't know, right? In the legal system, that means he's innocent. If you can't come to a decision of guilt, then he's innocent, right? But so in the sort of agnostic sense, like, there's evidence for, evidence against. I can't decide, so I'm an agnostic. But for me, there is no evidence that there is a God. I mean, there's belief, right, which is a beautiful thing. But I've never in my life actually seen something happen where it's like, oh my God, there went God. I just saw him. Holy shit! Like, are you kidding? Like, there he is. Like, now I believe there's a God. Had I, while I was dying, had God come to me, whatever that would even look like, right? Whatever that is, had God come to me afterwards, I'm like, you know what? I don't know. Maybe there is a God, right? Because I saw some strange shit. And that's the only explanation I can think of, is that there actually is a divine power in the world. I encountered it. It changed my life. Like, even if I'm not religious, I'm at least agnostic. But it's never happened to me, right? So I'm not an agnostic because I have no reason to think there is a God. It never happens, right? I'm an atheist, right? So I'm happy to stand corrected if someone offers up some proof, but thus far it hasn't happened. And when people say, you know what, the proof of God is that the universe exists. Who created the universe, motherfucker? Like, who do you think? It has to be God, right? And I'm like, well, not really, like, because if complex systems need a creator and that's your proof of God, clearly God is a complex system that's at least as complex as the universe he created. So who created God? Like, that will not get you, that doesn't prove anything, right? So that's the theology aside, like, what did I make of my Father appearing above me, right? So the next morning, to get in there, I have to sort of say what happened to me, right? And if I may, the next morning, I woke up in the ICU to the nurse saying, good morning, Mr. Younger. Congratulations. You made it. Like, it's a miracle. We almost lost you last night, and no one can quite believe you're alive. It's, welcome back to the world, basically. I cannot tell you how shocking it is to get news like that if you had no idea you were dying. I mean, I knew something was going on with me, belly pain. Maybe I'm going to wake up to shitty news about a tumor, cancer, whatever. I mean, I was aware that this might not be a fun day tomorrow. I had no idea I was dying in that moment, right? So it's absolutely shocking. And particularly if you have children, right? And my little girl, I immediately thought about my little girls. And then I remembered my father. I'm like, oh my God, I saw my father last night. And the pit, right? It all came back to me. And I didn't know what to do with it. I was, Jesus, like, are you kidding? What was that? And so I'm left there with my thoughts. I'm throwing up blood. I'm a freaking mess, right? And then the nurse comes back later and says, how are you doing? Like, not that great, frankly. Like, thanks to you. What you told me is terrifying. Like, I can't stop thinking about it. And I almost died. And she said, try this. She had an awesome Boston accent. She was like one of these, she was sort of middle-aged lady, like heart of gold, straight shooter, tough as nails, buried 3 husbands, whatever. She's one of those ICU nurses, right? I liked her enormously. And she was like, try this. Instead of thinking about it like something scary, try thinking about it like something sacred. She walked out. Like a hell of a thing to say to an atheist, right? So, for me, all those wonderful words like blessing and sacred, they have beautiful secular meanings as well. So I feel entitled to interpret them in my own way. And for me, say something sacred is anything that allows, as I was saying before, any work, any task, any knowledge, anything that allows people to live with more dignity, with less fear, more connection, more love that just helps the human condition a little bit. Like that's sacred knowledge, right? It could be a minister, right? It could be a shrink. It could be a journalist, right? It could be, you could be doing sacred work for people. I'm sure you are. And so, the things that you say are helping people navigate their painful lives. Yeah, bro, absolutely. We're all capable of sacred work, right? That's what it means to me. So when she said that, I'm like, okay, I've been going to front lines my whole life and coming back with knowledge that, in my most grandiose moments, right, I thought might help humanity. Like what's going on I wasn't in Ukraine, but right now, like what's going on in Ukraine? What knowledge can we come back with that will help the world and the United States make better decisions about how to preserve human dignity and human life, like whatever that means, right? So that's at its best, it's sort of a sacred task, like many others are. And and now I'm not going to front lines anymore. I went to the ultimate front line. I went to my own mortality, the front line we're all headed to, and that most of us are scared of. And I was allowed to look over the edge, and then I came back. I was allowed to come back. Did I come back with sacred knowledge? In other words, with knowledge that would be helpful to me and to other people lead their lives, and with less fear, more dignity, etc. And that was the challenge. And I set about doing it. At that moment, I would just lay there. I was like, all right, what did I learn? What did I learn? And the big question that I had to answer for myself was, what the hell did I see with my father? Like, what was that? And does that mean that there's something, quote, more, right? Is there something after we die that we can sort of like look forward to and count on? Or is it just the dying brain hallucinating some shit because we're so friggin' scared and the synapses are shorting out and it's going haywire, and that's what you get. You see some weird stuff, right? Like, which is it? And so I started researching NDEs, near-death experiences, and there's a whole body of literature, a whole body of knowledge, and frankly, a whole cottage industry, somewhat shameless cottage industry around that, proof of heaven, blah, blah, blah. But, the flakiness aside, there's some legit, it's very, very common. And the NDEs that people have had, thousands of cases of them from all over the world, different societies, different cultures, even different ages. There are historical accounts of this. And the interesting thing about them, if you give a room full of people LSD, they'll have a wide variety of hallucinations. And we know how that works, right? We know what happens in the brain when you take LSD, no big mystery there. And they'll hallucinate a whole bunch of crazy stuff, right? With NDEs, what's sort of strange is that the experiences there aren't an infinite number of them, right? It's not like some people see ham sandwiches and other people see kangaroos, right? It's like they fall into some like 3 or 4 basic buckets, right? And that's across culture, throughout through history, and which sort of argues for a sort of seminal human experience rather than just a sort of function of brain chemistry and essentially drugs, right? Endogenous drugs being released in your brain in your final moments. And so there are a lot of people, very well-credentialed, smart people who are like, listen, these accounts amount to evidence of an afterlife, right? Sorry, like there's so many of them, they're so consistent. How do you explain this shit? Like, come on, right? And then there's other people, well-credentialed, equally smart, et cetera, like nonsense. I'm a neuroscientist, I'm a neurochemist, like we can explain all this through, you put fighter pilots in a human centrifuge, spin them to 5Gs, they will see a tunnel of light, they will see God, they will experience their entire life in one moment, blah, blah, blah. Epileptics, same thing, but brain seizures, like we can reproduce all of this in the lab. Like this isn't evidence of anything, right?
But isn't the problem with that you're actually killing a person when you're spinning them in the centrifuge?
No. They do this with fighter pilots.
Right, but if you keep doing that, you'll die.
Oh, absolutely.
And your body knows that too. So you are in a near-death experience. You're near death.
Well, you're near death because blood's not getting to your brain.
Yes, and your body knows that. You are opening that door. Whether you're opening that door in a safe manner, sure. You're still opening that door.
Absolutely. Yeah, you're right. But the argument you're absolutely right. And I never thought of it that way. But the argument by the scientists, the rationalists is, look, we can reproduce all of this in the lab.
Yeah, but it's a dumb argument because what you're doing in reproducing it is bringing someone close to death.
Right. Well, another thing they can do is stimulate the brain during brain surgery, and they do that to make sure that they're not scooping out tumor, not your piano lessons or whatever, right? And one of the things they can do is they stimulate certain parts of the brain. They can give people a sensation that they're floating, or that they, oh my God, my grandfather, whatever. They can do weird shit with the brain with basically a toothpick and a bone saw, right? And so, at any rate, just suffice it to say, there's the sort of slightly mystical argument of this is proof of an afterlife, and then there's the sort of rationalist argument. No, we understand the physiology of all this. And so there was a guy in, I think it was Estonia, an older guy who fell and hit his head, had a hematoma. They put electrodes on his scalp to see what the brain activity was, because he was having seizures. Other stuff happened to him that the family said, he doesn't have a chance of recuperating. He basically pulled the plug, let him die. He had the electrodes on his brain, monitoring brain activity before the decision to pull the plug. So they did something that would otherwise not be ethical. If someone's going to die, you're like, hey, let's hook him up to see what his brain does. That's not ethical, right? This guy already had that stuff in place as part of the life-saving measures. So they were able to see what happened at the moment of death, right? So what happened in the human brain, in his brain, was that there was a flood of, I think it was gamma in his brain that that is associated with long-term memory. A flood of gamma in his brain, right? And that was and one other frequency I can't remember. And at any rate, there was this. The brain did what brains do when they're remembering very, very old stuff, right? And that they even found that in rats that they ethically are able to kill, like hook them up, kill them. What happens in the brain, right? And so the most ancient sort of memory source centers of the brain are activated at the moment of death, while there's a sort of lingering, dying consciousness. So boom, all of a sudden you're 5 and you're talking to your grandfather. Whatever it is, we don't know the specific things that man saw, but we know that his brain was activated in ways that suggest memory retrieval, right? So the rationalists like, okay, the brain dies. All of a sudden you see you have these old memories, right? So now for me, as I read, I got home. So it's a rather convoluted story, but hopefully it's interesting. So I got home. I was a week in the hospital. It was surprised everybody, but the reason I survived at all was that I'm a fit, athletic person, and so it gave the doctor something to work with. It also meant that I recovered quite quickly. So instead of 3 weeks in the ICU, I was 5 days, and then boom, I'm out of there, right? And so I came home, and it's not the kind of party you would expect, right? Like I came home and I was like, woohoo, I'm alive, I made it, blah blah blah. It's like, oh my God, I almost died on a totally ordinary day, and it could happen again. This also could be the day that I die, right? Maybe I have another aneurysm. Like, we don't know. And I completely freaked myself out. It was a classic post-trauma, like anxiety, panic reaction. Like, it was all very classic. It was way worse than combat, way worse, right? But one of the problems, I started to have the sense that I wasn't really there and that maybe I had died, which sounds freaky, but apparently it's quite common in people that almost die, that they're seized with this fear that they're actually a ghost and they didn't make it. I know it sounds insane, and you're right, but I can just tell you, like, I sincerely had that worry. It was the ultimate panic disorder, right? Like, that you're dead. Like, what is there anything bigger to panic about, that you're actually dead?
Right.
So, and the reason I had that, and this gets to another rather mysterious, slightly woo-woo part of this whole story, is that 2 days prior, I had no idea, obviously, that I had something that was going to kill me in my abdomen. I had no conscious idea. But 2 days prior, at dawn, my family and I, we still co-sleep. And so we sleep in a group on a pad on the floor. And we sleep as a family, the 4 of us. And so at dawn, on the previous night, so 36 hours prior to almost dying, I was woken by this horrific nightmare. The worst nightmare I've ever had and I've ever heard of. And the nightmare was this. that I was hovering above my family and they were crying in grief. And I was waving to them. They were crying in grief that I died. And I was waving to them. I was like, I'm over here. I'm right here. I was shouting. I was waving my arms. And they couldn't hear me. They couldn't see me. And I didn't know why. And then I was made to understand, in the same way that my father communicated with me, it was just a sort of transmission of knowledge, right? I was made to understand that they couldn't hear me because I'm dead. I'm a spirit. I'm not there. And I'm above them. And I'll be going now. I'm out. Mr. Younger, you're outbound and you're not coming back. It's too late. You can't go back. It's over. And I was so anguished that it woke me up. And I woke up I happened to be next to my oldest daughter. And I just like clutched her like a stuffy. Like I was like, oh my God, thank God. Because it really felt like I was dead. Thank God that was just a dream. I'm actually here. I'm alive, right? So then, 36 hours later, ooh, what's that pain in my abdomen? Off to the hospital, almost die. Doctors have later told me, not the doctors who saved me, but other doctors who were honest with me, like, it's a miracle you're alive, right? Like, this isn't just, oh, good, well done. It's a freaking miracle. Like 10 slices of Swiss cheese, 10 holes have to line up, and you threaded the needle through those holes, right? Like, so I got back home and I was super emotional. Every time I heard a siren, I'd start crying. Like, I mean, I was just a freaking mess, right? And then I thought, oh my God, I died in my sleep. That dream, because I started to read about NDEs, and one of the most common is that you're hovering above your family. Another is that you see a dead relative, right? So, but, oh my God, and I knew none of this, right? So, oh my God, that wasn't a dream. That was my experience of actually dying, right? And the kind of experience that many people who almost died and were saved, were resuscitated, report having had. I was hovering above my family, and I died in my sleep. My wife woke up next to her dead husband. It's over. I just don't know, because I'm in the middle of a dying hallucination. I'm a ghost. I'm not here. I think my daughter's talking to me. I think she's on my lap. I'm not, bro. You're not here, man. You're like, just face it, right? And you can't disprove it, right? And if you're crazy enough, it actually feels like it might be what's happening. And I was plenty crazy enough for this, right? And I'm not a naturally neurotic person, but it turned me into one for a while, right? And at one point I went to my wife, like, honey, just tell me I'm really here, that I survived. We're here, we're good. Like, just tell me. She said, of course you're here. You survived, et cetera, et cetera. But my mind was like, that's exactly what a hallucination would tell you, right? And I was inching towards madness, right? And so finally, sorry, long story, just to sort of finally answer your question. Where I landed, I'm reading the NDE stuff, and the sort of like the scaredy cat in me is like, oh wow, that's pretty convincing. Like maybe there is an afterlife. Maybe we don't have to be worried. Like, wow, how pleasant, right? How pleasant to think like that there's something to go on to, right? Nothing to be scared of. And then I read afterwards the sort of like, party poopers, right? Just sort of like the rationalists come in, like, nonsense. We can explain all this. It's all neurochemistry. Like, there's no freaking afterlife. Like, come on. So, and partly because of the father I grew up with, like, who really valued rationalism. Like, I was like, oh, well, nice try. Like, close but no cigar. Oh, well, I guess when we're dead, we're dead. And so then the one thing that didn't quite make sense was that there's this incredible consistency in people, like an enormous percentage of the time, and I can't remember off the top of my head, but quite a large percentage of the time, the dying, people who have NDEs and are resuscitated and report their memories like I was able to, they are received by the dead, right? The dead come to receive them. Sometimes it's your father. Sometimes it's a friend who died decades earlier. Sometimes it's someone that you might not even like very much, but the dead come to receive the dying in the way that my father did. You know, my mind, I'm like, I don't know, you know, like, I get it. You give everyone LSD and they all have hallucinations, and the dying brain produces hallucinations, but it's sort of odd. Like, okay, you stir up the memory banks of the brain when you die with the gamma and all that stuff. So, all right, so suddenly I'm 5 years old and we're playing by the swimming pool, and now suddenly I'm camping with my buddy at 12. But yeah, there's a whole array of memories. That's different than dad showing up. Like dad showing up saying, come with me into the afterlife. That's not exactly memory recall, right? That's something else, right? So, and then I started talking to hospice nurses, and it's super common experience. Older people, the people dying of cancer in their last days and hours, what are they doing? They're having conversations with people in the room that no one else can see. They're having conversations with the dead who are clearly there to take them. Like, it's okay, come with me. It happened to my mother. She suddenly scowled in her last hours. She scowled and looked up at the coroner and said, what's he doing here? And she had a terrible relationship with her brother who had died in his 50s, like decades earlier, right? And I just guessed. I was like, Mom, that's Uncle George. And he's come a very long way to see you. And you have to be nice to him. And she frowned and she said, we'll see about that. It continues into the afterlife, right?
Oh my God.
It's not over when you die, right? It goes on, right? There's a sequel to this, right? Right? So these visits are not necessarily a sort of benevolent, like, oh, the dying, sort of need some kind of comfort, and they manufacture a vision of a loved one to make them feel better. It's not quite that either. And then there's super poignant stories. I talked to a hospice nurse who was taking care of an older gentleman who was dying painlessly, no morphine at all, so of clear mind, right? In his 80s or 70s or 80s, and in his last, 12 hours or so, the nurse that I talked to said that the man looked and he was like, Barbara, oh my God, it's so good to see you. Like, oh, thank God you're here. So the nurse, who's been through this a million times, says, okay, he's in his last hours now. But this is the end game, right? Thank God, because he's dying and it's, needs to resolve. And so she went into the kitchen where the wife was and said, I think we're in the last stages. He's seeing someone in the room. He seems very, very happy to see her. It's someone named Barbara. Does that name mean anything to you? So the wife says, yes, that was his one true love. So, of course, the nurse is like, oh, my God, I stepped in it, right? And then she goes, that was our 19-year-old.
Oh, wow.
Right. I mean, how do you tell that story and not start crying, right? I mean, it's like, so that kind of story is super, super common. So in my mind, right, I'm like, okay, I buy the centrifuge, I buy the, endogenous DMT and the blah, blah, the gamma. I get it. What I don't understand is the consistency of the visions of the dead coming to, and like my father did. I mean, I get that we hallucinate in times of extreme stress, but not that. I don't get the content being consistent across cultures, across ages, manners of death, like on and on. Like, what? Really? Like, how do you like? So to me, that doesn't prove there's a quote afterlife, but it raises a legitimate question, like, what is it we're talking about here? And so where I land, and I promise I won't like drag us into a long conversation about quantum physics, but basically the rational, the argument that's both rational and open-minded, and my mind has been enormously opened by this experience, not to God, but to maybe we just don't understand the nature of existence completely, right? It's been open to that. So the rational and open-minded explanation for some of this stuff, if you don't dismiss it as just neurochemistry, and you're not going to go whole hog on, well, God exists, like hallelujah. If you're not going to do either of those two things, the conversation that I think can be had is maybe there is some sort of post-death existence at the sort of quantum, meaning the subatomic level, that we just don't understand, and some post-death existence for the individual, and not necessarily post-death consciousness. We're not on a hammock with a daiquiri. It's not like, those are human projections, right? But maybe at the quantum level, we just don't quite understand what death is, what reality is, what consciousness is. And so my father was a physicist, and just weirdly, my great aunt had a long, passionate affair with Schrödinger, the physicist, Schrödinger's cat, right? And one of the mysteries of quantum physics, and I'm sure you've come into this in your, in your studies and your research and your conversations, one of the profound mysteries of quantum physics that was sort of broken wide open about 100 years ago by people like Schrödinger and Heisenberg, that when you observe a subatomic particle, it acts differently than if you don't observe it, right? So you create basically the act of conscious observation. Like if I look at that ashtray, the ashtray does exactly what it does if I don't look at it, right? In the macroscopic world, conscious observation doesn't change anything, right? In the subatomic world, it changes everything, right? So a subatomic particle, an electron, is in all positions as a statistical probability. It's in all positions until you observe it, and then it's in one position, right? If you fire a photon at two slits in a metal plate with some photographic film on the other side to mark where the photon hits, if you fire the photon at a plate with two slits, is the famous double slit experiment. Fire the photon at two slits and actively monitor it with a photon detector while it's moving. It will go through one slit and hit the strike plate on the far side with a signature of passage through one slit, right? If you fire a photon through two slits and don't monitor it simultaneously goes through both slits and leaves a signature on the other side of having done so, right? In other words, and this is one of the deepest mysteries of existence, right? At the quantum level, our act of observation creates the reality that we are observing, and that if we don't observe it, it's another reality, right? So given that deep and unresolvable mystery, is it possible in the sort of like the electrons in all places at once until we watch it, and then it's in one place, in that sort of basic sense of a profound mystery at the quantum level, is it possible that
10. Yo, can you hear me? 10. You.
Their theory is called biocentrism. There's a guy named Adam Lanza that you might be interested in talking to. He's a brilliant guy. He's one of the sort of pioneers of biocentrism. And basically what he's saying is that, look, if consciousness determines reality at the quantum level, and the universe ultimately is a quantum reality, it's possible that consciousness is part of that there's a subatomic particle associated with consciousness, just like the Higgs boson is associated with gravity. Like gravity exists because of the Higgs boson. It's a subatomic particle that we can measure, right? And maybe consciousness is associated in the same way as part of the physical existence of the universe. Without gravity, there is no universe. There's no nothing, right? It's essential to existence. And maybe consciousness is essential to the existence of the universe in the singular form that it takes. And it landed in the singular form with the arrival of consciousness. Maybe it's all one and the same thing. And that actually coincides quite nicely with Schrödinger, who was of the opinion that there was a universal consciousness. There was a kind of colossus of consciousness that we are all a tiny part of, and when we die, we return to it, right? On some quantum level that no one has any freaking idea. As I say in my book, we might understand reality about as well as a dog understands a TV screen. Like with absolutely no concept of the machinery, the mechanism, the processes that produce the flickering images that are in front of us, we might, like the dog doesn't have that understanding of what it's looking at, we might not have an understanding of the cosmos that creates the system that creates the reality that we are seeing and that we think is existence.
Yeah, I'm entitled to believe that we're entirely too arrogant in our understanding of what we know, and that we have a very limited amount of information, even though it's incredibly complex for our understanding. For our understanding, the leaps and bounds that we have made since using leeches to treat diseases is off the charts, right? And you're a living testament to it.
Yeah.
But I think it is a very, very shallow understanding of an infinite thing that's happening all the time. Have you ever seen, they just recently made images of quantum entangled photons?
No, I mean, I know about quantum entanglement, another great mystery. I haven't seen the images.
Spooky action at a distance.
Yeah.
Take a look at what this looks like. Quantum entangled photons look like a yin-yang. Like, exactly.
Oh, awesome.
Exactly. That's it. That's a quantum entangled photon.
Oh, my God.
Yeah,
Are you
my
kidding?
God. Oh, my God.
So each one contains at its center a bit of the other.
Exactly. So maybe someone knew this thousands and thousands of years ago. The idea that the Chinese or whoever created that initial symbol, the idea that they just stumbled accidentally upon an actual image of quantum entangled photons, very unlikely. That just seems too insane and too amazing.
That's fascinating.
Fascinating, right? And to find that out, when was that discovered, Jamie? Was that very recently? I saw it in some science.
It was like last year.
Okay.
Yeah, entanglement has been around for decades,
right.
but those images are recent. That's stunning. That's that's amazing.
Yeah. So I think this whole thing that, we know what's going on in the brain. We know the human neurochemicals we know we can stimulate the brain. We know we can stick you in a centrifuge. You don't know shit. We are at the edge of a vast forest and we're peering in and we're arrogant. And we're arrogant because the people that know more than everybody else. The people that do have an understanding of human neurochemistry and do have an understanding of how the body works know far more than I do, know far more than most people do. So they have an arrogance of this understanding, this rational sort of reductionist perspective of what reality is. But I think it's nonsense.
Well, listen, the physicists, to give them their due, they are the branch of science which is actually fully aware of the drop off where the mystery begins, knowledge ends, the mystery begins. Because they could not explain this stuff when it happened. It actually unsettled those guys, Schrödinger and Einstein and Heisenberg and all. It really quite unsettled them, right? They were like, "Whoa, what are we unfolding here? And are we sure we want to unfold this, uncover this?" And once Sir Arthur Eddington said this wonderful thing. He was asked about these sort of central mysteries of quantum physics and the universe. And he said something that we don't know is doing we know not what. Right?
Ooh, that's a good way to put it.
So he's like, there's some humility there, right? And at its core, quantum physics, there's a mystery at the core of quantum physics, equivalent to the mystery at the core of religion.
Mm-hmm.
At the end of the day, religion is an act of faith, right? And you can't answer these questions, right, rationally. And at the end of the day, the physicists themselves will say, look, we just don't know. These test results make no sense in the macroscopic rational world that we live in every day. You can't, the macroscopic and the subatomic world, they're completely opposite to each other. They make the laws of physics are completely different at the macroscopic level and the subatomic level.
Yeah. And, just the fact that if you look at atoms themselves, it's mostly empty space.
Yeah.
Like, what the fuck is going on?
That's right.
There's all of this. We have a cursory understanding of something that's infinitely complex. We have an understanding of it, and far greater every year. And they keep exploring but I think we're also cursed with these fucking primate brains. You know, these primate brains that we have already talked about today are filled with flaws and, childhood trauma and bipolar and depression and schizophrenia and all these different issues with the primate brain. Yeah. And we are the dog looking at the television screen. We are. And I think I've talked to a lot of these doctors that have this reductionist perspective, and very few of them have had psychedelic experiences.
Right.
I think the brain is capable of opening up a door, and I think that door opens when you die. And I don't know where door is a bad word. It's not the right word. But it's all I have. It's an opening. It's a gateway. There's something going on inside of us. There's something going on. We are interconnected in ways that are far greater than our understanding of human social interactions. There's something going on with us, and that we experience that with love. We experience that with the love of your wife or your husband, or the love of your child or your family members. We experience this connection it's like this. It's very different. It connects us like as souls, and that's what I think I'm getting to. I think the soul is real, and I really didn't have that thought. Really, I was pretty atheist. I grew up. Went to Catholic school when I was very young for first grade, and had a really bad experience there. And I was like, religion's bullshit. My parents were breaking up when I was young, and I got really into religion because I felt like religion. At least, like, if there's chaos in my family life, there's always God. Like, God's going to make sense. Then I went to Catholic school. I was like, okay, God has nothing to do with this. Like, this is fucking ridiculous. Then my grandfather died. I was very close to my grandfather. I loved him very, very much. I stayed with him when I moved to New York. I was like 23 years old, and I didn't have a place to stay. I didn't have any money. I just got signed by this manager, and I was going to go to New York to do stand-up comedy. I was going to chase my dream. So I was living with my grandfather, and my grandmother had an aneurysm, and they gave my grandmother 72 hours, and she lived for 12 years. Wow. At least 12 years. It might have been a little longer. And she was bedridden, and I was staying with him and her. And my grandfather had been dealing with his wife dying for all these years. Yeah. And she would like moan in pain. You'd hear like make these sounds. And I knew he was old and she was old. They were dying. And I knew she was going to die probably quicker than him. And it was this transition in my life from me like going forth on this great adventure to seeing this man that I loved. And just darkness. It was like his wife. My grandmother was bedridden. It was agony. It was depression. They lived in a very bad neighborhood. They lived in North 9th Street in Newark, New Jersey. When they moved there in the 1940s, it was an all-Italian neighborhood. And then they started doing this thing called blockbusting. And what blockbusting is they would, real estate agents would come in and they would say, black people are moving into your neighborhood. You have to sell now. If you don't sell now, you're going to lose the value of your home. And it's the way they fired up the real estate market, and they crushed communities this way. Jesus. And my grandfather was like, I like black people. I'm not going anywhere. And he never moved. And he stayed there. And it changed from a black neighborhood to a primarily Hispanic neighborhood. And when I was with him, when I stayed with him, just before after I got there, I can't really remember. It was 30 years ago. The kid next door was selling crack, and police broke down the door. And like he had an Audi. I remember he had an Audi in the driveway. I remember looking, I was like, how does this kid have a fucking Audi? Yeah. It's a nice car, in 1990. And it was just bad. It's very depressing. It was a depressing space. Like the neighborhood's depressing. his life was ending. You know, it was very, very sad. And when I went to his funeral, when he was in the casket, I looked at him, and I'm sure you've been to a funeral before, and I know you've seen dead people before, but there's something about seeing a dead body where you're like, oh, he's not there.
Yeah, it's unmistakable.
He's not there. It's not as simple as, you know, he stopped moving.
Right.
No, he's not there.
Yeah.
He wasn't there anymore.
Yeah.
And I remember this feeling of like understanding that came across me. Like, oh, like the thing is inside of you, whatever that is real. It's not just as simple as you're alive.
Right.
And at that moment, I was seeing my grandfather in his casket. I started considering a soul. I started thinking like, oh, this isn't bullshit. And then I started thinking like how arrogant it is to assume that you know that all these people for thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of years have talked about souls.
Right.
It's a universal idea. It's not common to one specific culture. It's not isolated. It's a universal concept of there being something inside of you. And I think it's something that we intuitively understand, that we know, we are aware of it. We know it's real.
Yeah.
We just can't put it on a scale. We can't put a ruler on it and measure it. We can't, but it's a thing. And I think that thing it's intertwined with consciousness. That's what I think. This is just my own feeling. I think your soul interacts with consciousness, and consciousness is a force.
Right.
And I think we're all experiencing consciousness. We're just doing it in this weird way. We're doing it with different biological entities, different life experiences, different people and stimuli. You're around different neighborhoods, different parts of the world. But it's the same thing. And the way I've described it is like, I think that you are me. I know it's like hippie nonsense horseshit, but I think if you lived my life, you would be me. And if I lived your life, I would be you. And I think we are all people. I think all people are the same. We are just living through different genetics, different biological experiences, different biological filters, different life experiences. I think we're all the same. I really do. And I think that what your soul is your connection to consciousness. I think your thing, the thing that that you intersect with. And I think whatever we are, there's like a place that thing goes.
Right.
And I have a feeling that that's what these near-death experiences are. That's what a lot of psychedelic experiences are. I think it's a looking into the other side. I don't think all these cultures have had the same idea by accident.
Yeah, structurally, like at their core, they're all incredibly similar. There's the realm of the dead, right?
And so I think there's also a very limited. There's a perspective of what God is, and there's a perspective of the universe itself. Like, oh, who made the universe? If God didn't make the universe, well, who made God? I think we are limited by our own biological perspective, which requires a birth and a death, a beginning and an end, and that it has to come from somewhere. And I don't necessarily think that's real. And I have a feeling that this concept of a God is even greater. What it entails is even greater than an entity. I think it's all things.
Right.
I think what God really is the universe. I think it is all things.
Right. Well, that's biocentrism is sort of along those lines. It's all one huge thing.
Yeah, I've come to this thought like in steps over time, where it makes more and more sense. I'm not trying to comfort myself. I'm not looking for some sort of rational. That's not what I'm doing. I feel like all these cultures have this idea for a reason.
Right.
I don't think I think we're tuning into it in these little blips, and we're bringing back evidence from the other side. We're bringing back stories and anecdotes and feelings that you get, intuition, things that happen at certain times in your life where you're just like, okay, what is that?
Right.
What is I think we all know also that if you have love in your life and you love your friends and you have good times, like there's an elevated feeling that comes with that. That's bigger than just fun. There's a bond that we have because it's the moment in these great times of love where we recognize that we're one.
That's right. You lose the shackles of your individuality.
You lose your ego.
Yeah.
You lose your biological limitations. This chimp body and chimp mind that wants to keep you alive, that wants to make sure you spread your genes and control resources and do all the stupid things that humans do. That thing confuses you that's what life is.
Right. There's a cemetery, a veteran cemetery in the woods in the town where my mom used to live. My mom passed away, obviously, and I'd go running there, and it's a beautiful little spot, so hidden away. And there's a gravestone of a World War II vet who died later in life. Right, he lived a natural life and died in his 80s. And it's a very simple gravestone. I can't remember his name. I wrote it down, and all it says is all that survives of us is love. That's so beautiful.
Yeah.
Right. And I think that's right. And you don't need to be religious to think that way. You don't have to, you can be whatever. It's just like such a profound truth. Like that's all that survives.
Yeah. And I think a lot of religions are simply people's effort to try to consolidate all these thoughts and feelings into a doctrine, into something that you can tell people that you have the answer. And whenever someone tells you they have the answer, well, that's impossible. That's impossible, so you don't have the answer. But there might be wisdom in these ancient teachings that I think is real. And I think that's really what fascinates me about religion. It's ancient man's attempts to understand and define this whole thing with this monkey mind that we have.
Right. Sometimes people ask me, so how did this change you? Did you find God? No, I didn't. But, it did change me. And one of the ways it changed me is that I realized even if you're in good health, even if you're not in a war zone, blah, 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 that we don't know. None of us know that this is not our last day.
Right.
None of us know. I mean, probably not, hopefully not, but we don't know for sure. June 16th, 2020 was an utterly ordinary day when I woke up that morning. I had no idea I really slated to die in 12 hours. Right? No clue. And so if you somehow knew that you were going to die in 12 hours, somehow knew that, who would you want to be that day? Right. I'm guessing you wouldn't be scrolling through Instagram. I'm guessing you wouldn't be wasting your time hating on people that pissed you off. I'm guessing you'd be like just holding your loved ones close and just being amazed at how beautiful a tree is, or I don't know what, right? Like it's almost a religious vision of what existence is. Right? I think it would inspire that. And so my question is, like, you don't know that today isn't your last day. So who do you want to be today? Right? Because you never know. So who do you want to be in the world? And hopefully day after day, you're that person. And then you don't have to die at the end. Like, what a beautiful way to live. And so it sort of changed me in that sense. I saw, after I finished the book, I read a story about Dostoevsky, the great Russian writer, who suffered a mock execution when he was in his 20s. I mean, what a sadistic thing to do to a young person, or anybody, right? So he was a radical, like he and his sort of like radical friends would sit around talking about outrageous stuff like liberating the serfs and crazy ideas like that. And this is in the 1840s. And so Tsar Nicholas I, didn't take that kind of thing kindly, and the police arrested them all, like 6 of them. Threw him in jail. It wasn't a particularly serious crime, right? But threw him in jail. It's Tsarist Russia, right? It's an oppressor state, right? And after 8 months, they finally released them. And these young men assumed that they were going to be like put in a wagon and driven to the courthouse and discharged and returned to their families after 8 horrible months, right? Like, okay, they're put in a wagon and they're driven to a city square. They only had minutes to adjust to this. Instead of being released, they were tied to posts, and a firing squad was lined up in front of them. And the order was given to the soldiers, charge your rifles, ready, aim. And at that moment, a rider galloped into the square and said, "The Tsar forgives them." Okay. So what? So the question. My question would be like, what does the world look like? Like, how hallucinatory is it if you know that you're going to be dead in seconds? What does the world literally look like to you, to that perspective? Because we're all Dostoevsky, right? I mean, the command to fire isn't maybe in 3-5 seconds. It might be in 50 years, but we're all waiting for the, right? We're all getting the command eventually. So what does the world look like to someone where all of that whole lifetime is compressed into a few seconds? What's the world look like? We should understand that vision of the world and incorporate it to some degree into our experience of our hopefully 50, 80, 90 years of life, right? So this intense little capsule of reality, like what did he see in those moments? Because he wrote about it. Like, this is valuable information. Like, what's the world look like? What's it really look like when you're about to be torn from it, right? And so he said he was standing there and he saw sunlight glinting off the steeple of a church. And he had this amazing thought, which goes to your point, right? This amazing thought. He said, in moments, I'm going to join the sunlight. I'm going to be part of all things. We're all part of all things. And in minutes, that's what I'll be. And then he said, if I should in his mind, he thought if I should, by some miracle, survive this, I'm going to live my life turning every moment into an infinity.
Wow.
Mind blowing, right? So 2 of the 6 men in that group, it broke them. They were insane for the rest of their lives. Dostoevsky, he survived it psychologically, and it deepened him enormously. And he wrote through other characters, he wrote about that experience.
Yeah, if you have knowledge of your death, I used to do this bit about there was a tiger attack in San Francisco, and I guess it was like the early 2000s or something like that. These kids were throwing pine cones at a tiger in an enclosure in the zoo, and they didn't know that the tiger, when they built the zoo, they made the fence 14 feet high. They thought that was enough. It's not enough.
I know what's coming.
Like, you have the joke was, if you have a monster in a box in the middle of the city, maybe you should put a fucking roof on the box. Like, how expensive is it to put a cage on the top? Well, these kids are throwing things at the tiger. The tiger leaps up, gets a hold of the top of the fence. And the thought was, like, if you're that kid and you see those paws hit that fence and you see that thing like flying through the air, coming right at you, do you even see it? Or is it just like this kaleidoscope of psychedelic images?
Right.
As this thing, it's over. Like, you're looking at the most beautiful death that's currently available. It's the most beautiful animal that can kill you, a tiger. I mean, they're gorgeous, and they're also terrifying at the same time. And it's running at you like a psychedelic experience.
Wow. Did anyone...
They died. Yeah, one guy lived, I think. One guy lived. I think, unfortunately, the kid that's throwing the pine cones lived. I don't really remember the whole story.
1 died, 2 survived.
Yeah, okay, 2 survived.
And they had to kill the tiger.
Of course. They always have to kill the tiger because it went tiger. Yeah, look, I fucking hate zoos. I mean, I used to take my kids to them because my kids loved them, but they're fucking prisons. They're prisons for animals that didn't do anything wrong.
Yeah.
And last time we went, we were in, I think it was in Denver, and we were turning towards this primate section where they have all these monkeys in these cages, and this monkey's wailing, just screaming in agony, just wah, like a crazy person locked up in a cage. I'm like, that poor motherfucker. Like, what are they doing to him? Just so people could stare at it and go, oh, there it is. Oh, there it is. And
yeah, it's awful.
Tigers are nature's balancing system. You can't have too many deer, so you have to have tigers.
Right.
And axis deer are the kind of deer that live around tigers. I don't know if you've ever seen an axis deer. They're beautiful. Yeah. They have white spots all over their body, and they move like bullets. You've never seen an animal move that fast. axis deer, they just fucking go because they're just always looking out for tigers. So this animal is primed by nature to be chasing things and killing things. That is literally its biological reward system. That's what it's here for. That's why it's 600 pounds of fucking tissue and talons. And what do? We give it cold meat that they push out on a platter, and it just eats the meat. It doesn't get to kill anything. And then things stare at it and look at it in the eyes, which is fucking insane. That you ever look a tiger in the eye, in the wild, you would be fucking frozen in fear. And this thing has to endure other puny little things throwing stuff at it over this fence. In this universal karmic moment, it realizes that it can get them.
There's an amazing poem by Ted Hughes called Wolf Watching. Wolves are, of course, equivalent to tigers, right? The canine equivalent to tigers. And he goes to the zoo and looks at the wolf. And the poem Wolf Watching is worth looking up. It's just one of the most extraordinary poems about exactly what you're talking about. And the look in the wolf's eye and what he knows you're doing to him.
Yeah.
And he's superior to you. And he knows just like it's an unbelievable poem. Ted Hughes, Wolf Watching. You got to, I mean, seriously, like, look it up.
Yeah. Yeah, we're bizarre. We're bizarre with the whole fucking zoo thing. The zoo thing's very weird. It's like, on one hand, it helps preserve diminishing populations of some animals.
Right.
You know, and they do that. But on the other hand, like, why do you have a polar bear in a fucking swimming pool in the middle of the night? Right. What are you doing?
Yeah.
They go crazy. They just go in circles.
Yeah,
of course. Bears in an enclosure where they just wander around in circles.
People go crazy too. Solitary confinement.
I
mean,
yep.
You know, people can't take it. You know, like it drives. It breaks their brain.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. You keep saying like the word like I'm an atheist. Do I believe in God? Why even have a belief?
I mean, I don't have any belief.
You don't have anything anymore. So, but you still consider yourself an atheist? An atheist is someone who doesn't believe in a God.
Right. I don't have that belief.
So you don't believe or not believe.
I mean, not believing isn't an active, right? I mean,
well, you don't know, right? This is why the atheism thing usually kind of drives me nuts with people. Like when people say there is no God, I'm like,
well, that's not atheism, right? Atheism is that I don't believe in God. It's not claiming to be able to prove there is.
Right. There's a little more arrogance to there is no God,
right. I don't know
rather than I don't believe in a God.
Right. And you can't make yourself believe in something.
Right.
Right. So if you want to tell me that gravity doesn't exist, I can't make myself believe that.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And I can't make myself believe God exists. Contrary, you know, despite the complete lack of evidence that he does or she does, whatever, like, I can't force that belief
right
in myself, even if I wanted to. But I would never ever say, "Oh, there is no God."
Yeah,
I would never assert that, right? And I wouldn't even say I'm agnostic. Like I don't know one way or the other. I wouldn't even say that. I would say I don't believe in God. I don't run my life according to a belief in God.
Jordan Peterson says, whether or not you believe in God, if you live your life as if God is real, you'll live a better life.
Well, yeah.
I'm paraphrasing.
Right.
But that's essentially what he's saying.
Well, he's exhorting people towards moral behavior, which is totally fine. But you don't need God to be. Look,
you don't need God.
Yeah, some people might, and some people need laws to not rob banks.
I think the concept of it, that we're all connected in some way that's greater than just this life experience, is what that's the foundation of this understanding of it.
Well, then what I would say is, because as soon as you say God, it presents some logical problems. I would say, live your life as if you believe in a universal unity, a colossal unity of all things.
I think the word God is the problem.
Yeah.
It's just been kind of co-opted. And it gets co-opted by visuals of like a person, a patriarchal leader who's in the sky with a fucking book of all the shit you did wrong.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. And that's a silly. I mean, a guy raised his hand at one talk, and he was quite incensed, and that I was still said I was an atheist, right? And he said, he was quite, he came right at me, right? And atheists don't. I mean, I don't care if someone's a believer. Like, why would I care in what you believe? But often believers are quite upset that you're an atheist, which is this bizarre quirk of the psychology that I don't understand. But at any rate, he raised his hand and he said, you're only alive because of God's grace, and you have to be thankful. You have to find Jesus, and you have to be thankful to God for saving you, because it was only His grace that saved you. And I said, you know what? I flatlined, right? I did like what I do with upset people. Like, I didn't get emotional. I went to 0 Kelvin. I said, you know what? My problem with that is, why me? Like, why me and not Tim? Tim Hetherington was my buddy out at Restrepo, the guy I made the movie Restrepo with, who was killed in combat in Libya. He died like I did. He bled out, except he bled out not from an aneurysm, but from a shrapnel wound in his groin, right? So why me and not Tim, right? And for that matter, why me and not a 9-year-old with cancer? Like, and what you're saying is, unless you can answer that question, which I don't think you can, what you're saying is that there's actually a kind of random lottery for God's grace. And if that's the way He runs things, I don't want anything to do with Him, because that's cruel, right? And so that's my quibble with the word God. But universal unity, I'm good, right? Schrodinger said, it's good for Schrodinger, it's good for me, whatever. And so I would, I don't know, the violence of the emotions around all this is puzzling to me. Like, I don't understand why people get so heated about what someone else believes.
Well, people get heated about everything. I've had conversations with people that are just Democrats to the end. That's my team. I'm with the Raiders, and that's just how it is with everything. And people are that way with religion. They're that way with the state they live in, the football team they support. They're that way with everything. That's just humans.
Yeah, it's just some primate shit.
Yeah, and I think the real discussion is in what how do you feel, why do you feel the way you feel, and what do you think, and what do you know that has sort of educated these thoughts.
And if you believe that human beings are inherently bad, and that only a fear of hell, and not a love of God, a fear of God will make you act well. If you really think that's what humans are, then sort of religion makes sense. But so for me, for example, and I'm assuming for you and most people that I think we probably know, like, I don't murder people and rob banks and things like that because I'm afraid of going to jail. I refrain from doing those things because I don't want to be someone who does those things. Right. I have my own inner morality about what it means to be a good person, to not be a freaking psychopath. Like, I don't want to go to jail either, but you don't need the laws. You don't need the courts to make me act well in that sense.
Right.
So if you need God in order to, like, not rob banks and kill people and rape people, bro, you got a freaking problem.
Right.
Right? You're still a problem, even if you don't do those things because you're scared of God. You're still not a person that I trust.
Yeah. No, I share that perspective. I think what this whole thing is for a lot of people, and one of the problems with religion and true believers is, boy, folks, there's a lot of different versions of that story. And you got to make sure you're betting on the right one, because there's a billion people that don't think you are. And you think you're smarter than them. Like, I think it's people trying to get a map of what this is all about.
Right.
And I think it's been that way forever. I think people have always tried to figure it out. And they have little bits and pieces, and we're putting it together. And unfortunately, we also like to look at these things as if they're like this doctrine is 100% factual. I've seen Muslims do it. I've seen Christians do it. I've seen Jews do it. People have this belief that their way is the way, it's the only way, everyone else is the other, which seems contrary to the Word of God, of the real thought, the concept of this interconnected thing that we're experiencing. I think it's all way weirder. I think everyone's scared to die, but no one's scared to sleep because you know you're going to come back.
Yeah.
But you do it every night. Every night you go to some crazy place.
Yeah.
You're shut off, and you return, and you assume because you have memory and because you have an understanding of the environment and you have a task that you have to do. Oh, got to be at work by 9. You have all this stuff in your head. You're assuming that as you woke up today, that this is your life at 56 years old, continuing along the same path, but it might not be. It's just guessing. We're our eyes closed and we're feeling through the darkness.
Yeah.
And we don't know. And we give ourselves these rules, and we give ourselves these stories, we give ourselves these religious practices to put structure into this thing and to put certainty into this thing that is absolutely uncertain.
Right.
And we get angry if someone questions our certainty, because our certainty defines our ability to exist in this experience in a way that keeps us sane. Like, right. God has a will, God has a plan. This is all.
Yeah.
I think it's way weirder. And I think that's what you experienced when your dad came to you, and that's what you experienced when you looked down at the pit. I think the whole thing is way weirder. I don't think it's as simple as why would God take a child and give it. I mean, I think the whole thing is an uber complex interaction of emotions and experiences that we're all going through simultaneously. And I have a feeling that part of the thing that moves us forward, unfortunately, is negativity, and the positivity battling against that negativity, which strengthens the positivity because of the resistance.
Yeah.
I think like the evil of the world is almost like an important factor in the whole equation of our existence.
Yeah, and I think humans have always struggled with it. They've come up with theories that sort of like help them get by, and some of them even support human dignity, some don't. And here we are with the great, still surrounded by the great mystery.
The great mystery.
And you know what? Like, let's hear it for the great mystery. Like, if you think about it, this thought came to me the other day, like, we're in a kind of sweet spot. So if you sort of knew for sure, like if the scientists could prove, right, the nerds could prove that there was an afterlife, and what you got to do was just more of the same, except it's a lot more pleasant for eternity. If we could prove that, it would strip the value out of these precious decades that we are allotted, right? One of the reasons that life is so precious is because it's so finite, right? So if you could prove there was an afterlife, don't worry about it. Like, listen, you're gonna, okay, your wife dumped you and blah blah blah, but don't worry about it, because soon the afterlife's going to start, and then you're good forever. So just don't sweat it, right? In fact, why don't you just kill yourself right now and just get onto it, because that's when the good part starts, right? It would ruin what life is. It would just strip it of value.
Yeah.
On the other hand, like the two other guys in Dostoevsky's group of friends, if we could prove, like literally prove scientifically that there is no afterlife, and you can't prove a negative, but somehow if we could prove there was no afterlife whatsoever, we're biological beings. When we die, that's it. We rot, we return to the soil, that's it, done. If we could prove that, that might be so psychologically devastating that it would be actually quite hard to lead a meaningful life, because your mind is thinking, well, what's the friggin' point?
Right.
Right. So where we're at right now, there's the perfect level of ambiguity that there's not such a proof of afterlife that why bother leading our lives, but there's also not such a doubt about it that it's psychologically devastating. We're in this sweet spot, which allows us to sort of invest maximum meaning and the least amount of psychological distress in these decades that we're allotted. So in a weird way, where we're at right now is just sort of tuned perfectly to the human brain for giving the maximum amount of meaning to this time that we have here on Earth. And if you go in the extreme of either direction, of absolute certainty that there is an afterlife or is no afterlife, if you go to that extreme, it actually just robs us of what we do know for sure that we have, which is this life right now.
Right. And that's part of the magic of it, right? The magic of it is the uncertainty, the temporary nature of it, the finite nature of existence, all of it.
Yeah, and the reason Karl Marx hated religion is because basically the peasant class had been told, listen, don't worry about it. Your lot sucks, right? The serfs, like, your lot sucks. You're oppressed. You're poor. Blah blah blah. But don't worry about it because there's an afterlife. So, and Marx was like, there'll never be revolution as long as people think that once they die, everything gets nice.
Right.
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 And so that's why the Marx hated religion, and it's a totally legitimate point.
Yeah, it's a legitimate point, but you think, even that is like, there's too much we don't know, and it's too hard to not know things, so we pretend.
Right, and the version of religion that he was rebelling against is like, look, the meek shall inherit the earth.
Right.
Right. You're crushed under the boot heel of czars. The czar's boot heel here in life, but the meek shall inherit the earth. So just wait a little while, and then it's all going to come to you. Like, that's what Marx wasn't objecting to a sort of like transcendent not knowing, right, transcendent mystery.
Right.
He was objecting to a completely calculated and manipulative, like, social program that kept people oppressed.
Which is oftentimes what religion becomes, particularly when people have groups of people that they control. They have power. Like Genghis Khan famously let people practice any religion they wanted. People are like, oh, he's so open-minded. Like, no, that's not what it was. He wanted order. And he's like, yeah, believe that. Go believe that.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
That's right. He also apparently just screwed his way across Asia, because I think it's 11% of the population in the areas that he conquered are directly descended from him, his DNA.
Yeah.
11%.
He killed 10% of the population of the planet.
And replaced them with...
Well, he did. I mean, in his lifetime, because of his actions, somewhere between 50 and 70 million people died. It's so many that you can see when they do core samples of the Earth, a difference in the carbon footprint of human beings. Yeah. The areas that they devastated, reforested to the point where there's a difference in the level of carbon.
Wow, that's amazing.
Yeah. That's how many people they killed. There's a famous story. Dan Carlin's Hardcore History is this amazing podcast. And he has this series called The Wrath of the Khan. In one of the stories, they talk about the Khwarezmian Shah who goes to visit Jin, China. And they think what they see in the distance is a snow-covered peak. And as they get closer, they realize that it's a mountain of bones. They'd killed over 1 million people in the city and piled them up on top of each other. And they had to abandon they were pulling wagons. They had abandoned the roads because the roads were so mucked up with decaying humans that the roads had become muddy. You couldn't traverse them because so many people had rotted and decayed in the roads that it became mud.
That's insane.
But he was really open-minded when it came to religion.
Yeah.
And he opened up trade to the East. Like, there's a lot of, like...
He had a lot of wives.
Yeah. Well, I don't think they were wives.
They were wives.
I think they were... Yeah, he did a lot of raping. A lot of murdering and horrible, torturous murdering. And, like, the stories, it's just, like, what we know. Just about how about the way they hid his burial site.
Yeah.
Do you know that story?
Yeah. They
fucking killed everybody. Everybody who went and buried him, everybody who killed the people who buried them, they killed them. You know, they killed thousands of people just to protect the location of his grave. And to this day, nobody knows where it is.
Yeah, that's right.
Wild.
Yeah. There's an amazing book by, is it Jack Weatherford? I think his name is, about Genghis Khan, like the classic book. It's an amazing book, worth reading. Jack Weatherford.
Yeah. I mean, what a fucking bizarre moment in history where this one genius is like really the best at killing people and taking over countries.
Yeah.
And he does it at a scale, and then it goes away, which is a real lesson for America, because the Mongols ran everything for a long fucking time, for hundreds of years, and then they didn't.
because of infighting.
Yeah.
Infighting.
Uh-huh.
They weren't defeated from the outside. It was infighting.
Well, also, Genghis Khan was dead. And the genius behind the whole operation, he had a particular tactical war mind that was just different than everybody else's. He was a genius.
Absolutely.
He was just a genius applied to killing people.
Right.
And that was gone once his children took over, and it's how it always works.
Yeah.
I mean,
that's right.
But that's us, folks.
When I talk to left-wing people about, aggression, right, and how it's sort of bad, like how it's maladaptive, it would be the anthropological term, like maladaptive, it produces bad outcomes, right? And I'm like, look, arguably the most aggressive man on the planet in history was Genghis Khan. And he left the largest genetic footprint on the human genome, on the human race, of any individual ever, right? So aggression at that level, in Darwinian terms, right, is absolutely rewarded, right? The shy guy that was writing poetry had one kid, right? Genghis Khan,
right.
11% of the population of the area that he conquered is descended directly from him. He's their daddy. That was because of his aggression, right? So you have to understand that in evolutionary terms, aggression is richly rewarded. So the trick for human culture is to blunt that with some cultural values that bring people back into a place of peace and dignity and cooperation and blah, 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 right? But just don't tell me that aggression is counterproductive, right? That's complete nonsense.
Well, it's a utopian perspective.
Yeah.
Aggression's bad. Toxic male energy is bad. Yeah, until someone's invading your fucking country.
Yeah.
And yeah, those are toxic males. Yeah, I get it. But guess what? You need some on your side too. And that's the only way we survive. That's the only way we made it to 2024.
Listen, chimpanzees do the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
Males will invade a rival territory and kill off individual males by ganging up on them. This isn't a fair fight, right? This is 10-1. Beat the rival males to death from the rival troop. Beat them to death. And when they're shrieking in terror, their buddies in the rival troop don't rush to their aid like humans would. They run away. That's the difference between chimpanzees and humans. Is what's called the male coalition exists in chimpanzee society, but they don't run to the aid of their brothers if they're, when the chips are down. They save themselves individually. Humans don't do that. We will rush to help. We'll rush to help a brother who's in danger, as it were, right? Like, even at risk to our own lives, it's one of the few unique traits that humans have that other mammals don't.
Which is probably how we made it.
Yeah, exactly. No, because we're better off in a group.
Yeah.
Even a group in a desperate situation. But chimpanzees, the rival troop that's getting beaten to death one by one, eventually they're wiped out because they don't form a coalition to defend, only to attack. They'll form a coalition to attack, but not to defend, right? So what happens is the more aggressive troop of chimpanzees wipes out the males of the rival troop one by one, because the rivals won't form a coalition to defend. And then they take over the territory, all the food resources of that territory, and the females. And now the aggressive troop of chimpanzees is now bigger and stronger, and those genes will be passed on at a higher rate than the genes of the poor bastards who got beaten to death one by one.
Right.
That's how Darwinism works, and that's why aggression exists in the world. There's a genetic reward for it.
And that's why we're here.
And that's why we're here. And
this is all God's plan.
And then human culture, that's right, it's all God's plan. And human culture came up with this extraordinary thing. It's like, you know what, guys? We're all one thing. We're this tribe or that tribe. We have to fight to the last man to defend each other and defend our families, blah, 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 because otherwise we're not going to make it because the fucking Vikings are coming over the ridge, right? So who's with me?
Right.
Braveheart, whatever.
Yeah.
I mean, there's endless stories about that kind of heroism. Like, we're all together. We'll die together if we have to, but we are all together, right? And that's a uniquely human trait.
Yeah, it certainly is. And the problem is when you have a utopian perspective, and you want everyone like, I'm not dangerous. I want the world to not be dangerous.
Right.
But the problem is the world is dangerous, and it's genetically dangerous.
Yeah.
It's like it's always been dangerous. It's just this is what it is. And I think we're in this enormous process. It's certainly much better to live today, at least it is here, than it would be during the time of Dostoevsky. If you live back then, it's you have less information. It's more dangerous. People have more control of people. Yeah. They're crueler. Yeah. It's more common. Yeah. Things get better over time, but it's a slow process.
Yeah, that's right.
And we're in the middle of it.
That's right.
And we look back and we say, "Oh, those fools." But in the future, they're going to look back at us and say the same goddamn thing. The same way we look at Genghis Khan, they're going to look at us like, what the fuck did they do in Ukraine? Yep. What the fuck did Israel do in Gaza? What the fuck is going on in Sudan? What the fuck is going on in wherever? Fill in the blank. Anywhere in the world.
Yeah, that's right. And, there is some hope, like sort of global alliances blunt some of this stuff. Like, so there is there is a sort of cultural evolution from the sort of like ancestral origins of the species. Right?
Yeah.
And so there, alliances do often stabilize things, which is great. Right? That's a good thing. But again, alliances can also precipitate conflict. So whatever.
Yeah. Yeah. It's a complex mixture of things happening. And I think again, not to get too like woo spiritual, but I think that's a part of our journey. A part of our journey is navigating the good and evil.
Right.
These are real forces.
That's right.
Yeah.
I will be killed, publicly executed, like Dostoevsky almost was, by my publisher if I don't say the name of my book. And I know you don't want that to happen.
Let's say it now. I definitely don't want you to get killed, especially after what you've been through. In my time of dying, how I came face to face with the idea of an afterlife. All right, man. Well, listen, brother, it's always great to see you. I'm glad you're alive.
Thank you.
I really enjoy these conversations we've had.
Me too, man. Me too. They're really wonderful. And thanks for having me on and having such a great long talk about all this stuff.
My pleasure. Did you read the audiobook?
I did.
Yes. Good. Beautiful.
So you got to listen to it on the treadmill.
Yes, I will do that. Thank you very much, man. Thanks for being here. I appreciate you.
My pleasure.
All right. Bye, everybody.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Drink by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
Gentlemen, here we go. Terrence, thank you for coming back. It was a lot of fun having you on the first time. Obviously, a lot of people wanted to talk to you after they heard all these ideas of yours. And my friend Eric reached out and he said he would love to do it. Eric, one of my most brilliant friends. Tell everybody your background, like your academic background, so people understand what you.
Sure. So I'm a PhD in mathematics, specifically in mathematical physics. I've had positions in economics, mathematics, and physics departments at places like MIT, Hebrew University of Jerusalem, Harvard, after my doctorate, Oxford. And I'm a podcaster in part.
Very good podcast. Boosted. I bring it back to Portal.
You have a lot to do with all of these things.
This is one of my favorite episodes of any podcast was your interview with Werner Herzog.
Oh man,
that was a great episode.
Have you had him in here?
I have not, but I would love to.
Because it seems to me like that's the conversation I want to listen to.
I would like to corner him because I believe that Grizzly Man was a secret comedy. I really do. There's something about the way he edited Grizzly Man. I'm like, this motherfucker is being funny on purpose. I know he is. I know he's like editing these like short clips. So the guy's so ridiculous that you start laughing.
I didn't see it because
you haven't seen Grizzly Man?
We have different tastes. Sir.
How dare you?
By the way,
it's a work of art.
I need to also just say that I was not Terrence. I think I heard him on TMZ. I was not looking for a debate. I wanted to make sure that Terrence had his position steel-manned, so that anything that he didn't know how to do within mathematics that was legit gave a chance to put his best foot forward before he got reviewed. And I didn't ask to come on. You asked to have me on. I'm happy to do it because I'm a friend of the show. But
you reached out about the episode specifically,
yeah, sure.
And I felt like if anybody could talk to Terrence and actually understand what they're talking about.
Yeah, and after I watched the interview with you and Brian Keating, I realized that you weren't trying to eviscerate me or anything like that. You actually wanted to hear a well put together argument concerning these things. So I appreciated you taking the time to come and examine these things, and love to hear your stuff. But I wanted to say thank you to you, Joe, and for putting me on the show initially, and for your audience for how they responded, and the support, and the people that were against it, because it raises the idea of critical thinking, because that's what we're supposed to be doing at this crucial time, is the critical thinking. So I thank all the haters, and I thank all the supporters, and I thank the people that's on the fence. And I'm hoping that today we can move people over to one side or the other.
Well, at least we can better inform people. And Terrence, it's been really cool to meet you, because I've heard about you, and you're an exceptional human being. You really are. You're very, very unusual. For a guy to be that good of an actor, I almost always dismiss them as being a moron. or at least crazy. But in a different kind of crazy. Like you're super friendly, and your recall's insane. But I wanted you to talk to someone who's had a deep education in it. And let's see what he believes about these ideas, and maybe you guys can collaborate, or just let's start from Eric. What out of the podcast that I did with Terrence really stood out with you, or something that you wanted to?
Well, what I thought is, I have to be honest. I've been listening. I was not so happy with certain things that happened in the podcast, and then I started hearing the response to it, and I was much more infuriated by the response than anything I heard in the podcast, because I thought that a lot of people just used their position of greater formal education in some of these areas to be jerks, and to be really dismissive and pretend that they couldn't understand things that you were saying. And no, I'm not kidding.
I heard,
because I think this thing goes out to millions of people, and whatever. Let me just say something else positive about Terrence. What he just did was very big. He said, "Thank you to the haters." I haven't gotten to that plane of existence.
You gotta stay off fly. I keep telling you. No. Some people just shouldn't be reading the comments.
It's not the online stuff. It's the academic stuff. The academic stuff is really it's vicious stuff.
Yes.
And it's always with a pretend smile on the face, so it's the worst.
Mm-hmm.
And what I thought I would do is I can't critique a man if I haven't built a model of what he's actually saying in my own mind that he agrees with. In other words, if I start coming after Terrence and saying, I think this stuff here is bullshit, and he's like, I didn't say that, that's what you inferred from what I wrote, then I've just basically insulted a person incorrectly. And if I praise something, I don't know whether I built that in my mind or he built it. So the first thing I thought we would do is I would try to recapitulate what I understand of Terrence's sort of grand arc, and see whether or not I can steelman it. And then Terrence can say yes, and then I can evaluate it. But until we do that, I don't know whether I'm actually reacting to the real man.
I think that's really important. And what you said about the viciousness of academics, I think that's just a human thing that exists at the highest levels, where people are doing something very difficult, and there's a lot of stress and anxiety involved. And you attack even your peers, because your biggest fear is your peers attacking you. And usually, generally, it happens with people that are getting more recognition than someone who thinks they should be getting more, deserve. Someone thinks they should be getting more recognition. They see someone getting recognition, especially for something that perhaps could be controversial, and then they start attacking them viciously. But it's generally people that wish they got more attention. It's part of the thing.
Sure. If you think about it, though, if you think about the number of people in podcasting who sort of have tried to lift each other up, it's pretty good, right?
Yes.
Like you, Lex, Sam Harris, all sorts of people have been good to each other. And one of the reasons that is that there's enough money in it. What happened in academics is that it went into a contractive state in which you killed or you died, right? And so basically, the ethics of academics plummeted after the early 70s. It was always very competitive, but really what it is it's the Hunger Games. And in acting, for example, if there's money among the elite set, people have trouble with each other. Same thing in tech. They kind of fight each other, but they all get rich together, and then they bury hatchets and things like that. You don't see that as much in academics because it's kill or be killed. And so we've had an implosion ethically. And so one of the things that I wanted to do was to try to just begin by steel manning, because I've been really disappointed in a lot of the critique that Terrence has experienced.
The funny thing is the scientists that attacked, most of them was upset that I got into their lane and climbed into their lane talking about science. But here, they're not inside a lab somewhere. They're not in Cambridge or Oxford somewhere. They're on social media. They're on the entertainment world. And I've never sat up and said, "Oh, you're full of this because you have no business doing this." But they got upset that I'm talking about the foundational problems associated with mathematics that's held us back.
But I think if you think we really care about these ideas, though, what they should do is talk about the ideas. It's the personal attacks that are attached to the ideas by people that want to be taken seriously. It fucks the whole thing up. Because either you're correct or you're incorrect. Tell me what you think is right, and then you tell me what you think is right. Let's work this out. But this personal attack shit, if you're talking about something as complex as the things that you discussed on this podcast, there's no room for bullshit. There's no room for bullshit. You're dealing with such highly complex ideas.
Says that, and to his credit, I found that interview you were doing with that woman where you seem to be wearing a wig.
Yeah, I was doing the movie. I was in the middle of doing fight night, and they had a shooting. I had to do the interview in between shots.
It's amazing. It's an amazing interview with the wig on. It's amazing.
Well, I remember that line from High Heels. You put that wig hat on.
But bro, you could pull that wig off. You could just start speaking in Oxford with that wig on. Fuck it.
But anyway, so Terrence was there, wigged out, and he was saying this thing. Literally wigged out. And he was saying this thing. He said, "Look, all I care about is the truth," and that freed me up to come on, right? Because the spectrum of Terrence, from the best to the worst, is a broad spectrum, and he seriously wants to improve what he's doing. He cares about it, and if I can play a part in that. I think
I love you. I want to offer it to you. I want to be able to show you the things that I tried to show Neil deGrasse Tyson that he would not even really take a look at and to see.
But no, he did take a look at it, right? He responded in a long video recently.
Yeah, but his response was disingenuous.
Guys, let me make a recommendation. Let's start with the ideas, because I think we all care about those.
Yes, for sure. But hold please, because this is an important thing that just came out.
He was so disingenuous because I sent him a long email after he sent me back the red line thing, thanking him for reviewing it and saying, look forward to when we can discuss these things, because I sent the treatise to him so we could discuss that on the show. His whole point was, I'm going to bring you on my show and we're going to talk. So here's the stuff that we're going to talk about that I would like to talk about. He never followed up from that point forward, just sent one-line emails. Any other thing you got to go to somebody else. So he's pretended like, oh, I was trying to be, very helpful, but that's not what the email trails show.
So he did make this one very large response, though. Right, he did go over the treatise all the red line stuff. He only has so much time, he might be in a position to defend him. That he might be in a position where he's like, look, I just said what I said about all this stuff. Good luck. I don't have the time to sit here and discuss these things in depth.
And that's great. That's great. But it's like you invited me to come and do your show. I put this stuff together to come and talk to you on your show. And then there's no follow up with the show.
Got it.
So where's the beer?
I understand it. I mean, I understand your perspective for sure.
It's like, come on, man.
He might have got to the point where it's like a thing where he thinks it's ridiculous and he doesn't want to engage it on the show.
Ridiculous. Amen. And I believe that. But if you got 97, 98 patents and 4 supersymmetrical systems that you're claiming you have, and all you need is someone to review.
Have to jump in, and I don't want to do it this way.
That'd be great.
Listen, we're just having a conversation.
This isn't about Tyson.
What's the problem? It's a colleague of mine.
Yeah, this isn't about Tyson, and I love him. I love him. I grew up watching him, and I appreciated him.
But what is the problem? We're defending him. I certainly am.
because Neil's a complicated guy, and part of what's going on is that there's a problem in general, which we scientists do not behave honestly with respect to certain things. We'll make these claims, but science is about communication and challenging ideas and all these things, and everybody can be a scientist. All these sorts of things that we say. Science is interesting. Science is fun. Well, very often it's not interesting. Very often it's not fun. Very often you can't really say that everybody can do science because it's super demanding. We don't welcome people. You're a mathematician too. We'll say that to kids, and then the kid will say something, and then we'll say, "Be quiet."
Yeah.
And so, this is not peculiar to Neil. It's like science in general has portrayed itself as a place where everyone's welcome. We debate out the ideas. We have the scientific method to tell us what's true and what isn't. And that's disingenuous. It's not really how the game works. And this is going to involve peer review. It's going to involve people who are dual in terms of both doing research and being public figures. People who are public figures who we think of as researchers who aren't really doing much research. People who are, pushing crazy agendas in public without a recognition that their colleagues don't think much of what they're doing. I mean, this is a very complicated story that Terence has walked into. And I have to think about my colleagues, and I have to think about how they hear things, what they will say. And so I am in part speaking to your audience, but I'm also partially speaking to 1,000 people who are seeing this at a different level.
But just for the record, like
Sure.
I said, I grew up watching Neil and having someone that was light-skinned, that looked like me, up there making these grand steps towards helping people to understand. I admire him, and I still would like the opportunity to sit down and show him these things and have that beer, because I think that he will be pleased once he sees the supersymmetry associated with it and understand where all of the passion came from. And I hope that other scientists will take a look at it, but that's the whole point of us doing this.
I don't know how serious he is about that beer.
No.
Right, because I saw him say that, right?
Mm-hmm.
And, that was a very complicated thing that he did. And it had many layers as to whether or not you took it on the surface, you took the hidden meaning, and you took the meaning below that. And so plunging right into that from the beginning, in my opinion, is not served very well by having three of us here. Because the first thing is, what is the nature of Terence's ideas? I don't think Neil actually understood some of your ideas, to be entirely honest.
No, and what he forgot is when I say 1 × 1 = 2, that's a metaphor for challenging the status quo. Despite the fact that the square root of 2 has all of its issues when you cube it or you multiply it by 2, which creates a contradiction. Despite the fact that the square root of 2 has a problem with the prime numbers, the fact that they call number 2 a prime number, when it's clearly a composite number. Any other prime number, and I'll jump into this, any prime number that you subtract from another prime number, you always get a composite number, except with the situation of the number 2. And there's so many people and that's why the prime numbers are unpredictable, because of that problem associated. So there's been a problem with 2 for so long.
2 is different. I mean, you will find that mathematicians will often talk about proving something for characteristic not equal to 2. So they'll single out 2 as being just very, very different. So look that up when we're done.
Yeah, but why? But why would they do
Because
that?
in part of what you're saying, the prime 2 is, but it is also special. And in other words, I have the opportunity to strawman you if I want to, because what you just said sounded crazy. And I also have the possibility to steelman you. So all the algebraic topologists who just heard, for characteristic not equals to 2, they're like saying, yeah, that's fair. And so in part, by just jumping into the middle of this, we don't have the benefit of putting your best foot forward, because, if you say 1 × 1 = 2, everybody knows that that's crazy. But what you actually may mean, and the fact that you don't use certain terms, or the fact that you use certain pronunciations that communicate to me something very positive, which is that you taught yourself. You learned the stuff from reading about it, because nobody taught you, or you wouldn't pronounce certain words the way you pronounce them.
True.
Yeah.
True.
So, in part, you always have the ability to make fun of somebody who pronounces a word the way it's read on the page. And then you also have the opportunity to say, holy cow, that guy actually taught himself. That's more impressive. And
Right.
so in part, what I want to do is I want to start by giving you your best foot forward and see if I even understood what you said when you went into this whole flower of life riff that becomes your larger theory. And the only way I know how to do this is to see whether or not I actually grasped it. Because I also had to spend some time. I didn't spend a ton of time, but my time is valuable. Your time is valuable.
Mhm.
So let's do this thing.
Yeah, so I'll follow your lead.
All right. What's going on with the number 2?
The
Sitting over here going,
CIA is in charge of this.
What's up with 2?
2 is different because of what he said.
Right.
The fact that the even odd distinction.
Isn't that odd though? That
But
2 is different.
The
What a
problem,
strange thing.
the problem that's associated with the number 2 is because of the identity principle, which I call the Jim Crow laws of mathematics. That A times 1 equals. I know you don't want
It's
to go
okay.
into it yet.
No.
but
Let's get into
as
it.
A base, as a base.
You're going right into his neighborhood.
Just as a
You're in the
base, and no need
mathematical hood right now,
trying to keep the
Because you
black man
have-
down.
No, you have Marie von Franz, who argued about the problems associated with the identity principle. You got Kurt Gödel, who talked about it. You got Wells. All of them said it made everything incommensurable, just because they gave that identity principle to the number 1, and that has been the stumbling block for mathematicians because it's what's held everybody behind. Because they keep trying to make that work. Am I wrong?
Yeah, you're wrong if we do it that way. I mean, in other words, I can take.
Is anything that he's saying correct?
Terrence has several influences, which again, I don't think it's clear to me. I have to ask him questions to find out whether I'm even right. Look, one of the problems is I may be wrong about my model of Terrence. This is the first time I'm meeting him. I didn't know who he was before the podcast. And I need to know whether or not I'm even building the right model of Terrence, because otherwise it's just silly to have me here and I'm going to critique what I built in my own mind from Terrence's words.
Right.
What I would love, what I was hoping is that you would be able to explain your geometric unity model.
That's a different day.
Yeah.
This is about you.
Okay, then all right, then.
But you guys could definitely get it. That could be a whole nother podcast. But what about what he was saying is incorrect just now?
He's saying things that are often at a level that are allegorical, and you could make them. So Terrence sometimes mentions something called category theory, right? And there's a weird way in which category theory can take something that seems to be an analogy and make it precise and powerful, right? So you can have 2 systems that don't look the same, and you spot an analogy between them, and then you say, holy cow, there's an exact mapping of one system onto another, in which it was unexpected that those are the same structure. So for example, we're going to get into something about multiplication where Terrence has an issue with multiplication. But to the best of my knowledge, you don't have an issue with addition.
I don't have an issue. I don't have an issue with multiplication either.
Well, then 1 times 1 is what?
1 times 1 should equal 2. And action times an action. If you can show me one place in the universe.
You just shifted.
No. Show me one place in the universe. One natural observable phenomenon where 1 times 1 equals 1, where an action times an action doesn't have a reaction.
So then you just went into there's a concept called logomachy, which is arguing over words. And what you want is not to be caught. If I can beat you in a word game, or you can beat me in a word game.
You can beat me in a word game. I didn't go to MIT.
By the way, I heard you with B.B. King, where he was having trouble improvising on the spot, and your mind just rescued him with a partial wrong. I really appreciate that because he's one of my favorites.
Yeah, he invited me to do a show.
That was a big deal.
Play with him. Wow. I was scared to play guitar though with him. I should have put off the guitar, but I was scared. I was scared to get on the stage.
He was happy.
It's BB King, man.
But I sang with him.
It's BB
Thank
King.
You for appreciating that.
So let's get to this flower of life, because that's sort of the beginning of this exploration. Also,
but can you correct what he said about one time? What is like? What about an action and a reaction? Like,
so I was trying to get to stuff. Do you have a problem with the way we do addition? I understand.
The addition, the subtraction, and division is all right. Beyond the only problems I have is dividing by. You can't divide by 0, but you can multiply by 0. And if division is the inverse operation of multiplication, then you should be able to divide by it. But if you divide by 0, you end up with an infinity. And there was a great system put together by Marco Rodin, the vortexual based math system, where they remove the 0, but it's able to predict all the things necessary. It was 100% precise as a model, but it's been abandoned or it's been relegated to the outskirts.
Don't know that. We do things where sometimes we can divide by 0. We have concepts like the pointed infinity, where you can complete a structure that the original structure can't accommodate a problem, an operation, but you can complete it to a larger system in which that thing does become sensible. So as an example of the 1 times 1, assume that Terence doesn't have a big problem with addition, because addition doesn't have the division by 0 problem. Okay. It is the case that if you take any 2 numbers, A and B, 2 real numbers, right, or make them positive, and take the natural logs of those 2 numbers and add those together, then you take the exponent of that. So we haven't done a times operation at all.
Right.
The exponential of the ln of A plus ln of B. That is equal to the A to A times B. In other words, addition and multiplication are what we would say is isomorphic, or an ordinary person would say exactly the same thing. So in other words, if you don't allow me multiplication, but you would allow me, because you like waves, so with waves you need exponentials and you need natural logarithms. There's no way of changing the law of multiplication and accepting the law of addition, because they're the same system.
Multiplication should initially started as exaggerated addition. That was the whole point of it.
Well, the precise statement would be that the positive real numbers under multiplication, with the identity element being the multiplicative identity being 1, are isomorphic to the total real numbers under addition, with the additive identity being 0. And the natural logarithm and exponential are group homomorphisms that connect the 2, with 1 being the other's inverse. So by the principle of explosion, the reason that people are in part going to freak out about your stuff is that we have a vulnerability. And that vulnerability says that from a single contradiction, if you can sneak 1 contradiction through TSA, the entire airport collapses. Everything that we do just is destroyed. And so the idea is that the security on mathematics and physics and physical sciences is extraordinary for outside ideas, because the first contradiction in the unity of knowledge destroys all of it. If you've ever seen one of these warehouse racking collapses,
yes,
where some forklift guy hits some strut and the entire warehouse goes, that's what you're dealing with the principle of explosion.
And that's the problems with the identity principle that they've been trying to work on for years. For years, Norman J. Wildberger talks about it. It is what's, because you have to cancel conservation of energy, and you have to cancel the action and reactionary laws in order for 1 times 1. Now I understand you're seeing 1 time, but because of the associative law that says if A and B are both positive integers, then A is to be added to itself in multiplication. A is to be added to itself as many units as is indicated by B.
Well, hang on there. If I change the word itself to the word 0, which you're going to say there is no 0.
Why do I say there's no 0?
Because you have, this is why I keep trying to get back to what I understand of Terence's underlying metaphysics.
No, what I'm saying is that to say 0 is supposed to represent no thing, nothing whatsoever, but they have 0 as a number, set up as a number. But to say no thing, your brain creates a chemical structure even in saying nothing. So there is what I'm saying philosophically.
There's a difference between the empty set and
empty set.
zero.
That's the difference.
Right? So if I say to you, Terrence, what is the collection of kittens that you have sold to North Korea to be used for spare parts? You would say, it's the empty set. I've never sold a kitten. I say, hey, Terrence, what is the number of kittens that you've sold for the internal organs to North Korea? You would say 0. So
Correct.
0 is
I would say none. Yeah,
that's
0.
right. So that there is a 0.
But to multiply something by the nothing, to multiply something by nothing, don't they have to be dimensionally equal in order to multiply? Like you can't multiply a human by an ant because they're not dimensionally equal.
Well, if there was a thing called a human ant, no, that was your point about dollars, right?
Yes.
What dollar times a dollar? That was a problem.
That's the Dewey Decimal System. That's the problem. No, the problem comes up with the Dewey Decimal System. Why a dollar times a dollar can be different values based on different currencies. That was the point of that. I was pointing out, hey, the Dewey Decimal System is right.
Terrence makes a correct point that we say 1 times 1 equals 1, but if you say a dollar times a dollar is not a sensible thing unless a dollar squared is a unit that you can interpret. Right?
Now,
that was your point about dimensionality.
Right. Now, the moment, what is a dollar squared? What does a dollar squared become? But since the dollar is no longer based on a hard asset, it's no longer gold, it's just an integer. It's just an integer in a computer being multiplied.
It's a unit of account.
It's a unit of account, but it's an integer that's still now you're able to multiply it under different currencies. States are not allowed to print dollars, but states are allowed to print as much change. So who's to say that the state isn't saying, okay, we're going to print.
You can get into seigniorage, which is the concept of theft, that it occurs when either the Fed or a counterfeiter creates more script, thereby devaluing, increasing the unit. The number of units that are in circulation decreases the value per unit.
Right.
But my claim is you're going to do a series of things. Like I've watched how you deal with people in interaction. You've created an incredible effect. Rick Rubin, the hip hop producer.
Yeah, he did my album.
Okay, well that makes some sense because the first thing that happens is I'm awakened by a message from Rick Rubin. He's like, "How come you can't explain physics the way Terrence Howard explains? That's not a way to get on my good side at 8 o'clock in the morning."
Yeah, but he's probably baiting you.
What? He's always baiting.
He's the best.
He's the best.
I'm trying to explain physics the way you explain.
Well, okay.
I'm looking for a partnership at the end of this. That's what I'm hoping to win you over as a proselyte.
You can try.
I'm
there's
part
part
of
of you
the information does that.
There's at least one area that you have won me over in, which I'm very excited about. But I'd like to get back.
What is that area? Don't leave us hanging.
The linchpin. We'll get to it.
Yeah, but you can't leave us hanging.
Well, I'm trying to get back. Look, I'm trying to do a service to this.
Go ahead, let me
let you talk. You're just gonna talk. Stop trying to control everything, you freak.
He's got a plan.
I know he's got a very rigid plan.
He didn't.
Can I have a good time?
Can I get an ayahuasca chino? Actually, is there a way to bring the temperature?
Yeah, we can lower the temperature in here.
Yeah, because I'm schwitzing.
Well, you are wearing a jacket, sir.
Well, because I'm trying to be professional.
That's hilarious. Isn't that adorable? I like how you dress, man.
I do pictures that cool.
Beautiful geometric pattern on your hoodie. Looks much more comfortable. This thing you're doing, everybody does that. Smart as you are, you can wear a fucking dirty Nirvana t-shirt.
You come in.
You don't need this nonsense suit.
Okay.
Although I do enjoy a good suit.
But most of the stuff that I've been pointing out.
Don't try to control it.
The stuff I've been pointing out has been the blaring inconsistencies that they shove down and tell you just accept. And if I didn't come up with a separate cosmology, I didn't come up with it. If a separate cosmogony hadn't been given to me. Right. That's why I explained that. Okay, I'm gonna be quiet because
Let's start with the flower of life. You're wearing it on your shirt.
I'm wearing some aberration of the flower.
That's right. So I think the way I came to understand what you're doing, because it's confusing, right? And the one thing I can't go with you on is I can't go on the Nantucket sleigh ride where we're talking about the Bose-Einstein condensate, and then we're talking about the
Oh, I'm going to show you that.
We can do that.
I'm going to show
but
you.
But he wants to stick to specific topics one at a time.
because otherwise it's just I'll be chasing after you, and you'll get nothing.
Yeah, that was part of the plan today.
Yeah,
I just wanted to kind of let some of
So
it
you
play
want to
out.
start with
the flower of life.
Flower of Life. Jamie, can you pull that up please from my book? It's on page 134. TCOTLC.com, or it should be in the regular thing.
And also that blender thing is very cool.
Yeah, which for rebuilding of Saturn? Or
No, the one that you were talking to this other guy where he's asking you questions about the
Jeff
5 forms, and you have
Jeff Menzies.
I found that through sleuthery on the internet where it was doable, and because it's in particular when you do them opaque, it's very hard to see. Sometimes when you let it become translucent, it's easier to see.
Well, that's why while he's getting that, I'm going to.
Got it.
Signing on one? No, I don't. I'm on your website. I don't know exactly where the book would be.
So
one of these links?
Just go down. I think it'll be a little more. Swivel to. No. Yeah, if you just type into my book, TCO.
That's from where's the book?
It's.
Or you could also Google OTOET.
OTOET will take you to that.
Yeah, 1 × 1 = 2 is the acronym.
If you go to TCOTLC.com and that'll be a pull up. Because then TCOTLC.com. Yep, right below there, Terrence Howard. Yep, tap on. Yep. All right. Let's see if you just open up the book. You got to open it though. Download. Yeah.
Right there.
I don't know if that's what downloads the book. Let's see. Open.
Click on that, and this just takes me to this, and then
it's not doing it.
Let's try searching Google OTOET, and then several. All right. So if you go. And then put in Howard.
No.
Or put in PDF. Should be able to pick. Yeah, okay. That's probably right.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay.
And then go to page 134 on the right-hand side.
You do have several editions.
Yeah, that other one somebody else set up there to probably distract and keep people from being able to find it.
It's probably the government.
Yeah, we're going to do that later. You're going to love that. They're coming. Just tap on that jewel right there.
Okay.
So this is.
And we can rotate that with the cursor and get
What's great about this, I'll be able to pull pieces out of it. Yeah. So just tap onto that drill. So we can start with this.
So the way I understand it, because I didn't know anything. I've seen this pattern before. Didn't know its history. I know you can sort of construct it with ruler and compass, which is sort of a mathematical thing about what you can and can't construct with 2 simple instruments. But what these overlapping circles are is a question. And the way in which I got to understand how Terrence sees the world is he says, look, there's this very old pattern that's distributed all over the world. And there isn't a great explanation for why it's found in so many different places, at least as far as I'm aware, and part of your point. And so I think you took a sort of Straussian approach to this by saying, I bet that this thing is hiding a secret. And that the reason that this is widely distributed is that it's cryptic. There's something that has to be understood that is not on the surface. And then you said something that's very reminiscent of Plato's cave, which is that maybe this is like a shadow on a flat wall, and that those two things are exploitable. And so the idea that this is occurring in a surface is, first of all, suspicious to you because of that curved linear triangle that you see in black. And so you said, I wonder if, people always say as above, so below, but what if you said as below, so above, and you imagine that there was a 3-dimensional structure floating above this that actually projects down to this and distorts down to this. So that's the first idea. First idea is it's not this, it's the thing that projected to this. And that's what you mean when you say opening the flower.
Because the flower, when I was researching where the platonic solids came from, This is the oldest version that I got from all of antiquity. It came back to them.
Well, there are no platonic solids because you're in dimension 2, except for what you built, which is the thing above in black.
But what they did years ago, 6,000 years ago, was draw straight lines where the circles overlapped. And I thought in what I was reasoning with regard to all energy being expressed in motion, all motion being expressed in waves, all waves being curved, and that there were no straight lines in the universe. So I was like,
there's several errors in what you just said. If I stop there, we'll get off track again.
Yeah, but you should correct those errors while we're there.
Okay. It is not true that all energy is expressed in motion.
What energy is not expressed in motion?
Potential energy is not expressed in motion. If I have a weight on a spring, which is sort of the quintessential, people don't know this, but most of physics comes out of the system represented by a weight on a spring.
Mm-hmm.
So the simple harmonic oscillator is the heart of all physics, even the most theoretical physics. It's a very, very strange thing. Hooke's law. When that weight is going up and down, if the spring is frictionless, energy is conserved. Now, at the top and at the bottom, that weight is not moving because all of the energy is in the potential of the spring.
It's in the stress of the crystallization that has occurred within that system.
And then you will say something like,
but that energy is still being held together. There is still energy there, and it's still moving at a microscopic level. It's still spinning centrifugal.
So we have to get into what you will make a point, for example.
But is that true? What he's saying is that it's still in motion. It's just in motion in a lower frequency.
No,
there's nothing moving.
Let me show you what goes wrong in the interaction.
Okay.
Terence says, "Show me in nature a single straight line."
Okay.
And I like your point about Euclidean rhythm. That was awesome.
that was from Alan Watts.
All right. So, if I show this to Terence, because I just bought this from the end of the 7th ray.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of straight lines.
A lot of straight lines. Now, Terence is going to say,
you would think is a straight line.
But
exactly. When you look at it under an electron microscope, you're going to see the crystalline structure. So again, this configuration is an illusion.
You're just saying it's not perfect.
It's an optical illusion because crystals form in symmetrical.
Yes, very often.
But a lot of straight lines.
A lot of straight lines.
Perceived straight lines, but
right. But every atom is filled with empty space. I mean, we could take this down to there is no matter.
That is.
We could get crazy.
So we're about to.
Well, you've seen that Mexican cave. That's the best example of it ever. The Mexican cave's amazing. It's insane. The best example I've ever seen of crystals.
Yeah.
Where you've seen it?
No.
Oh my God, it's insane.
Okay.
Just for a little sidetrack, let's take a look at it. Because this Mexican cave is probably one of the most spectacular things that exists on Earth.
By the way, the spaceship behind you is supposed to be a mushroom, Joe.
No, it's a spaceship. That's the classic UFO ship. And that's me. The headphones. Look at that.
That's amazing.
How insane is that this was created on Earth
by nature?
Just by nature. Crazy. It's so different than anything else we see that it makes our mind go, what the fuck?
Yeah.
Like those are crystals? How? What happened?
Okay.
Wild.
So in this beautiful thing, I would say there are a lot of straight lines, but I've also studied Terence enough to know that he's going to say,
they're not perfectly straight.
They're not perfectly.
They're not straight at all. The moment you look at them through an electron microscope, you see all
this is part of where we get into.
Right. So they're not precisely straight, is your point.
And in fact, let's imagine that
But the Earth isn't precisely circular, right?
No.
It's a 5-mile.
Very far away. We use this thing called the geoid, which is not circular either, but at least it's smooth. Right. And we have many different geoids. Let's not get.
It does seem odd though. The Earth isn't round totally.
No, the Earth is aging. It's on its way out. It's on its way out. It used to be perfectly spherical.
We're falling apart. We need some Botox.
No, we don't.
The Earth needs Botox.
The Earth.
You want to drink? We can drink.
No,
make it
not
more
this
exciting.
early. Not this early.
This early. What does that mean? You're an American man. You should be able to do whatever the fuck you want. God damn it.
I'm in Sweden.
And you're in Texas. You're an American man in Texas. This is a free state, sir.
What do you have?
We have whiskey.
Oh, I would love one.
That's what we need. We need whiskey. Let's get some whiskey and some ice.
Yes, and then we're going to get into the wave conjugation.
I want to show you something, and I wanted to ask your opinion before I forget. There was a recently, well, I recently found it online, of these two photons that were entangled, and it looks like a yin and a yang. Have you seen this?
No. Yes. No. It's not true. I have seen it out of the corner of my eye. I did not study what caused this.
I had to run it by you because you're probably the only one that I know, other than maybe Terrence, that could understand what the fuck they're saying.
I have a model of it.
Okay.
I do.
And I don't.
I do.
I believe you. I believe you. So what are they saying? How did they see this? Like this biphoton digital holography? Can someone explain that?
Maybe, but I don't know what those words mean yet.
Okay. Do you know what it means, Terrence? Like how they could see this?
A biphoton. Bi always meaning two, but
someone got Michio Kaku on the phone.
Two.
Oh,
Did they smash them? Are they smashing them together? What's their process of looking at it?
That's a very good question.
And they're using the same interferometer that Michelson-Morley experiment, which turned out to be. It turned out that it actually proved there was an ether.
There's a way in which you're right about the ether, to be blunt.
That's
just
what I've
listen to this statement in the beginning. Look, put the bong down and listen to this. High-dimensional biphoton states are promising resources for quantum applications ranging from high-dimensional quantum communications to quantum imaging. Just that phrase. What fucking percentage of human beings breathing on Earth right now have any idea what any of that means?
I imagine that you have a state in a bosonic Fock space, which is multi-particle. So you've got something in the degree 2 level of a bosonic Fock space where the two photons were created together. And that's going to be where the entanglement comes from. High dimensional, I don't know what it means because I know too many different, I assume it's a term of art in this area. And what they're saying is if I can create something that is geographically distributed, but also linked at the point of creation. Like if a photon decays into an electron-positron pair, those two are going to be entangled. And if you make a measurement in a quantum sense of one, you seal the fate of the entire system. And so what they're trying to say is, if you want to get jiggy, people always want to talk about faster than light communications by taking an entangled pair and saying that if I do something in one place, I know what happens outside of my light column. So we can give meaning to these things. And then you have to say, well, it doesn't allow you to create information transfer faster than the speed of light. You have to be very careful and precise about it. But if you just start getting jiggy, then you start thinking.
You introduce the ether.
Thanks, sir.
So the ether, in part, when I've been here on previous versions of JRE, I talked about vector bundles. And in a certain sense, how do you have a wave without a medium? The medium was supposed to be this ether, but the medium is actually something called a vector bundle. It's a little bit weird that you're a wave.
No, it's perfect because the vector bundle. Oh, go ahead.
You're a wave in a medium, and you as a wave don't know that you're a wave, and you don't know what medium you live in. And it's funny that you go through life not understanding what you are.
No, but that medium, that luminiferous medium, ether, that Maxwell wrote all of his equations off of. Newton believed that light was propagated on that same medium. The only reason that special relativity came along was because they had misread the results from the Michelson-Morley experiment because it did show a slight change or some drag. But from that point onward, because Einstein's theory of relativity was so easy and it predicted all of the movements of things, they abandoned.
They had a bad idea of what the ether was going to be, and special relativity
because they thought it was
said,
still.
Yeah, in a certain sense. And what you were trying to say, the way I interpret it again, and I don't know if I'm right if we don't do the work, is, hey, the spiritual successor to the idea of the ether exists, and that thing has properties. And if you say, if I put a vector bundle on top of a Lorentzian manifold, then you don't have a contradiction. And if you call that the ether, that's more or less what we work with. And then we do this weird thing where we say, well, they used to think the ether existed and it didn't, ha ha ha. And that's not really.
No, because that's when they said that space was a vacuum, and they realized that space is not.
A vacuum.
It's not a. vacuum.
Yeah.
It's not a vacuum.
Do you know how much is going on in that vacuum? It's all going on.
That all of this stuff.
I understand. So this is the thing, which is if you step on this thing the wrong way, everybody laughs and says, ha, 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 he doesn't understand the Michelson-Morley experiment. He doesn't understand why there's no ether. And then we secretly sneak it back in this. Thank you, Joe. Cheers.
Cheers, Joe.
Cheers.
Man, look at these professional spherical cubes.
Yeah, they're cool, right? Brown ice cream.
Now I can have a conversation.
Oh, yeah, now. So,
mental freedom in a glass.
So
or in prison.
If you're careful about it, it makes sense. If you're not careful about it, the whole thing blows up in your face.
And the reason that I speak about the ether, all of the wave conjugations, all of my patents have been defining different aspects of the ether. I believe that I've defined the electric side, the plasmoid side, and I believe that I've defined the magnetic side and the constitution between them. I mean, that's what we have to. I want to show.
I want to get to that.
Let's go back to the flower.
Oh, but before you go from that other spot, if you look at that picture again of those two photons interacting, it looks like it's at the center of what would typically be a whirlpool. This is like the very center of a whirlpool. So they've got them moving right by each other or in creating that vortice, that natural vortice. That's what they took the picture of. They looked directly down at something being at two lights moving a fluid.
And they described how they take the picture. It's so complicated. Jamie, go back to where it was, where they were explaining the what they use. Here it is. Here we introduce biphoton digital holography in analogy to off-axis digital holography, where we coincidence imaging of the superposition of an unknown state with a reference state is used to perform quantum state tomography. What the fuck?
See, but that's because of the uncertainty and Schrodinger, all of that. But if you were able, because they started off trying to predict an electron cloud, and find a little particle inside of it and couldn't predict it, so all these uncertainties and probabilities came out. But they were doing things on a two-dimensional basis. That's what I believe that I've figured out with the wave conjugations, because they talk about they show the pieces of hyperbolic space to where you don't have to go through all these unnecessary steps to reach it.
I'm just so happy that someone's doing something like this. I'm so happy that we can talk about it. I don't think most people have any understanding of what's going on at the highest levels of this kind of science, because it's so damn fascinating. These people are finding the very building blocks of the universe and studying them. It's fascinating.
But this is a bit up from that. I mean, the tomography is like how we assemble a picture of you when we do an MR or a CAT scan. We have this thing called the radon transform, where we send waves through your body, and then we assemble a picture of what's inside your body, reconstructing it based on sending probes in and measuring how the system responds. We could get through this, but I can tell you that I can't read this instantly. It's gonna, that would take me 15 minutes with looking things up.
See, and the things that I want to.
I was just gonna say, it's just an unbelievably fascinating time that we can actually look at these quantum entangled photons like that. But we just see it.
Oh, we need to do a better job. Look, right now we're in a crisis where no one knows what's true. Nobody knows who's full of shit. Nobody knows where they can trust, what they can trust, who they can trust. And one of the things that actually, moved me to come and to reach out to Joe is that by default, I think, I've addressed the National Academy of Sciences 4 times, I think, because they were lying and I caught them. And so they wanted to know how much I knew about their lie. It's weird to think that this little studio, in a weird way, is one of the rivals of universities when we don't know what's going on at Harvard. As you recently seen, we don't kick out plagiarists. We don't check what's going on at the National Institute of Health. And so it's very strange that this table is one of the last things that is trusted by many people. And that's one of the reasons I'm here, which is people have a chance to see people in conversation about things. And, you screw up, but the conversation's recorded and we all go on and people have a chance to see what's coming out. If we can go back to the flower of life, I can try to.
I love that. But like with the flower, all of these things I went up to Oxford 8 years ago and tried to present them there to be examined. They didn't want to take me seriously.
Because you keep coming at it.
Because the one times one, when I said the one times one, but like I said, that was a metaphor to say something's wrong. Something's wrong, but they know something's wrong with the math. It's not adding up.
You bring up renormalization theory a lot.
Right.
Renormalization theory is a way of saying we know that we're working with math that's wrong. And on the other hand, we have a way of working with math that's wrong, even though we know it's wrong. If you have an error of a particular kind, and you can find an expression with the same error that's different in the denominator, sometimes you can cancel the part that's wrong because you introduced it twice. So introducing two problems is better than having only one problem because you have the opportunity to have one problem kill another. So in this
is there a potential future where human beings, through whatever means, develop a superior method of mathematics that doesn't have a problem with the number two, that doesn't have all these issues that we're talking about?
Well, that's what I think I've done with my wave conjugations. It solves all of those problems. That's what I can't wait to talk about it.
Okay.
It solves all the problems. So this is, like we said, we start with the tetrad. Now, I believe...
No. We haven't gotten to the tetrad.
You're just talking about the flower.
Look, you have a story.
Yes.
And by doing the Nantucket sleigh ride, you lose everybody like me because nobody thinks it's real. And what parts of it are real, what parts of it are wrong, what parts can be improved, and what parts should be improved, and how important it is never going to get adjudicated.
Beautiful.
So you start off with the flower of life. It's a very coherent story that this thing is found all over the world. I learned from this. I didn't understand how widespread it was. I didn't know that there was a mystery of it. I know something about sacred geometry as a kind of spiritual geometric thing. We can talk about it later. Terence has a couple of ideas, maybe three. One of which is maybe it's not about that flower of life because that's in a two-dimensional plane. Maybe that is a shadow cast by something in higher dimensions. And it's a cryptic message from an advanced consciousness that will open its secrets when we finally understand it. Now, there was something, for example, called the Antikythera mechanism, which is a bunch of gears found by this Greek island of Antikythera. And famously, it was just in the Athens Museum.
It predicts the constellation.
We didn't know that. Yeah. There were two cats who really focused on it. One was named Derek de Sola Price, and the other was Richard Feynman. And they were obsessed with it. And it turned out that thing completely rewrote our understanding of how much ancient wisdom and knowledge there was, because this was a mechanical calculator for understanding the positions of celestial objects, far more advanced than we had any idea was possible.
Yeah.
So if you want an analogy, in part, I'm trying to steel man you. Yeah, we have a situation in which the Antikythera mechanism gives you a possible example of what the flower of life might be. It might be a cryptic instruction. And a different version of this, the Kerala School of Astronomy, which was a religious school in the south of India, in the west coast of India, more or less worked out.
Look at that beautiful thing.
Well, that's a reconstruction.
Yeah.
That thing.
Yeah, that's the real one.
Yeah.
But I mean, when you look at the actual reconstruction, what they think it actually looks like.
And if we can we get the video for the reconstruction? It's mind blowing.
What year was this that they believe it was constructed? 2,000 years ago.
This is when they still believed in the Ptolemaic, example of the world, but this doesn't seem to follow Ptolemaic equations, those 39 equations from
Well, it's, because of so many different factors, war, natural disasters, there's been a lot of moments in history where shit got lost. Just the pyramids are the best example of that, right? Like, what the fuck did they do? We don't really know. We don't really know how they did it.
Well, we're just talking about Werner Herzog.
Yes.
Werner Herzog created an entire film, Fitzgeraldo, just to test his theory about how to move heavy objects over a mountain. Right? So he wrote an entertainment to test an engineering theory. And this idea about entertainers not being scientists or engineers is just total bunk. Like Werner Herzog is an engineer, and
he's also an actor in a cheeseball movie. He was in a Reacher with Tom Cruise. He was the bad guy.
It was. It gives that guy an opportunity to cut off his finger or something.
Hilarious.
It was hilarious.
He's good though.
Hedy Lamarr, famous for spectrum technology. So I don't find
Wi-Fi essentially.
That's one of the reasons I believe that we listen to people who have things to say. So if we go back to the flower of life. So Terence has a couple of ideas, one of which is this is the shadow. Another of which is that once you go into higher dimensions, you should be thinking of these curvilinear structures. And then instead of focusing on the spheres, you should focus on the areas in between, the voids. And in crystallography, you might call this the interstitial voids. So there's several ideas that this confused, by the way, Neil deGrasse Tyson, because he said, I don't know where these shapes come from, but they are beautiful. That was like the faint praise that he ends his critique with. So what Terence is doing here is he's saying, look, the circles are cross sections of spheres. And the spheres have to be placed in very precise places to generate what Terence is going to start talking about as wave conjugations. And he has different ways that spheres run into each other. Then he says something very cryptic, where he says, if you drop a pebble in the center of a spherical lake, circularly symmetric lake, the wave will radiate out until it hits the wall, the shore, and then it will radiate back. And so he's talking about this. He says wave conjugations, and wave conjugation didn't call up anything directly when I heard him say it.
They would call it a phase conjugation.
Well, or they would talk about, the conjugate wave coming back. If you do something like a garden hose that's affixed to the wall, it'll hit the wall and come back or something. So what Terence is talking about is the idea, and you could do this, where we could drop, like, let's say 6 stones in precise places in water, and then, using super slow-mo, watch what happens as these waves in precisely placed places run into each other. Because really what physics is waves in collision.
And they're going to create a particular cymatics, which is going to show the harmonic points where matter and all of those things occur. That's the
I'm not going there yet.
Okay.
So then what Terence does is he has in Blender some means of bringing up platonic solids that are not the usual. So I bought some of these platonic solids from Amazon, and you see that they're all extremely Cartesian. They're made up of flat faces, our best attempt to do flat faces. Terence says, I don't think that has to be the case. If you generate these things from this pattern, and he focuses on the tetrahedron and an octahedral structure.
Can you go up, Jamie, please, so we can see it as from that side perspective of it? Yeah. Go around.
Okay, so what that is a curvilinear tetrahedron with spherical, and it's not actually hyperbolic. Those are going to be positive curvature, not negative curvature. No, that's going to be positive curvature.
Compressing in.
Yeah, I think it's positive curvature because those are going to be parts of spheres.
The spheres are interacting.
Yes, but negative curvature would be more like a Pringles chip, where the principal axis of curvature went in different directions. So I think it's not negative curvature.
So this isn't the negative space between 4 bubbles?
No, what you mean by negative space, negative curvature and negative space are different concepts. So the word negative is appearing twice, and that's why we're confused. Again, there are a million of these gotchas where you're not.
Can you describe the difference between the two?
Sure. If I take the tip of my nose, that's going to be positive curvature because I've got one
extending out,
one curve going one direction, the other is going in. They're curved in the same direction. On the other hand, if you look at like the crease of my nose, that's going to be negative curvature because I've got one that's going like this and another that's going like that. Jamie, is it possible to take a look at a monkey saddle? So that would be negatively curved, right? Because you'd have things going in opposite directions.
That looks like a cool seat.
Yeah.
It looks a little comfortable.
Okay, so
I
negative
actually have
curvature
a
is what,
model of that.
yeah. So negative curvature would be what we would be talking about with like hyperbolic space, and spherical curvature would be what we're talking about with the inside of those curvilinear triangles on his. So he's making, again, I don't see this isn't where I think it's worth saying he's wrong. He's just doesn't know the language and doesn't know that there's a formalization of it. Now, if you take, so the other structure that he keeps running across is an octahedral curvilinear. I don't know what, it's not really a platonic solid because it's not flat.
If you go push, you have to push on the jewel on the side, Jamie. If you go to the side of the thing, press on that jewel, and then go to the to that blue on that right. That blue, yep. And then you get where 8 bubbles.
So now what he's doing is he's saying, if I have 8 bubbles, and these bubbles, each face of this object, this octahedral object, he's taking a sort of curvilinear triangle on a sphere, and he's imagining that these things are all sort of racing towards each other. And how would you generate? No, don't. If you put those 2 in, he's going to go into a different world.
No.
So if we take,
you can just tap on each one of those tetraons. Just tap it; it'll go away. Tap it; it'll go away.
Now, how would you generate? So Neil doesn't know where this comes from, right? Now, the way in which you would do this, I believe, is that you would take a. Let me think about how you do this. You take the 8
tetraon.
You take the 8 vertices of a cube, and you'd put a sphere at each one, small sphere. So imagine that you had a vertex at 1, 1, 1 in 3-dimensional space, and then you had another vertex where all of the vertices are going to have either 1s or negative 1s. So you have 8 possibilities. So you could have -1, 1, 1, or 1, -1, -1, etc. You allow those spheres to increase to a size of square root of 2 radius, and that will close off all of the means of escape, leaving a cavity in the center of your cube. And that cube will have an octahedral cavity that looks like this. That's how I think you generated this.
I actually generated this by putting 8 of the pieces together. I took 8 of those triangular pieces together and I put them together. They basically became the basis of 2 tetraons.
Yeah.
Which this would be seen as a neutron. And the interesting thing about this piece right here is nature always makes things in pairs and they're always balanced. This doesn't exist. This exists only as a result of a pressure condition, a higher pressure condition. Jamie, if you go to that last blue, tap that last blue on, past not the last blue, go around one more time. That one right there. That Huntian only exists as a result of the 8 pressure conditions created. But hold on, you'll appreciate this. Tap on that the Huntian in the middle. No, not that one. Damn, you gotta start it again. You can, hit that one again, and then tap on them tap that. Make that go away. That right there is the pressure condition created from 8 tetraons interacting, and they create that other greater pressure condition. That's the negative space that they generate, but it's a massless area, because the moment that the tetraons disappear, that space goes away and the energy generated disappears. But it's a part of everything in my model.
You're putting a lot of words. Like, first of all, let's just admit that this looks gorgeous.
Pretty cool.
Incredibly
Turn
cool.
it around, Jamie, so they can see it, please.
So the problem, Terrence, is that you have a desire to go immediately towards what this means, right? And before you get to what it means, people don't even know what it is.
Sure.
Right? So what I'm going to claim is I've got these 8 rambutans here.
What's a rambutan?
It's like a gorilla testicle. You ever had these?
No, what are they? Is it fruit?
Yeah, it's like
Really
lychees.
Oh, lychees. I've had lychees.
But this is, I think rambut is the Indonesian word for hair.
Where'd you pick those up?
Ranch 99 Market.
You would have got you some flowers, but the light changed.
If I take 8 of these suckers,
okay,
and I arrange them in a cubicle formation, there's going to be one of Terrence's things
in the center.
In the center,
right?
Except they're going to be 6 holes for the sides of the cube where you can get in. Now, what Terrence is saying is, imagine that these are special magical rambutans. Can't even hold this thing. And that you allow them to grow a little bit bigger so that those holes close off by moving through each other. Imagine that they're made of magical substances. In the center, you're going to get one of his curvilinear octahedral structures, which is the thing that he just subtracted off. He calls it the
pink, if you tap on the pink right there, you'll be back to that. The next one next to it. I shouldn't have done that.
Okay. So what's going on is that, for example, that Neil can't figure out, well, where did this come from? So what it is spheres of radius √2 at the 8 vertices of a cube passing through each other, but closing off an octahedral cavity with positively curved triangles inside.
That's what I needed you for.
Well,
that's just when I needed you most. Thank you.
Pretty glamorous. Okay.
Well, can I ask you, Terrence, before we go any further, what was the inspiration for diving into this? Like, what revelation did you have that caused you to start looking at this as a 3D structure and the space inside of it?
They're going to call me crazy again, but when I was 42 and had been kicked out of the world as a result of the allegations, I had another dream, and that same being woke me up and took me back to where I was when I was a child, and I started putting the pieces together, the all shapes
in your dream,
in the dream together, and then I was like, oh, so it's where 4 forces meet that makes a difference. So when I put 4 spheres, 4 circles, I cut 4 circles out, and I made the all shape. And then when I started adding them together, then I saw the flower of life. I didn't see the flower of life initially. I saw that after I'll show you the piece.
But the all shape is a different thing, because in this case, in order to do this, what he did is he said, I'm going to make mathematical spheres. They're going to start to intersect each other, right? And the intersections are going to be ignored because it's made out of fictitious math material until they close off the holes in the cubical lattice structure, leaving octahedral voids with this kind of curvature. To make what he calls the all shape, you do something very different. You'd start off with a tetrahedron, which is distinguished among the 5 Platonic solids as being self-dual. That is, there are 4 vertices and there are 4 faces, and you can interchange faces with vertices. And in fact, I don't know if you guys have these things. You have this?
No. What is it?
So this is an engineering feat. So if you think Platonic solids are old, a guy named Chuck Haberman figured out how to take the self-duality of a tetrahedron, and you can change the color of the sphere by throwing it up. And effectively, if you think about the 4 dots on the surface of one of these, in between them are 4 triangles. And he figured out a mechanism. We can cut one of these open. There's a gearing mechanism inside that's hidden from the public, where you get a dot.
Hold that up so they could see it, so the audiences could see it.
So as you pull this thing apart, it can change colors.
Yeah. You spin it ever so slightly, Joe.
Oh, wow.
Yeah? All right, that's for you guys. It's cool, right?
Yeah.
That's very bizarre.
All right, now my point is, that one of the things that Terrence has going against him is people are saying, oh, he's just playing with stuff people have played with since antiquity. There's nothing new. And then I would say, well, then why did Charles Haberman create a mechanism realizing the self-duality of the tetrahedron? Nobody even talks about it that way. And by the way, here's something that people, play Dungeons and Dragons, they don't really even have any idea of, is if you take the 5 platonic solids here, and you put the tetrahedron in the middle, and you put the triangular structures of the octahedron and the icosahedron off to the sides, there's a duality that interchanges the pairs with the center being self-dual. In other words, the cube has 6 faces and 8 vertices. The octahedron has 8 faces and 6 vertices. The dodecahedron, 12 faces, 20 vertices. The icosahedron, 20 faces, 12 vertices. Now all these pairs have the same number of sides because the number of vertices plus the number of faces minus the number of edges has to equal 2 for anything that is spherical in nature.
Now, if all of my things, when they come together, if they create a natural dodecahedron and they create a natural icosahedron, what does that
They
say?
do and they don't.
They do. No, I'm going to show you. No, I'm saying you haven't seen yet. I haven't shown you yet. But they will when you see it.
So, Terry,
why don't you show it to him right now? Look, we're on it right now. Show it to him right now. Shout out to all the homies right now trying to figure out what the fuck's going on. Like, what are these guys talking about?
Holy shit. Legalized Schedule 1.
So we can't hear you, Terrence. You're not on camera right now, unfortunately. Right. The problem is it's in the middle of a podcast.
How's the family?
Everything's great, man. How you doing?
Saw your dog. I've met Marshall for the first time.
Oh, that's right. You've never met him before. Yeah, he's the best.
He's a lovable guy.
Him and Carl, they were getting after it. Is Carl worn out? Oh, he's done. Everybody wore Carl out.
So,
Terrence, no one can hear you.
I know you.
I know, but we have a podcast going on right
yes,
now.
We're about to put the headphones back on.
Okay, here we go.
Right here next to it.
The problem is you were talking off in the distance. No, I can't even hear you. I'm right here.
So this is where, if you'll go to where the 12 bubbles meet.
Yeah.
On the thing. So these. Joe.
Okay. May I finish my riff on those toys before we get to these toys?
Sure.
My point was that I call bullshit on the idea that because Terrence is playing with stuff that people have been playing with since antiquity, that you can't come up, that there's nothing new under the sun.
Right.
Because if there's nothing new under the sun, first of all, how did Charles Haberman come up with something so cool? Second of all, that means that there's an object that hasn't been invented. I give this to high school kids. You should be able to throw one of these up as a cube and have it come back as an octahedron. You should come up with a gearing mechanism. And you should be able to throw up a dodecahedron and have it come back in your hand as a differently colored icosahedron. And I've never seen those toys. Just the way the Rubik's Cube came out of nowhere, or Hungary, and that thing took over the world by storm. So to claim that a guy can't do engineering on platonic solids and come up with something new, the Rubik's Cube, the Haberman's switch pitch, these things prove that that's not true.
I think it's a foolish thing almost always to pretend there's nothing new under the sun. You should always consider it.
Well,
you might not be correct, but there's only one way to find out.
Well, there's a difference between, you see, Terrence has much greater odds of contributing to the world of engineering than he does to the world of mathematics. I mean, the odds that he's doing something new in mathematics, I'll be blunt, are very, very small.
Even though I have patents on it that shows that all of this is...
I don't want to go there. The patents do not speak to what you think that they speak to.
That's...
Look, you can see into my heart. I'm not trying to...
No.
All right.
But we were talking, I told you that they produce a supersymmetrical structure.
When you say supersymmetry, I don't know that you know what a supersymmetry is.
What does supersymmetry mean to you, Terrence?
Supersymmetry means that all things come together, fit together, relate to each other They're self-referential, and they are from a fractal that comes back to that same fractal space. That's supersymmetry.
So what you mean is a symmetry that is amped up, but supersymmetry is a reserved term that means something hyper particular.
And that's what
between bosons and fermions.
That's what this is. This is the bosons. For the layman out there, the boson, the cloud, the whole boson thing is the force field or the energy field. The fermions is considered the matter aspects of it.
So if we can go into he's got 5 of these patterns, one of which he calls the.
What is wrong with the term supersymmetry?
Then I want to see an algebra, which is a linear vector space, which has an object called a bracket, and I want to see that bracket obeys a super Jacobi identity, and otherwise there's no supersymmetry.
But so it's a specifically used scientific term.
It's a
and he's using it
reserved term of art.
Yeah, but it's geometry is its own proof. Supersymmetry and geometry allows you to visualize, like you look at the ocean and you see the supersymmetry associated with it.
I think what he's saying is you're talking about a thing and you're using the term supersymmetry, and he's saying that supersymmetry only applies to a very specific thing.
Because in their math, in their math, the Platonic solids, like I said before, have a discrete symmetry. You can only line up the blocks and all of those things. You can't put all of them together and tell a full story to where they fold into each other.
I don't think he's disagreeing with you with that. I think he's disagreeing the term
you're using a reserved term of art.
Okay.
And you're using it incorrectly.
That's what he said.
And you're going to pay a penalty.
Okay, I don't want to pay no penalty.
Like, this is a thing where, like, if I'm watching an MMA fight and someone's doing commentary and they call a kick wrong, I'm like, why are you doing this? You don't even know what that is. Like, you incorrectly reference something that's very specific that we've been talking about for a long time.
If you're getting intimate with your lady and you're into rough play and she's not wearing any clothes, is it a rear naked choke if she grabs you from behind? No, a rear naked choke is a particular move.
Yes,
it doesn't have anything to do with what she did.
Right.
So is there?
Unless she gets the hooks in.
Question in the world of physics, in the world of mathematics, is there a supersymmetrical system, geometric system, ever been produced in mathematics?
Yes, in mathematics, yes. We've never seen super Poincare algebra.
Yeah, but that's not that's on a plane. That's not volumetrically. That doesn't scale up.
Terrence, you have an entire way of thinking that is completely foreign to everyone that I know, and I've tried to understand what it is.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, it's not.
No, it's not. I don't think he's saying this is a negative.
No. I didn't see it as a negative.
But what I'm trying to say is, if the reason that science works as well as it does is that up until very recently, there were clear rules, cultures. We agreed to leave certain things that are at the door, like our religious beliefs. We agreed to submit to certain sorts of things. We were decent to each other. And that system is in a process of collapse at the moment, right? Now, Terrence comes from an earlier way of thinking, when things were much more wide open. You don't find many polymaths anywhere in a respectable position anymore. Terrence is coming from a polymathic perspective. He's all over the map in terms of the quality of his thinking. As far as I understand, some of his stuff is really, really good. Some of his stuff is offensive. And it's everything in between. Now, I'm not gunning for you.
No. I don't take that offensively.
Okay.
I take it in the fact that you're here. But let's get back to what I was saying about having, if my pieces naturally come together and form those same structures. Well, here we have.
How do they not, Eric?
I'm gonna show them. Here's where 12 bubbles meet. If you go to the yellow one right there, Jamie, please tap on that. This is where the negative space where 12 bubbles meet. I call this the Arbrian. I named it after my oldest daughter.
Okay.
You can take a look at it, at how it behaves. Here, John. Okay. So you can have it, and you can have a larger one or a smaller one.
By the way, I would be honored to have have
give you some of these.
anything that you make of this type in my home. It's very, very cool.
So when I put 10 of them together, they look like this.
Yeah.
I put 20 of them together. They make a natural icosahedron.
Yeah.
Without breaking any rules. I'm saying that
I believe in this. This I don't disbelieve. I haven't gone through the math, but I don't disbelieve this.
I said the same thing about one other thing. So here's the light unit. If you'll go back to the green, Jamie, please. This is the light unit.
Now we're going to get into some stuff that's not going to be so much fun, but it is going to be, you are going to get what you want.
No, you're going to love this. You're going to love this. That's what I'm going to show you. As I said. And what you said concerning,
Now look at that.
That's pretty dope. Down, and it'll show you, this is where I've put 20 of them together. The same way I put 20 of these together, and it makes a natural dodecahedron. But what it's showing you is where electricity is being pushed into the center, and you'll see these magnetic waves coming out. It's showing you the magnetic field. So these predict and create a natural dodecahedron, whereas these come together and create a natural icosahedron. That's not something that just happens by accident.
No, this isn't an accident. This is what's going on, Terrence, for me.
Can you connect all these together in one big ball of fury?
Yes, they just keep getting, because it's supersymmetry. Yeah. They all fit together.
I want to see these and these together.
It ain't supersymmetry, but it's freaking cool.
Right. I know what you're saying. But the problem is that term, right?
Well,
keeps using
again,
that term.
My point is you can run into all kinds of terms of art in a field that you don't know well.
Right.
And Terrence is like, I come on your show and I do this thing, which I've never really discussed why I do it. I have this feeling that somehow Sean Carroll 15 years ago started talking about a suite of ideas like entanglement, the multiverse, these Boltzmann brains, whatever. And people have been talking about them ever since because it was a very successful tour. Much of the coolest stuff in mathematics and physics that's completely established, that's non-speculative, is not discussed. And I don't know why. And one of the things that I tried to do is I tried to show you the Hopf vibration. I tried to do the thing about the Dirac string trick. Terrence is bringing cool stuff from the world of geometry. It's a proof, effectively, that people don't know where it's coming from. A lot of this is real as geometry. If you look at the thing that he calls the Terrenton, right?
The tetrian is the
tetrian.
The tetrian is just
the tetrian that is the thing that is closest to us, the black thing that's closest to us.
That one.
So he then starts to make noises about it, and he says things that I don't love, which are that those faces he associates with the electric field, and the vertices, which sometimes he calls vortices, and sometimes I'm not quite sure, he associates with the magnetic field. Now, I don't have a clue why he says the next thing, which is, and because the number of magnetic and the number of electric things are balanced, they cancel out, and therefore it's the weak force. And to me, it's just like super cool stuff, and then suddenly turns into horseshit.
But listen, why? Here we have those two tetrians on the end. They both have equal poles, 4 electric poles and 4 magnetic poles, according to how I see it. That where magnetism is spinning off of the tips, the vortices, because it's no longer able to maintain that center space of spinning centripetally.
I don't know what the hell you're talking
about. What brought you to that conclusion?
With what?
The way you're describing the energy involved in that.
Well, anytime you look at electricity, that was one of the things that Victor Schauberger was talking about. Electricity it's when water starts to spin to the right, it cools down. That's the natural nature of electricity. Electricity is colder. It flows better in the coldest environment. So those as it's cooling down, as it's spinning down to a higher point, trying to get to that higher point, that's the highest point there. It's looking for the highest density. That's the north. North is always the highest density. South, no matter where you are, south is always away from the higher point. When you're talking about universally, not talking about geographically on the earth. North is always seeking a higher position. South is always seeking a lower position. That's based upon stuff that Walter Russell talked about, based upon the stuff that Victor Schauberger talked about. But it's a problem with the definition of the words, the terms.
Right, but your description of electromagnetic force and magnetism, like what is happening that it's bringing you to this conclusion that you're so specifically saying that something that you literally can't even see with the human eye is happening very clearly.
I'm saying 4 magnetic fields are pushing in on that area.
I don't see magnetic fields. I see those spheres.
Would be magnetism. What does magnetism do? It expands.
What brings you to the conclusion that electric?
When I say radiative field, let me use the term.
Do you know what we think electricity and magnetism?
You think it's the same thing?
No.
Part of the same force.
What do you think? Jamie, could I ask you to find a Faraday tensor?
Yeah, what I was trying to get to the conclusion, like magnetism and electricity, like what brings you to this definitive conclusion that you can so clearly state that this is what's happening there?
Well, based upon anytime there's an electric force acting on something, it causes a cavity. Electricity is always pulling in from the inside. It's always trying to tighten the density.
And you assume this energy exists in the flower of life. Why?
Because that's where all those circles, the overlapping circles, they represent the magnetic field. They represent the radiative field that's coming out and coming back. Well, why does a bubble take the shape of a ball? Why not a square or a triangle? What's the why does it expand into a sphere?
A sphere is an abstraction that it's going to be the solution to many different problems. If I ask you to give me the maximum possible volume with the minimum possible area, I'm going to get a sphere. If I ask you what is the best thing to launch out of an old style cannon and to stack next to it, you're going to say a sphere. Then you have a question about, is that the same concept of a sphere? You know, if I take the 3-dimensional sphere of unit quaternions, is that the same concept of a sphere? You are in part freely associated repeatedly between things that remind you of other things. Now you have an incredible storehouse of things between your ears that you know to associate with. And your brain is like, I mean, in part, it's like, if you think about the totality of your brain, it's like a Ferrari engine and a Volkswagen. The Volkswagen chassis is not capable of supporting something else that you're doing really well. And so what you're constantly doing, as far as I can tell.
So the chassis being education, formal education.
It's not just that. I mean, it's in part. People who see many connections are often bad at cleaning up their own stuff. And people who don't see connections are often very rigorous and they don't do shit for their entire life, right?
See, that's why I love the geometry, because the geometry demonstrates, even though I've been autodidactic and have learned these things on my own, the geometry is its own proof. Like even in showing that these become dodecahedron, that these create an icosahedron. If you move those just for a second.
Eric, you pulled this up though before we get any further away from that. Explain this, please. Electromagnetic tensor.
What you see, that F super mu nu is an anti-symmetric 4x4 matrix. That is, there are only 6 independent components, because if you flip that matrix from the northeast to the from the northwest to the southeast as the line on which you flip over with the zeros, the things above the zeros determine the things below. So there's 6 independent entries in the top triangle. Now, the top 3 are the electric components in the Cartesian coordinate system of the tensor, and the B fields are the magnetic. Okay. Terence could say something closer to what we understand reality to be. He could, for example, hold up a cube and say, the 6 faces of the cube remind me of the 6 independent entries in the electromagnetic field strength. And then the idea is there's a duality, and the duality relates the electric field to the magnetic field. And then you might invent something called Olive-Montonen electromagnetic duality, right? So in other words, if I took the top 3, if I hold the cube up like this and I put electric above and the magnetic below, and then I did a transformation that took top faces to bottom faces, he would be doing something that might bring him to recent research on electromagnetic duality. But instead, what's happening is that the spheres are reminding him of waves, like, wave fronts that are expanding spherically. And he's got super cool geometry. That the reason that this is so cool is that we haven't seen much of it. It's not saying that it doesn't exist. I'm not saying he's the inventor.
Well, I am the inventor because I own the patents.
Okay, but you can find out that there's prior art later. Look, everybody's
I would
been
love to see that.
Okay.
Like I said, though, I think you're doing
Terence, I have no desire to take this away. So far as I know, you're the first person to do this. Okay. Now, with that said, you're taking something where he's saying real stuff about geometrical understanding based on a spiritual undertaking. And it used to be that spirituality and science were hand in hand. That's what I was trying to say about the Carolus school that figured out, almost got calculus coming out of religious verse, like stuff that rhymed. It's crazy. Terence is coming from an older perspective where he's drawing tons of inspiration from all these different sources. I can track it, but good luck finding people who can track this, because the number of people who can do this is very, very small.
But that's the problem. Okay, go ahead.
Agreed. Now, then every time he steps on a landmine, my colleagues just start laughing, and that makes me crazy, because they could help him figure out what he is trying to say. So if we go back to his
electromagnetic tensor, how does this apply to these patterns in the void in between patterns?
That thing we did not understand until the mid 1970s. Remember, I tried to tell you to get Jim Simons on this podcast, and then he just died. Jim Simons and C.N. Yang figured out, and this is going to figure into what Terence is saying, that all forces are curvature. It's not just gravity, which we've known has been curvature since 1915, actually 1913 for Einstein-Grossman. It's actually the case that electromagnetism, the weak force and strong force, are a different form of curvature, which might be called Arrhenian curvature or fiber bundle curvature, which is not necessarily Riemannian intrinsic curvature. This object encodes the curvature, it encodes electromagnetism as the components of curvature. To your point about nothing is a straight line.
But this is where I have issues. You're talking about this is in Cartesian space. And in Cartesian space, curvature is not allowed.
Mm-mm.
There's no curvature that's allowed in Cartesian space.
That's wrong.
Really?
Yeah. Because what you have, and by the way, this is a super subtle thing. We've only really known this for 50 years, thereabouts. There is a weird, mysterious circle that none of us can see at every point in space and time that we can't derive from space. Okay, you can have space-time, and something else put a circle at every point that is obscured from us, and that thing has a curvature, even if space and time is flat. So we call the idealization of flat space-time Minkowski space. You can slap a curvature tensor of a circle on top of it, generate this. And it wasn't until, and this is mind-blowing, can we get the Aronoff-Bohm effect up here?
See, but that's where my biggest issue is, why go through all of those steps to define curved space with flat plane matrix when you have the definition of it right in front of you? That's why when you get a chance, I'd love for you to lay these out so you can see it predicts every distribution, every waveform. There's nothing that this doesn't predict.
I want you to think about, you ever play blackjack?
I've never been good at blackjack.
Okay. Well, that's
I've never been
because
good.
you're
I
sitting
always
there.
overbet.
You're sitting.
Always overbet.
You overbet
17,
and you're sitting there on 19, and you say hit me, and all I hear is hit me on 19, and you keep going over.
Okay.
All right. Now, this thing here is a proof. This is a gift for you. This says we did not understand classical electromagnetism until the late 1950s, well after Mr. Maxwell. Now, what happened is we thought electromagnetism was that thing with the electromagnetic field components that we just saw. If you put a wire coming out of the plane of the screen and you insulate it where it says solenoid, can we just isolate that?
Mm-hmm. We can see it.
Yeah. Okay. Now you have this crazy thing, which is like you have a cathode ray tube at A, let's imagine, and you shoot it through a double slit, and you want to know whether or not there's current flowing in this insulated thing that you can't see. Now you think that the insulation is going to keep you from being able to tell whether there's current flow. It turns out that the interference pattern changes whether there's current, even though there's no E and B fields outside of that insulated structure. And that proves that it cannot be the electromagnetic field strength that actually determines electromagnetic phenomena. What's really going on, can we call up the electromagnetic 4 potential? So one of the things is if you want to hang with the cool kids on any of this stuff, you don't try to map the electromagnetic fields because it's the electromagnetic 4 potential that's got it going on.
Look at that thing. That's cool.
I'm looking for something that looks like A equals and then 4 components. Well, let's hit that thing, what you just had. That's good. That A, where you see partial derivative of A, that thing is called the gauge potential. And the gauge potential,
it's a force potential.
The gauge potential is really where the electromagnetism is happening. This thing over here on the right, the Faraday tensor, is a consequence of the real star of the show. A is the thing that matters. And we thought that A was a convenience product that constructed the electromagnetic field strength until the late 1950s. I think one of these guys who developed this, his name is Yakir Aronoff, who's at Chapman University. I think he's still alive. So in other words, we fooled ourselves into thinking we understood electromagnetism until the late 1950s, which is one of the reasons that you listen to your heterodox colleagues as opposed to making fun of them mercilessly, because you're not nearly as smart as you think you are. Now, most of the time, what Neil says is, oh yes, 1 in 10,000 heterodox people have a point. And Neil bets on the 9,999 don't. And so he doesn't listen. This thing here is a proof that you can find elementary omissions very late in the game that change everything. And everybody who pretends that peer review works and that we've known this since antiquity, all this stuff, they need to understand the exceptions we've already found. If Terence wants to do good, he would take that A with the new at the beginning, and he would say, okay, electromagnetism isn't about the electric and magnetic fields. It's about 4 of these suckers rather than 6 of those.
On a simple level, how would you describe electricity?
Well, I wouldn't know how to do it. It's simple. Electricity is really, electromagnetism is really about rock, paper, scissors. In other words, is rock better than paper? No, it's worse. Then you do it around that thing. The failure of these things to knit together. If I had, Terence, give me your hands. I want to put my hand over yours. Now you
go your right hand under. It's like jujitsu. Go right hand under on your hand, and I'll grab his wrist. There you go.
That thing. who's on top?
All of us.
Okay. The electromagnetic field strength. So now make your hand into like a plane. Measures the degree of the Escher staircase. The Escherness in that Penrose staircase is measured by that E and B stuff. Okay? That A basically is the the collection of hands that we had, the planes.
Right. Jamie, show the Penrose staircase. It's just so people know what the fuck we're talking about, because it's a very bizarre optical illusion.
All right. So the key point is the Penrose staircase is not just an optical illusion. It's actually an effect called Hollandome. And those things are called horizontal subspaces. And the electromagnetic potential, which gives rise to the photon, actually is a series of stairs that appears to be in some kind of a contradiction. The curvature that he keeps talking about is the thing that actually resolves that contradiction. And in a weird way, the photon is a function, the photon is a derivative, and the electron is its function, and you use that derivative to differentiate the function. That's a crazy way of saying it, but at its deepest level, that's really what we are. We're in a geometry in which those flat planes say derivative equals 0, and you're trying to take the derivative of an electron based on this stuff. And geometrically, this only got worked out in Stony Brook, Massachusetts in the mid-1970s, except for a guy named Robert Herman, who nobody listened to in Boston, who was off self-publishing.
Well, let's consider one of the things that this is talking about. Again, this is where I have issues, because we're talking about two-dimensional or three-dimensional space that does not exist. We're still talking about imaginary things instead of talking about real things, like math's departure from where numbers started representing actual things. Math departed from that to where now math doesn't represent actual things. The numbers don't represent any true things. And so anything can happen inside the mathematics that they build from. But when you have the actual stuff, like what I wanted you to do, if you could lay these out just for...
So we're not going to break
No,
these
you're
things.
not.
All right.
I made these over the last few days. Just lay them out. If you have to move those other things so you could see. And what I'm talking about, the interesting
Bro, I want to see a YouTube video of you in your lab putting these things together.
If you shine a light on these,
yeah,
they end up creating all of the cymatics. No, don't even stack them up. I don't even want you to stack them.
All right.
I just want you to align them.
I can put a light to
like I'm saying. If you move this one out of the way,
all right,
put some of those. This will continually predict every harmonic node, every wave function. It will continue on. They overlap on each other to where any size, any crystalline configuration that somebody could hope for occurs. This is the supersymmetry that I'm talking about that defines the entire wave field. This is one part of, this is the crystalline electric wave field. That's not even, that's just
cool,
one of the...
Cool is this? The problem that you're in right now is everything that you touch in this space made of spheres and platonic solids and whatever. You could spend your entire life, and I've seen people do it, staring into this and just finding cool thing after cool thing, thinking that you're seeing Jesus. I promise you, okay? I want you to hold this in your hand. This is made by a woman named Bathsheba Grossman. Pleasure to shout her out. She is a mathematical artist par excellence.
Shout out to Beth.
That is an 8-dimensional lattice called E8 projected into 3 dimensions, which is one of the craziest sort of sphere packing gadgets. This is ultimately maybe the weirdest object in the universe. It comes from a 248-dimensional group.
Let me show you this in real life.
No. Wait.
No,
You're gonna bob and riff and all this
Hold
stuff.
on, let him keep going.
And what I'm trying to get at is, look, I want you to think about this legitimately as a drug. Okay? And if you're not very careful with the mathematics that you're playing with, you are going to get so high you're going to see everything connect to everything. And there's a reason that this stuff takes place in Islamic art. There's a reason, you know, if I bring up, this is another version of the self-duality of the tetrahedron. And I believe in spiritual, sacred geometry, they call this the Merkaba, which is like Hebrew for chariot. Everything connects to everything else in this unbelievably beautiful way. And the concern that I have, Terrence, to be entirely honest, is you have to get disciplined about this as a drug, because otherwise you're going to see everything in everything all the time, and you're going to have the same repetitive conversation where people don't take you seriously because you're going to keep hitting on 19.
But if light passing through these show the same cymatics that we look at when we're looking at natural occurrences of individual frequencies, doesn't that become its own secondary proof beyond the symmetry of what it does?
Okay, you say geometry is a proof, and one of the things is you are at your weakest when you have an equal sign. No. You're your strongest geometrically. You're at your weakest when you have an equal sign. You say the dumbest stuff about equalities, and you say the coolest stuff about geometry. And I wonder whether you mean something. Like, it took me a long time to figure out what I think you mean when you do this riff on the square root of 2. Jamie, could I trouble you for that portal group /th? Okay. If you do the square root of 2 challenge, right? You say, Howard's unbalanced equation. You say, okay, take the square root of 2. You cube it. That's equal to 2 times the square root of 2. That is illogical. It is unbalanced. It is unnatural. Now, at first, I had no idea what the hell you were doing. So I came up with something to prove to you that I'm trying to understand you. And I said, take the number of magi at Jesus' birth. He was born on the 25th day of the 12th month. If I raise the 12th root of 3 to the 25th power, and I take the fact that Jesus died in the 9th hour according to the Bible, I see the same Trinity rooted by the number of apostles. Now that seems to be like a profound statement. But the fact is, all I really did is I created an equation based on 2 numbers, x and y. And your version of it, I put in 1 and square root of 2. And in mine, I used 12 and 3. And the reason I got 1225 was that 25 is just 2 times 12 plus 1. So in other words, the danger of this stuff, right, is that when you start to see patterns and you start to see stuff that looks crazy, you don't realize what you're actually doing. What you're really saying is you're coming from a perspective that is philosophical before it's scientific or mathematical. And you have a statement which says, everything is in motion. And then you go into a riff about loops. And you say, take out your calculator, turn it to the side, take the square root of 2, cube it, take that
divided by
2. Then you do this thing where you happen to know the large decimal expansion up to a point, which is increases people's confidence. You got to be worried because that's like the confidence in con man too. But you make a point. We have a name for the thing you call a loop. We call it a fixed point.
A fixed point.
A fixed point. Now, a fixed point, you have something called a transformation. The transformation. Let me see if Jamie, if we can bring that back. So I'm just trying to standardize your. Can we go below that? Let me see. Okay, Terrence loop. You have a mapping T for Terrence from the real numbers to the real numbers given by x cubed divided by 2. If you take the polynomial y cubed minus 2y equals 0, that factors as y minus square root of 2 times y plus square root of 2 times y minus 0. You claim that there's only one number that satisfies a fixed point relationship according to that mapping, which you call a loop. There are actually 3, 0, negative square root of 2, and 2. You make the correct point that if you iterate that for numbers above the square root of 2, it's going to go off to infinity. If you were to go below numbers of square root of 2, but above 0, it'll go towards 0. 0 will go to 0.
Mm-hmm.
And then you have the same thing below negative square root of 2. It'll go off to negative infinity. and above square root of 2, but below 0, I think it'll go off to 0. Okay? That thing is studied under fixed point theory. And you can look up the Lefschetz fixed point theorem, the Kakutani fixed point theorem, the Brouwer fixed point theorem. All of these are proofs that you have to have fixed points. Now I thought, why does he keep doing this riff? And then I realized that he's got a thing about everything is in motion. So for him, it's unnatural and illogical, you use both words, that the square root of 2 would be fixed under this iterated experiment. Now, that is not unnatural. There's something, hate to say it, it's called the hairy ball theorem. Can we bring up the hairy ball theorem?
Before you put your hairy balls in
That was good. Okay, the hairy ball theorem says that you cannot comb the hair on a rambutan without creating a colic. So let's see if we have any cool images of it. In other words, if you have a map of the wind that is going along the surface of a sphere, there has to be some point which is perfectly still. If you have a map of a sphere to a sphere, there has to be some point that doesn't move. In other words, what you're saying about things can't be still is not only incorrect, it is impossible to avoid stillness. And this is in part what John Nash got his Nobel Award in economics for, because he took work of von Neumann and Morgenstern on two-person games, turned them into multi-person games with a higher dimensional fixed point theorem, and said a multi-person game is more interesting because that's a market, therefore markets have equilibrium. So you're saying real stuff in a way that fundamentally just doesn't, we don't know how to talk your talk.
Then
but we
teach
know,
me.
Yeah, I know.
Teach me. I'm learning.
What are
I'm
we
learning
doing?
right now. But Jamie, do me a favor. Pull up the calculator. I want you to pull up the calculator. We're going to look at this loop, and you tell me that this loop isn't a contradiction, and says that the math.
Okay.
Is, yep.
I want a scientific calculator. There we go.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. Hit 2. Square root. It'll be over one more. I think that may be it. Yeah. Yep. Cube it. Hit x to the third. No. Go back. Yep. Hit 2. Square root. Cube it. Up. Right up there. Yep. Now divide by 2. Hit equal. Cube it again. X to the third. Divide by 2. That is a loop. Cube it again. Hit x to the third. That's an unnatural equation.
To me about unnatural.
It's a loop. It's a tuck inside of the matrix. It does not allow for math to make sense because of the identity principle.
Okay, Eric.
You're trying to say something. What you're saying is wrong.
But what I'm seeing,
No. What you're saying is fine. I agree that you have a transformation that I call T. You could put those two steps together, which is cube and divide by 2. That thing is going to be dead still till the end of time. That's your point. And then you pass judgment on it. And you say that is not logical and it's irrational. And I don't know what you mean.
Well, because here we're multiplying something basically 3 times, and it's coming up to the same value as if we multiplied it by 2. And you keep doing that.
Yeah, well, I did that with
that's a
12th root of 3, and I have a transform just like you.
But that 12th root of 3, that hypothetical situation you put up there, does not affect the rest of mathematics.
Sure it does.
That loop right there.
Is your point that there's something special about the square root of 2?
I'm saying that the square root of 2 is a manufactured number because of the identity principle. If the identity principle was not involved, then they wouldn't have a problem with 1 times 1 equaling 2. Or
why are you offended by 1 times 1 equaling 2?
Just because action and reaction, the universe, it's the separation of math from science, when math was supposed to define physical things. So when they have things that doesn't align, we can't make sense. The rest of the audience don't understand. They're like, wait a minute, well,
Okay, objects in motion tend to remain in motion, right?
that was his first law.
But what do objects at rest do?
There's no object at rest.
So you have a problem with Mr. Newton.
There are no objects at rest because everything is sitting on something that's in motion. Everything is in motion within
So this is
itself.
like there's no straight lines in nature. So the idea is you're saying at some level that you don't believe. I mean,
that
like, look,
anything's
at a subatomic level.
That nothing's still, because everything in the universe is connected. So if you have one still thing, then everything connected to it also
so Terrence,
has to be still.
If I understand what you're doing, and I try to steel man it, you're trying to say, look, first of all, the vacuum isn't a vacuum. It's roiling with activity, right? The void isn't a void. Stuff is happening. Virtual particles are coming in and out of existence. There is no vacuum, right? You're very much in tune with modern physics. You really are. Okay? Then you have this idea of math is supposed to be about the physical world. It's not supposed to be unto itself. And if there is no vacuum, then there is nothing at rest, because the vacuum is going to be in constant quantum tumult. And then you get to the point, which is something that is rest, therefore is unphysical, therefore it is unnatural. It took me a long time to figure out what the hell.
No, I'm literally saying there is nothing in the universe that is at rest, because everything is moving and communicating through vibration, and vibration requires oscillation, and oscillation requires motion.
So what you're trying to say is that if the universe at its deepest level is a quantum mechanical system in which there is no ability to create vacuum, in a naive sense, that the vacuum that we talk about is not the vacuum people naively think. Therefore, any mathematics that references anything that is zero or still or whatever is invalid.
Is imaginary. It's talking about an imaginary space.
Okay. I don't know what to tell you about this, because if I say something about a sphere, you might say, hey, Eric, what is the thickness of your sphere? All the points unit distance away from the origin. And I'd say, it has no thickness. You'd say, show me one thing in the universe that doesn't have thickness. And then I'd say, well, wait a second. I'm talking to you about a mathematical structure that exists as math. I don't want to hear about math that isn't immediately referenced to physics. First of all, that's not how this game goes.
When did math separate from accounting for physical things? Was the beginning of imaginary numbers?
The beginning of imagination. I mean, if I have a picture from AI of a woman that doesn't exist, but no, you can't tell the fact that was generated by an AI, are you going to say that graphics file doesn't exist? No, the graphics file exists. Mathematics has a physically independent structure. It is a system of logic. Then you have this very weird thing, which is, Eugene Wigner famously talked about the unreasonable effectiveness of mathematics and the physical sciences. But, David Tong, I think, talked about the unreasonable effectiveness of physics and the mathematical sciences. Many of us have had that for the last 50 years since Simons and Yang. And then there's also this thing which people associate with Max Tegmark, which is older, which is the mathematical universe, that the math is the basis, that there is a point at which the map becomes the territory, to borrow from our friends in the psychedelic. Now, I can hear you, I can understand you, I can track you, but what you were doing when you were lecturing is terrible. It's really, really bad, because you have points, and by going over them and saying the super dramatic thing, you are in fact causing people who don't trust Tony Fauci, let's say, because Tony Fauci shouldn't be trusted, to say maybe I can't trust mathematics. Now, I have a lot of competitors, enemies, people I really don't like. I have stalkers, people who actually stalk my family and interfere in my personal life, who have PhDs. Okay. My level of disagreement with them about the physical universe and the mathematical universe is essentially zero up to 1973. We don't really start to see a breakdown in the community of science, I think, until the 1980s.
And why is that?
Well, money and power. Money and power. Ronald Reagan brought in a guy named Eric House to the NSF, and the university stopped expanding and they started playing games. We had a thing called the Mansfield Amendment, which got the military out of science, which was a disaster. There's a lot of things that happen.
But imagine if science took a wrong turn when it walked down the road of relativity, if in abandoning the ether. And now they've walked down this road and now they realize that it's a potential dead end, but instead of turning around and saying, okay, well, let's use the luminiferous ether that all of these equations were built off of. And here a young man that's outside of the world has come in and said, okay, I have the wave conjugations that make up and prove the etheric nature, the etheric substance.
So
that's what I want to.
Jamie, if we could bring back the portal group page, I can sort of show what Terrence is talking about, what his geometries, how he relates them to the physical world. So if we could go up to Howard's unifications claim. Okay. So you say you've come up with the grand unified field equation. First of all, he's doing something very unusual. He's saying grand unified, which actually is less than unified, because unified would include gravity. But he's also drawing from a group, I think, called the electric universe.
No.
Okay.
No. I'm drawing from Lorentz and Hein's work when they were deciding. They were trying to prove that it was electricity and magnetism. They could derive all of the effects of nature that we see from electricity and magnetism.
All right. So if we go down here, hopefully, because we just prepared this. By the way, shout out to Dr. Brooke Dallas, who put this together and just got her PhD from Caltech.
Congratulations.
Yeah, congratulations, Brooke. Okay. So all of this, these four things are how the community that you're trying to unseat thinks about nature at its deepest level. Now, let me see is there anything under there? Maybe not. So go up to, let's do David Tongs, because you brought up David Tongs, okay? I think I understand this, and I'm able to talk to you about it. Is this something, so this is my community and how it thinks of everything in the world, all right?
Right.
Do you have a way of relating what you think about in terms of what my community has wrong? Does this mean anything to you?
If you remove gravity outside of the equation, you take gravity out, because gravity is affected. Gravity is actually covered by that strong electrical force.
Terrence, 1 second. Without, this is not a gotcha, and it's not me.
I know. I'm just saying.
Do you know how to read this?
As best as we're talking about, I as imaginary.
Yeah.
You know, d to the 4. I don't know what the d represents.
So that's the volume element saying that you're in 4-dimensional space and you're going to take an integral.
And y to a negative g, y to a negative gravity.
Yeah, that's the determinant of the space-time metric with which you might have an issue. Okay, so in other words, you're normalizing. You're saying that if the rulers look one way or the rulers look another way, according to Einstein, you have to put more weight or less weight on a region of space. Do you know what that R is? That's the foreplay, and then in the parentheses is where the stuff gets crazy.
Explain it.
That's what's called the scalar curvature. So after Einstein did his big general relativistic field equations, that was like Einstein scaling the shear face of Half Dome. Hilbert walked up the backside like a week later and said, you can derive your super complicated field equations from the simplest thing in the world, which is the scalar curvature. So when you say everything is curved, that R is the scalar curvature of Einstein's pseudo-Riemannian metric. And then, remember F mu nu? That's what we were just riffing on before. That's saying we don't know what to do with the electromagnetic stuff. So we're going to do the stupidest thing possible, and we're going to figure out how big it is and square that, and we're going to shove that into this thing to be minimized. which means make this as small as possible. So give me the configuration that gives me the least electromagnetic size. Then, because of 1954, a guy named C.N. Yang and his sidekick Mills, who didn't do nearly as much afterwards, said, you know what, the strong and the weak force are exactly the same structure as electromagnetism, and we didn't know that. So nature, in that first line, from the R to the W, takes curvature 4 times, and 3 of those are doubled, like F, F, G, G, W, W, but one of them is singly in there. And that is really sort of the soul of the incompatibility, not what Ed Whitten says about you can't quantize gravity. That's not the discrepancy. We've been lied to for a long time, in my opinion. What it is that the curvature that enters as gravitational and the curvature that enters as the internal forces, the nuclear forces and electromagnetism, occurs differently. One is Riemannian, one is Ehresmannian. The line below that, Dirac, in that term psi bar d psi, is telling us the kinetics and the interaction through minimal coupling of the matter with the force that's in the line above.
Right.
And then the last 3 terms are the fudge factor due to Peter Higgs, because when he found out in the late 50s, a gal named Madame Wu, the Dragon Lady of Physics, told us that if you put cobalt-60 and let it beta decay in a strong magnetic field, all the particles come out spun one way. And that left-right asymmetry meant that you couldn't put in masses in a standard way for the matter, which is showing up as psi. So instead what we do is we have this thing, which is a field called the Higgs boson.
Psi is the wave function.
Psi is the fermionic wave function of the matter. That's the quarks, that's the electron, and that's all the neutrinos that are penetrating us all the time. That kinetic term, the DHs, tells us how this Higgs field will move. But mostly, you see, imagine that in this room it's 69 degrees Fahrenheit, okay? You think that it's the same everywhere, but maybe where Joe is actually like 68.7, and over there it's 70.1.
Different frequency, a different
And so
space.
that H thing is said to have a VEV that varies slightly in the world. Vacuum expectation value, because the vacuum isn't boring.
Right.
Now that V of H, that is the potential term that you neglect every time you say that all energy in the world comes from kinetics. That's not true. And that V, and there's a portion hidden in those FFGGWWs, which is pure potential. That last thing, which is not commented upon here, is called the Yukawa coupling. And that last term is how the Higgs field gives the illusion of mass to the matter, which was prohibited from having a naked mass because of the efforts of Madame Wu and Yang and Li, which is the same Yang of Yang and Mills. That thing that we just went through, which may have been boring to people, is the source of everything we know about the world at its deepest level. Right? This thing right here, which might be called the partition function, is a Feynman path integral of this. And if you could understand what this is, we don't know of anything that isn't in what you're seeing. It's a whoa. Can I get a whoa?
Can I get?
I live for this.
What now this is the difference between having, they've been working on this for damn near 60, 70 years. But they don't have any physical models that represent any of these things. And if my physical models describe the electric force and the magnetic force and is able to account for all of the actions that takes place or the effects that we see, then it should be a better replacement instead of having to go through.
You didn't do that.
I did do that. Let me show you. Let me show you.
Okay, show.
Now it's time to show.
Okay, here we go. I really want a YouTube video of him creating these things.
I love that. So,
just you with an acetylene torch.
I want them in glass. Brother.
Yeah, somebody needs to make these.
Yeah, well, I tried to do that before.
Well,
we have a
community of mathematical artists. I want to hook you up.
I would love that. So this Tetrian, as I say, begins the entire dance. It's I would call that that would be Planck to me. That would be the proton. That would be the beginning
Sorry,
of everything.
you map 4 different things to this. You say, 1, it's dark matter.
I said
because it's interstitial. Wait.
Okay.
You say 1, it's dark matter because it's interstitial. 2, you say it's hydrogen.
It becomes. It takes.
3, you say, well, look, it's got 4 electric and 4 magnetic because you associate the faces with electric and you associate with the vertices with the magnetic. You say, you go back to Walter Russell, who has this whole thing about exhaling and inhaling, expanding and contraction. You know, it's a lot like Ecclesiastes. There's a time and purpose to everything under heaven. And then you say, because it's balanced as 4 and 4, it must be the weak force because there's no net voodoo on it. Okay? Then when you get to your, if you can bring up what you call the Huntian.
Hold on, let's stay on this one.
All right.
Okay. I say that this right here, like nothing in the universe does nothing for a single motive. Everything has multiple purposes and accomplishes multiple things. This becoming the geometry of hydrogen, or the very first visible element, is as a result of all of those forces pushing on it. But the first, I can use another.
Yeah. It's called explainer juice.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank both of you.
So, if we start with this as electricity, then we want to go to the very first phase from it. The first thing that happens to it is it decays. The first line of decay, and that first line of decay is literally just putting on 2 magnetic fields. If you'll hold that for a second, I've got to get something else out.
Let's say,
go ahead.
I love these things.
They're pretty dope.
They're really dope.
Yeah, you need a shelf in your office.
Yeah, for sure. I put this in my house, but Taryn, I just don't see.
We're not done.
All right.
We're not done.
All right.
So when you put,
didn't you see the box it came in with, bro?
What kind of?
That
no
box of stuff.
So when they line up,
yeah,
then they begin to create. And if you lay it down on your thing, you can lay them down.
Yeah.
And you'll see them align. If you can.
I want to design a skate park around this.
Sharp surfaces. This is going to get fucked up.
Anytime you're urinating, a man is urinating, he sees this pattern where it's expanding and contracting. Expanding, contracting,
right.
That braiding behind the boat. This describes that motion from that. But then let's go to the next stage of decay. The next stage of decay would be 4 sides. Now what these are responsible for. Boom, boom.
How you doing, Eric?
All right, Joe.
Yeah. And this is
the hard part for me.
That's the fun part.
Okay.
This is the part
Why don't
I've
you
been
squirm?
waiting for. This is the part I've been waiting for. Now let's put this.
This is an elaborate hope.
Yes.
My whole life's elaborate.
Now I should be putting the patents out so that everybody isn't out there saying, this isn't his shit. But so when you get to this level of decay, they start to come together and they create this natural curvature.
Look at it.
But do me a favor, they also create these spaces, and if you lay them out, one on top of.
Well, I'm still riffing on this one.
Well, you're about to see that interact with the other side. Like we came to play today.
Boy, nothing like these conversations make me understand how different people's brains work. There's just different humans out there.
There we go. So, all right, let's. If I can do some of your stuff.
By the way, I just didn't know what I was.
Yeah.
I brought some weird tools in case you were going to make weird points.
So if you're laying these out, you're starting to see this pattern. But what's interesting, these have chirality. These
Yeah.
spin in opposite directions from each other, but they ultimately reform together to fully tell that story.
So this is why category theory is so powerful, because you're analogizing brain. I mean, let's be honest. I want everybody to form without saying anything to each other. What is this most similar to?
DNA.
I was going to say the same. Right? And if it was DNA, what would be the interstitial between these two things?
That would be that ladder. Each line, it would be the
hydrogen.
ATCG, the hydrogen.
That would be the hydrogen.
It would be
Okay.
phosphorus, oxygen, oxygen.
Now, if I was a protein scientist, what would I say this was?
You would say it's a ribosome.
I would say it's an alpha helix.
Oh.
Right? I would say this was secondary structure in protein. So my claim is that one of the reasons that Rosalind Franklin didn't actually get to the double helix is that she was a really good scientist, and Watson and Crick were not good scientists. She said, "Look, I can see right through you. You just found out that Linus Pauling figured out the alpha helix in protein, and you wannabes who don't know jack shit about biochemistry want an alpha helix, and you want to do nucleic acid as an alpha helix and look based on the X-ray crystallography of the Maltese cross. You're going to try to shove DNA into something so you get to be Linus Pauling all over again. I don't want any part of it." And the problem for her was, yeah, helices are ubiquitous at all different levels, right? So in other words, Watson and Crick didn't own the double helix. What happened is that a very common structure that's going to come up over and over again, it's going to come up in viruses, where you have helical viruses, you have it in protein, you have it in nucleic acid. That structure is because there's a platonic form, which you're finding here. You're going to find helices over and over and over again because you can't really have nature stop finding the structure. It doesn't belong to any instantiation of the system. And so everything is going to rhyme. Now, your big problem is that everything rhymes to you because you know a lot of stuff and you know a lot of similarities. Your brain's very good at that. And what your brain is not very good at is pruning the amount of rhymes that it sees.
Well, what I'm saying is this is defining all motion. We just defined the motion behind the boat. We just defined that other aspect. And remember, I was saying about the Huntian being a massless particle. It only exists as a result of these 4 to 8 tetraons pushing down because of pressure. The moment that these 8 tetraons disappear, that interior space, it's no longer there.
Okay.
The moment that disappears.
I don't know how to stop you from doing this.
I hate doing that.
Well,
I hate you stopping me from doing what I'm not supposed to be doing.
No, I don't. Terry, I'm so far out over my skis. I promise you what the internet is going to say the next day about me is, Eric Weinstein sees blah, blah, blah.
Read the Stop reading the damn
Okay, what I'm trying to tell you is you're taking all the good stuff that you're doing and you get into 19 and you're saying, hit me. And each time you do that, I want to slap you and say, don't do that. Because even if what you're saying is true, let's imagine that we find some structures like the ones you're talking about in wave fronts, right? I think what you're doing is totally canonical and it's very, very natural. And I think you're building models and you don't know how to do the algebra probably, and you probably don't know how to do the differential equations, all that. Fine, I can point you to books, I can try to help you.
I'm a geometer. I like doing geometry. I would love to work with a mathematician that can define and redefine these species and write new axioms if there's real axioms to be made from it or postulates to be made from it. That's what I wanted to do with Dr. Tyson.
Okay, but part of what you're doing is you're coming into another community. Like what you said about David Tong is so unfair to David Tong.
What did I say?
David Tong. Okay, first of all, do you know who David Tong is?
I know him on the internet. I know, but I've watched a few of his things. I was very impressed with it. That's why I reached out to him.
He's amazing. And I have my difference. He's an acquaintance of mine. I haven't seen him since 2011. Okay. He's an amazing treasure because that guy has a gift for explanation in our community. And in a world where a lot of people in string theory have lost complete touch with reality, right? This guy knows every aspect of physics so well that he can explain it with razor sharp clarity. So he's an absolute, he's a national treasure of the UK.
And I reached out and I said to him, look, dude, you're talking about these 16 fields. I said, I have the models for your 16 fields, which was in
teaching.
Yeah.
That's okay. If you want to say, I don't understand this, you get a positive reaction from us. If you say, I have something and I'm not quite sure what it is, can I get an evaluation because I think I might have something? You should be able to get something from a guy like me.
And that's what I did. I went to Oxford.
I know.
Didn't get that.
But I'm trying to say something.
Okay,
go.
Okay.
Then you do this other thing, which is you teach. And your teaching is not good. You tell us stuff that's not true, that we can tell is not true. And then we say, okay, I can throw out the entirety of what he's saying.
What did I say that wasn't true, though? That's what I'm, that's, I
well,
mean,
1 times 1 is not equal to 2. Let's start there. In fact, I'm angry at Joe because Joe should have pushed back on that. Joe was in awe.
The calculator says 1 times 1 doesn't equal 1 because of that square root of 2.
Can we pull the portal group back up?
There's a lot of wild shit I don't push back on if I'm not sure what the fuck that person's saying.
I understand.
That's why. But also because I know that people are going to eventually respond to it.
Right now we've got a crisis where nobody knows what to believe. And unfortunately for you, you were in a bad spot because you wanted to have fun. You had a show and then it got really big.
That's why you're here, Big Daddy.
Okay, wait.
I'm saying people have...
Can we go to the Terrence product? Maybe below that? I think you're in the right place. Yeah. Okay. Here's how we would do this in mathematics. Assume you were a colleague, right? And I wasn't trying to get rid of you and get you out of my office. I'd say, okay, I'm not kidding. That's
you're interested and want to have further conversations.
Okay. Standard thing, what we would do is we'd say, okay, wait a second. I don't really buy your claim that 1 times 1 equals 2, but let's try to evaluate what you're saying. Then I'd create something called the Terrence times binary operation star sub t. And I'd say that provisionally I define A star sub t times B to be equal to A times 1 plus B because your rule says that you should add A to itself B number of times. So that is the formula in standard mathematics for what you are introducing as times. Then I come up with the Terrence root of C equaling D if D Terrence producted with itself equals C. So now I have Terrence binary operation, Terrence root, and the Terrence square operation. And I say now, okay, now that's a totally legitimate object. Until you try to blow away times or multiplication in the normal sense, now what I've got is I've got a new operation and I want to know its properties. Is it commutative? No, A Terrence times B is not B Terrence times A. Those are 2 different numbers. Then I ask, is it associative? Yes, it is associative. So now I'm trying to make standard math out of the crazy ass shit that you say when you go to Oxford. And this is how I would start to understand it. I would say, Terrence, do we get anything new out of Terrence times Terrence root, Terrence square? And I would therefore not incur the penalty that you're incurring. The penalty that you're incurring is when the rest of us work our effing asses off. And you come in and you say, I've developed, like, imagine if I got on this program and I said, is John Jones out there? He's a huge pussy. He doesn't know how to fight. I have a one-touch technique. And if I lay a pinky on John Jones, you're going to see a quivering little pat of butter. Sean Strickland has no discipline. Guy's a big fatty. It's not going to go well.
No.
Okay. So what I'm trying to get at is, that's what you're doing to us.
I didn't mean to. That's not what I meant to do. But in me saying 1 times 1, equals 2. Like I said, that's a metaphor that there's something very wrong with the math, because math should
There's
not be
nothing
done.
wrong with the math.
I'm saying the math that we are doing is still based on linear projections, even though we are in a multi-dimensional space. And if the square root of 2 didn't have that problem,
listen to me very carefully. Assume you have the most beautiful curvilinear object.
my wife.
Yeah. Can we do it 4 times? I don't want to talk about. I don't want my words back. I saw what happened to Will Smith. I want to keep your wife's name out of my mouth.
You'll meet my wife. She's
I'm sure she's dope. Okay. If you take the most beautiful ski slope you've ever been on, and you imagine it was perfectly groomed, so that there's just all it is smooth. You cannot create nonlinear smoothness without giving rise to something called the tangent bundle. And the tangent bundle is made up of linear objects. The nonlinear includes the linear. And it actually goes with your philosophy, which is that everything is an action and a reaction. The nonlinear creates the linear, but the linear encodes the nonlinearity. So if you actually wanted to practice, if you wanted to get as high as you could on Walter Russell, you would not try to deny the linear. You would say that the nonlinear is part and parcel with the linear, and that creating the nonlinear requires creating the linear. The differential operators at a point on a nonlinear structure form a linear space. And that's how we encode the tangent bundle when something doesn't sit inside of something else, because you hear that the universe is expanding. You say, well, what's it expanding into? Well, what we do is we encode that expansion without having a structure around it, no ambient space, by saying that the differential operators at a point are linear. So we've got an entire language that you don't know about.
But let's unpack that.
Sure.
For something to be linear, something to be straight, that means that it is no longer having to deal with the equal and opposite forces that nature puts on everything. Because the greater the action, the greater the reaction, greater the reaction, greater the resistance, greater the curvature. Everything in this universe has the resistance, and that's where the curvature comes from. So when they talk about, I don't mind them trying to go in a straight line or but the curvature of the universe is that phi at 1.618.
How the fuck
that
are
expansion
you?
aspect of it, that's the only consistent thing that you
How
see.
you living? Yo, dog. Yo. Yo, dog. Yo. Remember when we were going to watch the Joe Rogan Experience with me? Cool deal.
Jim Gates is...
No.
Jim Gates.
Can you explain what the cosmological constant means?
Can we bring up the Einstein field equations with cosmological constant?
Is that the
dark energy?
That's that dark the quantum field that they, not the quantum field, the, what do they call it? The the vacuum.
All right.
Is that the vacuum?
So let's pull that one. No. Yeah, I like that one. Okay. So that R mu nu is the Ricci curvature. That is a sub packaging of the full curvature. So you throw away a piece, like filleting it and you throw away the vile curvature.
Plus a bivector.
Well, these are symmetric two tensors. Sometimes people call bivector. I find that terminology confusing, but yeah, you're in the right neighborhood. That lambda is what's called the cosmological constant, and there's a raging controversy as to whether that thing is a number or whether that thing is like the temperature, which might vary subtly. And this was this thing that where Einstein supposedly said his greatest blunder was to put this in. He then found that you need this because Hubble shows that the universe is expanding. And then very recently, in the end of the millennium, they said not only is it expanding, but it's expanding at an accelerating rate. And that's when this whole dark energy thing really took shape. That thing, where was I going with this? Oh yeah, Jim Gates, who's probably the finest African American physicist we have, brilliant guy at the University of Maryland College Park. He's a string theorist, so he and I are naturally like Montagues and Capulets, but he's a lovely guy, very, very brilliant. He says, look, we need supersymmetry because that thing should blow up. And it's almost zero. And the only way that it's almost zero is because the bosons and the fermions, if supersymmetry is true, have to be balanced, right? So imagine that you had two gods pushing on a door, and they're of exactly equal strength. The door doesn't move practically at all, not because they're not powerful, but because they're perfectly balanced, like unnaturally balanced.
And it's what happens when an irresistible force hits an immovable object.
Well, but these are two irresistible forces pushing in different directions and creating the immovable object between them, to carry through the analogy. So that thing has to do with a balancing between two incredibly powerful but opposite structures. And I think that you're negating the idea very often that you can have perfectly balanced things through fine-tuning issues. Now, one of the fine-tuning issues that we don't talk about, we usually talk about them in physics, but the most famous one should be the one in biology, which is before we had DNA. There was a guy named Erwin Chargaff, and he gave Watson and Crick the worst peer review in human history. He said that these are two idiots. They were pitchmen in search of a helix. They didn't know anything about chemistry, and he totally dismissed them. He was the guy who figured out that the amount of A was equal to the amount of C, and the amount of T was equal to the amount of G. And the only reason that that's true is because of hydrogen bonding that fixed the amount of A to be the amount of C on the other side. That's right. And so the idea is that that was the fine-tuning solution. Why did you always have equal amounts of these things? Oh, because you didn't see that they'd been paired in a helix. You just saw it once it was broken. But the actual nucleotides have been paired, and so they're always, the hydrogen bond enforced that. One was a double bond, one was a triple bond. This is like this. We're trying to figure out why lambda, we would understand better if it were zero, or we would understand better if it was enormous. The fact that it is almost zero in a world where the vacuum is filled with crazy stuff, to your point, this is one of the greatest reasons for, this is probably the greatest, I agree with Jim, this is the reason for supersymmetry. Without supersymmetry, we don't have an explanation for why that thing doesn't blow up.
So if you saw a geometric structure that defined and worked together completely, would this qualify as a supersymmetrical system? Well, and we haven't even got to the magnetic field yet, but you see how these things fit together and what they might do in replacing.
So you have a metaphor, you have a metaphorical mind. So you have this thing that you call what's the tetrahedron one?
The tetrotarian.
Tetrotarian. You got one called the Huntian.
The Huntian, that's my son.
Okay. And then you have a different one where the Huntian is flanked by two tetrotarian, which you call a transformer because it's
call it a light unit. I call that
then
a
you say
light
it's a
unit.
photon.
Yeah, it's a step up and step down.
And then here's how your unification scheme goes. You say, look, I don't need gravity because I simulated Saturn without gravity. By the way, electromagnetism looks very similar to gravity, which causes all older electrical engineering.
Electricity is the cause of gravity. Gravity is an effect. It's a draft, like the thermos.
Will you stop teaching, man? You gotta stop teaching because you're saying interesting stuff and then you just always go over it. Look, you want to know what the DMT of this stuff is? I'll hand you the stuff that'll blow your mind. Right now, where this is something called the double copy. The double copy is a relation that was totally unexpected between the amplitudes associated with gravity and the amplitudes associated with the Yang-Mills stuff. And I just met with a guy, Zvi Byrne, at UCLA, who's one of the guys who brought us this double copy. And it's a great mystery. It's like looking directly into the equimolar relations before you have the double helix. So there is a relationship that is much deeper than the superficial relationship between, can we bring up the Newtonian force of gravitation?
Yeah, and then let's do a bathroom break.
Sure. We could do one right now. We could do it right now. Do a bathroom break right now.
Yeah.
We'll be right back.
No.
You don't know who he is?
No, the last 3 weeyks, all I've been doing is watching your shit.
Bob
Watching
Lazar.
you. I'm like,
Me?
I'm like, let me see whatever.
Oh man,
Bob Lazar was a guy
I
who
caught you on
cleaned.
TMZ suddenly talking about me. It was like, what is my name doing in Terrence's mouth?
That's hilarious. TMZ asked you a question
Yeah,
about
and
him?
they said,
That's
do I have
hilarious.
anything going on? And I was like, yeah, me and Eric Weinstein. I said Weinstein.
Stein.
I said Weinstein because Brian Keaton said Weinstein. He said Weinstein.
Weinstein
on
is
the
Weinstein,
He was
not
being,
Weinstein.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's Weinstein. So
It's
I
whatever
said
Harvey
Eric
is.
Weinstein.
Keating said
Yes.
Weinstein. Is that what you're saying?
He
Keating
said
it
Weinstein.
wrong?
No, he said Weinstein. So I thought I said Weinstein, but I didn't
Okay.
know if that was just a joke or a play on
They got
things.
super
or-
sensitive after Harvey.
Yeah. Shoot, I don't-
So what we were talking about was Bob Lazar, who was a guy who claimed to be back engineering UFOs for the government back in the late 80s. That's what we were just talking about.
I did see something about him.
Yeah, he was on the podcast many years ago. It's a fascinating story that I hope is real. And that's what we were discussing, like whether or not Eric could make sense of it. So that's what we're talking about. We walked in here. What were we talking about right before we went for our bathroom?
He threw up an equation. Not threw up.
The Newtonian, and then what was after that? We're about to.
We're about to do the analogy between electromagnetism and gravitation,
Right.
Newtonian gravitation,
Okay.
force law. So we have these inverse square laws, and because of the similarity, can we do the electromagnetic force law with two charges separated by a distance of r? Joe, who has smoked weed in this whole room? We're waiting for it. Okay.
Nobody.
Okay, just Elon. He's the only one. Okay. So if you look at, let's do the electromagnetic, the Fe equals KQQ over R squared. Yeah. Okay. So fix that in your mind and imagine that